In Xianxia's opinion, the moment that something happened to one of the expedition members while walking in the spatial formation, the group should have immediately realized that something was amiss. From that, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to deduce that they had been assaulted by demonic tunes. Through some trial and error, no matter how foolish they were, 2 to 3 days should have been more than sufficient for them to get to the stone tablet. Yet, who would have thought that the old principal would actually take more than half a month to get here? Weren't they a little too dim-witted to take that long? Perhaps it was due to the limitations of their cultivation. After all, even Principal Wuxian and the others were stuck in a trance for quite some time themselves, unaware of the changes in their surroundings. After some contemplation, Xianxia came up with a possible explanation. Most of the expedition members that the old principal had brought along were the elders of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Saint One Dan cultivators. Even the strongest of them all would only have been at spiritual perception realm. So, it was likely that they had been in the same position as Wuxian and the other combat masters. As soon as they arrived, they were already put into a trance, making them unaware of their surroundings or even the state that they were in as well. In such a situation, it would have been a huge blessing if they knew that they should consume a pill to replenish their energy, let alone uncovering the secrets of the unbounded world. But since the old principal has left his words here, it goes to show that he has managed to walk out of this area alive, Xianxia noted. This was the first trace of the old principal that they had encountered so far after all of the dangers they had been through, and with this, they could be entirely certain that they were on the right path. It is written on the stone tablet that anyone who manages to reach this point within 3 days will be bestowed with a secret art. Let's see what kind of secret art I will get. Knowing that it was more important to focus on what was ahead of him at this moment, Xianxia turned his attention back to the stone tablet. The stone tablet was made out of some kind of particularly heavy material, planting it firmly in place. Circling around the stone tablet, he swiftly noticed a groove on it that one could place one's palm in. It felt as if some kind of unique power would come to life just by coming into contact with it. To be careful, Xianxia closely examined the stone tablet, and only after verifying that there were no dangers regarding it did he finally heave a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he still prepared several defensive measures before finally reaching out to place his palm on the groove. Couldn't be helped. They hadn't gotten a grasp on the identity or personality of the master of the ancient domain yet, so it was still best to remain on guard. Wang! As soon as his palm came into contact with the groove, a brilliant flash of light burst into the air, and the seemingly omnipresent demonic tune abruptly came to a halt. Seeing this sight, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With the halting of the demonic tune, the other members would finally be free from the effects of the demonic tunes, and the depletion of their jinqi and stamina should have come to a stop, putting them out of harm's way. Jiaya! The stone tablet suddenly jolted once more, and as if some kind of unique mechanism or formation had come to life, a loud "hoo" sounded, following which a figure came into appearance. The figure was an elder with white hair and a beard. Despite being a mere fragmented soul, he emanated a sharp aura that exerted immense pressure upon one's psyche. Wariness immediately surfaced in Xianxia's eyes as he took a step back. Powerful, the elder was only a mere fragmented soul at the moment, on the verge of flickering out of existence after the passing of innumerable years. However, if the old elder were to make a move against him at this moment, there would still be nothing Xianxia could do about it. Even as a fragmented soul, the elder wielded absolute power that Xianxia could never hope to rival in his current state. There was no doubt that the elder had at least been a Saint 5 Dan expert back when he was still alive. Otherwise, there was no way the other party could have left him feeling so apprehensive. There's no need to tense up, you no harm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the master of this ancient domain. Seemingly noticing the wariness in Xianxia's eyes, the figure smiled. The elder spoke in an approving tone. Considering how you were able to see through my trap and find this location so quickly, your mental resilience and eye of discernment are far superior to others. There is no doubt that you are qualified to learn my secret art. He had set the time limit to be 3 days, but the other party had spent no more than an hour to overcome his traps and find this stone tablet. Such an accomplishment was beyond his expectations. With his hands behind his back, the elder said, "As a fragmented soul, I won't be able to remain here for long. So, hurry up and acknowledge me as your teacher." "Acknowledge you as my teacher?" Xianxia frowned. "Indeed. If you wish to obtain my heritage, you have to become part of my lineage. Otherwise, how can I impart my secret art to you?" The elder replied with a nod. Lineage was extremely important when it came to the impartation of techniques. It was improper to learn the secret arts of another without becoming the other party's student. Hearing those words, Xianxia couldn't help but hesitate. In his long journey, he had never acknowledged anyone as his teacher before. Even Kong Shi had ended up being rejected by him. Thus, he couldn't help but feel extremely reluctant to acknowledge a person from a shady background and whose name he didn't even know as his teacher. Noticing Xianxia's conflicted expression, the elder asked in astonishment, "What? Are you unwilling?" Back when he was alive, the line of people who were queuing up to become his student could easily have circled a city many times over, and yet, he was offering to take the other party as his student so as to pass on his secret art, and yet the other party was still hesitating. He couldn't help but find this situation unbelievable. After a moment of thought, Xianxia replied, "It is not that I am unwilling, but I already have a teacher of my own. Without his permission, it would be improper of me to take another man as my teacher." He had created the identity Xianxia to make things convenient for him, so naturally, he had no qualms about bringing it out in this situation either. Upon hearing Xianxia's worries, the elder chuckled softly. It is impossible for a person to acknowledge only a single person as their teacher throughout their entire life. Even Kong Shi acknowledged many teachers back then. This isn't something you need to worry about. Even though Kong Shi was the world's teacher, he had not been born almighty. It was through the accumulation of experiences and knowledge that he had eventually become the great man that he was. Naturally, it went without saying that he had taken many people as his teacher over the course of his journey as well, learning from their strengths to better himself. Since that was the case for him, it should have been even more so for others. There was really no need for others to hesitate over such a matter. "Elder, your words ring true. I was being too obsessed with appearances." Xianxia nodded. A moment later, with a light smile, he continued, "I am willing to acknowledge you as my teacher, but is it possible for you to demonstrate the secret art that you are intending to impart to me first?" "That's not a problem," the elder replied. It was normal for a student to want to see how powerful the teacher was before acknowledging the other party. After all, there was no one who would wish to acknowledge someone who was less skilled than them as their teacher. If he could win the other party's admiration, the other party would be more willing to acknowledge him as his teacher. While such a request could be seen as a challenge toward his authority, considering that many years had passed since then and he hadn't revealed his identity either, it wasn't too surprising that he'd asked such a thing of him. The elder placed his hands behind his back, and a strong air of confidence and indomitability burst forth from him. "The secret art that I am going to impart you is a movement technique known as the Unbounded Voyager. There is a total of 5 dawn to it, and if you cultivate it to consummation, you will be able to disregard the confines of space itself and travel to wherever you want to in the shortest time possible." Unbounded Voyager? Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He had never heard of this movement technique before, but just from the majestic name alone, he could tell that it was an extremely fearsome move. No wonder this spatial formation was known as the unbounded world. Most likely, on top of assessing a cultivator's mental resilience, it also served to examine their understanding of space and direction as well. Only those who possessed superior aptitude would be able to sense that something was amiss and find a solution to reach the stone tablet. And truthfully, if not for Xianxia's enhanced senses from cultivating the Heaven's Path techniques, it would have been difficult for him to notice that something was amiss. Indeed, barriers there may be between the heavens and earth, but the true voyager treads unbounded. If one wishes to learn the most advanced of movement techniques, they must abandon the boundaries they limit themselves by. Only when one's heart is unbounded can one travel unrestrained throughout the world, the figure said calmly. Xianxia nodded in agreement. This was similar to how true swordsmanship, at its very core, was devoid of any maneuvers. To be limited by one's maneuvers signified that one was still stuck at the elementary level of swordsmanship. True secret arts were techniques that had already surpassed the level of fixed maneuvers. Even though Xianxia had never seen the unbounded voyager before, he could tell just from those words alone that it was an extraordinary technique. Since you wish to see it, allow me to enlighten you. Noticing the young man's astonishment, the elder knew that he had already succeeded in winning the other party over, and a smile surfaced on his lips. Who? There was no apparent movement at all, but the elder simply vanished on the spot. In the next moment, he was already several kilometers away. How swift! Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been unable to follow the other party's movements with his eyes at all. It was already at a level comparable to teleportation. As powerful as the Heaven's Path movement art was, it appeared as slow as a snail in comparison to the unbounded voyager. Of course, it didn't mean that the Heaven's Path movement art was an inferior technique. Rather, it was solely due to the huge difference in the tiers of both techniques. The Heaven's Path movement art he was still cultivating at the moment was compiled based on the fundamental movement techniques that he had collected so far, and it hadn't even reached Saint tier. It was understandable that it was weaker than the unbounded voyager. Who? While Xianxia was in shock, the figure in the distance suddenly blurred, and in an instant it abruptly returned to where it had been before. It was as if the elder had never moved in the first place, and the figure in the distance had just been a product of his imagination. Are you willing to learn it? The elder asked with a chuckle. Back then, even Kong Shi had been filled with praise for this movement technique of his. He didn't believe that there was anyone who could reject it. Your movement technique is indeed incredible. But, halfway through his words, Xianxia suddenly paused, seemingly hesitating over something. But, the elder frowned. There are a few flaws with it that compromise its strength. Xianxia replied with a conflicted expression. Flaws? What arrogance! Someone of your strength is actually able to discern flaws in my movement technique. Not expecting the young man before him to be so arrogant, the elder waved his hand in displeasure. Paying no heed to the elder's rage, Xianxia began speaking. Firstly, when you were moving earlier, even though it happened so swiftly that it was hardly discernible, if I am not mistaken, you utilized Jinchi threads to facilitate the movement. The concept behind the technique is simple. It is to first thread one's Jinchi to the area where one intends to move to before dragging one's body over like a puppet. This allows one to move from area to area with inconceivable speed, such that it is almost at the level of teleportation, but it has a major flaw as well. If an enemy were to notice the secret behind the technique and sever the thread beforehand, it could lead to one traveling to an unexpected area instead. Should such a scenario occur in battle, it could end up leading one to expose a fatal weakness to one's enemy. Secondly, the technique is extremely demanding on one's Jinchi. While it does allow one to escape a fatal situation and flee to a safe location temporarily, the huge depletion of Jinchi resulting from it might deprive one of the ability to stand against one's enemy. Furthermore, if one's Jinchi were to run dry from the execution of the technique, it wouldn't take long for one's enemy to catch up. Thus placing one in an extremely dangerous position. As such, it is not a technique that one can frequently use in battle. Thirdly, moving at such speed is highly strenuous on one's body. You are able to do it easily because you are currently in the form of a soul, making you unaffected by the limitations of a body. On the other hand, a normal cultivator will require at least a body with the resilience comparable to a Saint tier artifact before they can exert the technique without incurring any injuries. How powerful must one be to obtain a physical body on par with Saint tier artifacts? Do you have a physical body cultivation technique that can raise one's physical body to Saint tier? If you don't have any, is there any meaning in learning this movement technique? The elder had not paid the other party much heed at the start, but after hearing those words, his expression changed. There were no mistakes in what the other party said at all. The first two flaws were still not much of an issue. It wasn't easy for the crux of the unbounded voyager to be found due to its sheer speed, and if it was utilized well in battle, it could be a powerful weapon to catching one's opponent off guard. However, the third problem was indeed an issue that had been plaguing him for much time. The reason he had been able to cultivate the movement technique was due to the unique bloodline that flowed through his body, granting him a body superior to the others. Even without cultivating his physical body, he could still easily execute the technique without suffering any damage. However, the same could not be said about others. The Unbounded Voyager was a powerful movement technique, but it was impossible to master without a powerful body to withstand its overwhelming prowess. If one were to attempt to cultivate it forcefully, one might end up incurring devastating damage to one's body instead, resulting in a steep decline in one's cultivation. However, this was a problem that only those who had started cultivating the Unbounded Voyager would understand. For the other party to be able to discern such a problem with just a glance, wasn't his eye of discernment a little too formidable? Was he really just a nascent saint? On the other hand, noticing the expression on the elder's face, Xianxia chuckled softly. Even without utilizing his library of Heaven's Path, he could still easily find numerous flaws in the other party's movement technique. In fact, back when he first cultivated the Heaven's Path movement art, he had met with the same problem as well. Due to the lacking resilience of his physical body, his body was nearly torn apart from the astounding speed he was traveling at. It was even more so for the Unbounded Voyager. Moving at the speed nearly comparable to teleportation, if one's physical body didn't meet the prerequisite, one would suffer devastating damage just by executing the technique. In the end, after everything the other party had said, the technique was only feasible when paired with exceptional Xianxia capacity and an incredibly resilient body, or else it would only end up hindering one. Of course, if one could meet the two prerequisites for the technique, the Unbounded Voyager could become a powerful trump card in battle, allowing one to become invincible within one's cultivation realm. As such, there was no way Xianxia was going to let such a valuable technique slip through his fingers. But for him to acknowledge another man as his teacher, impossible. How is it? Is there a mistake in what I have said? Smiling, Xianxia turned to the elder with a glint in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, the elder replied, "There is indeed nothing wrong with what you have said. That is also the reason I only impart this technique to those who possess superior aptitude. The fact that you could pass through the lava, as well as approach the seal outside and destroy it, shows that your physical body has already reached an incredible level. On top of that, your ability to find this stone tablet within the allocated time limit also shows that you possess a powerful soul and a vast capacity of Xianxia. Since that is the case, you have already met the prerequisites for the cultivation of the Unbounded Voyager. The issues that you have stated aren't problems for you. Be it the lava or the seal, they were trials that he had left behind to test those who entered the spatial formation. Since the other party had come this far, it meant that the other party had already met the basic requirements for the cultivation of the technique. As such, the flaws that the other party had mentioned weren't issues either. I do possess the required ability to cultivate the Unbounded Voyager. It's just that, I happen to wield the ability to improve the Unbounded Voyager and make it even stronger. Are you willing to listen? Xianxia asked with a smile. Improve the Unbounded Voyager? Impossible. The elder shook his head. His cultivation had reached an astounding level before his death. But even so, he had still been unable to find a way to advance the Unbounded Voyager. How could the mere nascent saint before him possibly possess the ability to do so? There's no need to rush into denying the matter. Why don't we do this instead? Allow me to take a peek at the Unbounded Voyager cultivation technique, and I will point out the flaws in it for you. You can make your choice after hearing my analysis and see whether there is a mistake in it or not, Xianxia said. I'm fine with that. In any case, I was intending to pass down the secret art to you anyway, so it's not a problem. However, I am only a fragmented soul, and the time I have is severely limited. It is probably going to be several hours before you are done reading, and I don't think that I can last until then, the elder said. The aim of leaving behind his ancient domain was to pass down his cultivation technique to the later generations, and the young man before him was a person who had passed his trial. Naturally, he would impart the Unbounded Voyager to the young man. However, The unbounded voyager was an incredibly profound technique that even the most talented of people would at least require several hours before they could finish reading the entire book, let alone find the flaws in it. As a fragmented soul, the time he had left was sorely lacking. Chances were that he would dissipate before the other party even finished browsing through the book, making it impossible for him to verify the authenticity of the other party's words. I don't need several hours. As long as you can allow me a look at the cultivation technique, I will be able to find the flaws in it for you within a minute. Xianxia smiled. A minute? The elder stared at the young man before him doubtfully. After a moment of hesitation, the elder flicked his wrist, and a series of words reminiscent of the Milky Way abruptly materialized in the sky. It was the manual for the unbounded voyager. Sweeping through it, Xianxia couldn't help but be astonished. Just as the other party had said, there were 5 dan to the technique, and each dan represented a realm. Even if he just cultivated the 1 dan to consummation, the speed that he could travel at would increase by leaps and bounds. That meant that he would be able to display a far greater fighting prowess than before as well. As astonished as Xianxia was, he didn't allow it to show on his face. Exhaling deeply, he turned to the elder and remarked with a light smile, "This unbounded voyager is indeed a formidable technique, but, if I am not mistaken, there should be 9 flaws in it, right?" You? Shocked by Xianxia's words, the elder began trembling uncontrollably. Back then, he had asked Kong Shi to evaluate this movement technique of his, and the latter did mention that there were 9 flaws with it as well. However, instead of correcting the technique for him, Kong Shi had only pointed them out to him and asked him to think of a way to resolve them himself. When he opened the ancient domain, his strength hadn't reached its peak yet, and he had yet to find a way to resolve the issues in the unbounded voyager. Thus, he could only leave the flawed movement technique behind. Who would have thought that the person he was intending to pass the movement technique down to would be able to come to the same conclusion just by taking a glimpse at the manual? Wasn't his eye of discernment way too terrifying? Firstly, in the cultivation of the 1 dan, when driving one's Xianxia through the Baiman acupoint, it will produce an effect of temporary blindness. With a bit of bad luck, it is possible that one might even lose one's sense of sight permanently. Am I right? You're right. After a moment of hesitation, the elder nodded. That was exactly what Kong Shi had said to him back then. Back when he had just started cultivating the unbounded voyager 1 dan, he had indeed encountered signs of losing his sense of sight. It was fortunate that Kong Shi had saved him then and resolved his trauma. Xianxia continued. The reason for the occurrence of such a situation is due to the Xianxia threads passing through the Mingmu acupoint. There are some problems with the circulation pathway of the technique, and as long as the correct pathway isn't found, such a situation will occur. The Library of Heaven's path couldn't correct the flaws by itself and provide him with a flawless unbounded voyager. Nevertheless, just by pointing out the flaws alone, he could still easily win the other party's trust. Without giving the other party any time to recover from his shock, Xianxia pushed on. The second flaw is also within the cultivation of the unbounded voyager 1 dan. During the cultivation process, it must be completed within a single breath. If one were to run out of Xianxia in the process and fail to push into the Xianxia acupoint, there is a good chance that one might become paralyzed for life. The crux to the incredible speed of the unbounded voyager lay in the opening of the Xianxia acupoint. However, the acupoint was located at the center of one's feet, and it was an extraordinarily difficult acupoint to open. It was highly demanding on the purity and quantity of Xianxia 1 harnessed. The slightest deviation that occurred in this stage could result in full body paralysis. Even though he had been spared from that unfortunate outcome back when he was cultivating it, a couple of students he had accepted later on weren't as lucky as him. Instead of mastering the technique, they had ended up losing their ability to walk instead. All along, he had thought that it was due to his student's weak body and lacking Xianxia. He had thought that, as long as he could find someone who possessed a bloodline as powerful as his, the problem could be averted entirely. However, at that moment, the young man was saying the very same words that Kong Shi had told him back then, and this left him thinking that the matter might not have been as simple as he thought it was. The third flaw is in the unbounded voyager 2 dan. While cultivating that realm, the driving of one's Xianxia through that point could lead to the breeding of inner demons. The fourth flaw lies in the 3 Dan. The fifth flaw. In a single breath, Xianxia spilled out the 9 flaws in the Unbounded Voyager in detail. These were all reflected in the Library of Heaven's Path, so he only had to read them out accordingly. And these are the 9 flaws that I have identified. Is there any mistake with my analysis? This. The elder trembled uncontrollably as he retracted the words in the sky before nodding. There is no mistake at all. Your analysis is correct. At that moment, there was no word that could possibly describe the immense shock he was feeling. The manual for the Unbounded Voyager consisted of over 10,000 words, and the meaning behind them was extremely profound as well. Even he would have needed several hours before he could fully make sense out of the entire manual. Yet, with a simple glance, the other party had been able to point out the flaws in it, and it was exactly the same as what Kong Shi had said back then. His eye of discernment was truly frightening. His talent was nowhere beneath that of Kong Shi's. Do you believe that I can improve the Unbounded Voyager for you now? Xianxia said. The elder was conflicted for a short moment before eventually nodding. I do. Judging from how the other party was able to point out the flaws in the Unbounded Voyager with just a glance, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to correct them and bring it a step closer to perfection. Good. Right, there is something that I want to ask you. Did a group of master teachers pass by this area 2 years ago? May I know if they are still living? Xianxia asked. There was indeed a group of master teachers who passed by this stone tablet 2 years ago. However, as they didn't find the way out of the unbounded world in the allocated time, I didn't impart my secret art to them, simply sending them away. However, they didn't listen to my advice and chose to continue onward. As this soul of mine is bound here, I am not too sure about how they fared in the later trials, the elder replied. Despite being a soul fragment of the ancient domain's master, he was effectively no different from a puppet that had been left behind to stand guard in the unbounded world. Anything beyond this trial was outside his scope of authority, so he had no way of peeking and learning about it. All right then. Hearing the explanation, Xianxia sighed deeply and nodded. He had thought that he could receive some vital news from the other party, but it seemed like he could only take one step at a time. Shaking his head, Xianxia was about to turn around and leave when the elder behind him suddenly spoke up. Since you know the way to perfecting the Unbounded Voyager, can you share it with me? This question had been plaguing him for the longest time, as he had been left behind in the unbounded world before these problems could be resolved. He had never had a chance to learn of the solutions to resolving the problems. While the time he had left was limited, if he could learn of the correct cultivation technique before his dissipation, his life wouldn't have been spent in vain. If this final regret of his could be resolved, he wouldn't mind even if he were to dissipate then and there. Halting in his footsteps, Xianxia turned around and asked, You wish to know how to resolve the flaws of the Unbounded Voyager? That's right. The elder nodded. If you can enlighten me, I will be extremely grateful to you. Since the other party had been able to see through the flaws in his cultivation technique with just a single look, he dared not pull his weight and say words about how he was going to impart the Unbounded Voyager to the other party anymore. Chuckling softly, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back, and an indomitable aura burst forth from him, as if a deity that had descended from the heavens. Acknowledge me as your teacher, and I will impart it to you. The elder staggered. For a moment there, he nearly dissipated on the spot. The reason he had left his fragmented soul behind was to accept new students so as to pass down his secret art to the later generations, not to acknowledge other people as his teacher. Yet, not only did he fail to score himself his student, the other party was even intending to take him on as a student. The immense frustration that he felt left him feeling like he was going to explode on the spot. But thinking back, he was the person who had said, If you wish to obtain my heritage, you have to join my lineage. Otherwise, how can I impart my secret art to you? Now that he wanted the other party to impart the perfected Unbounded Voyager to him, it went without saying that the same rules should apply as well. Why should the other party teach him otherwise? All right, I was being too superficial then. Shaking his head, the elder decided to ask no more. Turning his gaze to Xianxia, he said, "The true ancient domain lies beyond me, and you will face far greater danger than this. I wish you the best in your journey." After saying those words, the silhouette of the elder began to fade. Normally, the other party should have been able to maintain his existence for some time. However, after suffering the heavy blow from Xianxia, the other party found himself unable to hold on any longer. "Who?" The elder vanished from sight, and cracks swiftly crept across the stone tablet before him. "Kacha! Kacha!" In the blink of an eye, it had already collapsed into a pile of rubble on the ground. "You haven't told me what your name is." Not expecting the other party to vanish so abruptly, Xianxia was dazed. In truth, when he said that he could correct the flaws of the unbounded Voyager and improve it, it had been nothing more than a ploy to lure the other party into taking out the manual. The movement techniques that he had collected thus far were simply too weak. It was impossible to compile them with such an advanced technique. As such, even though Xianxia could easily point out the flaws regarding the unbounded Voyager, it was impossible for him to correct them. Seeing how earnestly the other party was seeking guidance from him, he had no choice but to use the other party's words against him. Who would have thought that the other party would vanish shortly after he finished saying those words? He had received the other party's unbounded Voyager manual, but in the end, he realized that he didn't even know the other party's name. Facing the shattered stone tablet before him, Xianxia bowed deeply. "Elder, thank you for your movement technique. I will surely bring it glory so as to not let you down." No matter what, the other party deserved an earnest bow from him. "This unbounded Voyager might be powerful, but I am still unable to cultivate it yet." After paying his respects to the elder, Xianxia turned his attention back to the movement technique that he had just obtained, and he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. His Jinqi and physical body did meet the required mark, allowing him to execute the technique without his Jinqi running dry or his physical body being strained beyond its limit. However, there was another issue that Xianxia was particularly concerned with. There were simply too many flaws with the technique. He really couldn't bring himself to practice such a flawed technique. Just the flaw in the first dan of the movement technique could potentially deprive him of his vision. He didn't wish to become blind from practicing this technique. It seemed like he would really have to find higher-tier movement technique manuals to compile together with the unbounded Voyager so as to perfect it when he got out. In any case, the Heaven's Path movement art was sufficient for the time being, so there was no need for him to take the risk. "Alright, I should return first. Since the sound of the breeze has stopped, they should have all recovered from their trance too. I should head back to find them now." Putting aside the unbounded Voyager for the time being, Xianxia turned around and returned in the direction he had come from. The other expedition members had been under the control of the demonic tune previously, but with the disappearance of the sound of the breeze, they should have recovered from their trance. Along the way, he took back the various formations he had set up on the way to point out the direction for him, and not too long later, he finally returned to where he had parted with Wuxia and the others. Taking a look at the surroundings, he couldn't help but frown grimly. There was not a person in sight, but the entire area was a mess. Innumerable depressions could be seen all around, and fresh blood was scattered here and there. It seemed as if a ferocious fight had just happened in the area. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. What happened? Wuxia and the others were Saint Fordan experts. What kind of danger could they have encountered that would result in such an intense battle, such that they wouldn't even have the time to leave a message or the sort for him? I have insight. Knowing that the expedition team might have met with danger, Xianxia dared not hesitate. He swiftly scanned his surroundings carefully, and before long, a faint trail appeared before his eyes. Follow it. Xianxia immediately tracked the trail with hastened footsteps. The otherworldly demons? Not too long later, he stumbled by yet another battlefield. This time, not only was there the blood of humans, there were also the carcasses of 2 slaughtered otherworldly demons. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in alarm. This is bad. It might have taken some time for others to analyze the carcasses to deduce the power level of the otherworldly demons before their deaths. But as one who possessed the Eye of Insight, Xianxia could do it with just a swift glance. He could tell that the two deceased otherworldly demons were Saint 3Dan experts. With such strength, the duo could be considered experts even among the Qingtian royalty. Who? With a thought, the Violet Leaf King appeared before Xianxia. Do you recognize these two fellows? Xianxia asked gravely. Based on previous experiences, it was apparent that the Qingtian royalty had set their eyes upon the ancient domain as well. Thus, it was safe to assume that any otherworldly demons that appeared were related to the Qingtian royalty. The Violet Leaf King examined the two carcasses in front of him for a brief moment before turning to Xianxia to report. Reporting to young master, I don't know those two. However, judging from their features, they are most likely the subordinates of the Stone Leaf King. Stone Leaf King? Xianxia frowned. That was the otherworldly demon king who was ranked fourth of the 5 upper kings. The Stone Leaf King is known for his superior physical body. When his cultivation technique is active, his entire body will gain toughness comparable to the strongest granite in the world, granting him foolproof defense. Considering how the skin of these two otherworldly demons is dry and rough, it appears that they have practiced a similar cultivation technique to that of the Stone Leaf King, so it is very likely that they are his subordinates, the Violet Leaf King analyzed. Xianxia nodded. Back when he examined the duo with the eye of insight, he did notice that their skin was a little cracked and grayish, reminiscent of a stone. He had thought that it might have been a result of the poor environment they had grown up in, resulting in the aged appearance of their skin. However, judging from the Violet Leaf King's words, it appeared that it was the result of the practicing of some kind of unique cultivation technique. After understanding what was going on, the Violet Leaf King remarked, "The Stone Leaf King is a Saint 4Dan pinnacle expert, and he boasts indomitable physical prowess. Even I dare not stand up against him as an enemy. I fear that it will be extremely dangerous for Wuxia and the others to face him." Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive at those words. Not daring to waste any time, he hurriedly followed the trail forward. Hong long long. Proceeding forward for a while longer, a rumble abruptly sounded from the front. Gazing ahead, Xianxia saw that the area in front of him was filled with dark, ominous clouds. Innumerable streaks of lightning flashed furiously across the area, and the deafening rumbling of thunder roared ceaselessly in the air. The spatial formation they were in had conditions that deeply resembled those of the external world. There were varying seasons and weather conditions, and naturally there was spring lightning one as well. Seeing that the trail led into the field of lightning, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. They are in there. The spring lightning before him was extremely fearsome. Just a brief moment of carelessness could easily result in one being struck to death. Under normal circumstances, he would surely have fled as far away as possible, not daring to get close at all. Yet, the expedition team had actually dared to step into such treacherous lands. It seemed like the danger they were facing was far greater than he had imagined. I really should have left the Golden Origin Cauldron with them, Xianxia thought in self-reproach. He thought that the only danger that the crowd would face in the unbounded formation was from the sound of the breeze, so he didn't bother leaving the Golden Origin Cauldron behind to protect them. Yet, who would have thought that they would end up encountering otherworldly demons? "Young master, the lightning is very dangerous. Are you really intending to enter?" The Violet Leaf King couldn't help but cower at the field of lightning. "You should enter the myriad anthive nest for the time being." Knowing that an additional member would just mean an additional target for the lightning to strike, Xianxia had the Violet Leaf King return to the myriad anthive nest. Just as he was about to step into the field of lightning, a thought surfaced in his mind, and he halted. He quickly searched for a discreet area where he could hide at and sat down cross-legged. After ensuring that there was no one in the vicinity, he drew his soul out from his glabella. If the expedition team was truly being pursued by the otherworldly demons, he had to get to them quickly to save them. If he attempted to enter with his physical body, there was a good chance that the lightning could be drawn to him, resulting in his advancement being slowed significantly. Thus, it would be much safer and faster to head in with his soul. His soul was intangible and possessed no attribute, so as long as he didn't intentionally show himself, the lightning wouldn't be able to notice him. Xianxia swiftly stowed his physical body into the myriad anthive nest as well before placing it into his storage ring. After which, holding onto the storage ring with his soul energy, he dived into the field of lightning. Tracing the trail on the ground with his eye of insight, he swiftly proceeded forward. The trail had mostly been erased by the force of the lightning, making it impossible for even a 7-star high-tier master teacher like Wuxia to trace it. It was only due to Xianxia's extraordinarily sharp eyes that he was still able to follow it. After flying for a while, Xianxia felt a disturbance in the spiritual energy ahead of him. The lightning streaks seemed to concentrate right ahead, and amid their thunderous roars, he could barely make out the din of combat. Rushing forward, Xianxia soon found an extremely ancient city at the very center of the lightning. Within the city, the lightning seemed to have weakened considerably. Two groups were currently clashing with one another intensely within the ancient city. Wuxia and the others were seated cross-legged on the ground, their faces pale from the injuries they had sustained. On the other hand, there were 8 ferocious-looking otherworldly demons surrounding them. Violet Leaf King, is the Stone Leaf King among the group there? For Wuxia and the others to be left in such a state, their opponent was definitely no pushover. Knowing that he couldn't act recklessly at such a moment, Xianxia hurriedly communicated with the Violet Leaf King in the myriad anthive nest in hopes of obtaining more intelligence regarding the enemy forces. After taking a look, the Violet Leaf King replied telepathically, "Young Master, the Stone Leaf King isn't among the group. The 8 otherworldly demons over there are likely his subordinates. Even so, they boast superior defense and are unafraid of death, making them fearsome adversaries." The Stone Leaf King isn't there? Hearing that the Stone Leaf King wasn't amid the group, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly slipped his soul back into the myriad anthive nest and returned back to his body before silently reappearing on the spot. He was the only reinforcement the expedition team had at the moment. If he wanted to save them, he would have to defeat all of the otherworldly demons in a single sweep. Otherwise, if the enemy were allowed time to regroup and encircle them once more, he could very well be placed in a very dangerous position. Xianxia summoned the Golden Origin Cauldron out and instructed it grimly, "Ding ding, you will be attacking with me in a moment. Young Master, rest assured, I will reduce that bunch to cinders," the Golden Origin Cauldron declared confidently. It had always loved fighting, but it was a pity that it didn't have many opportunities to do so. This was a rare chance for it to go all out, so how could it let such an opportunity slip through its fingers? "All right, move." Identifying the best possible timing to strike, Xianxia commanded the Golden Origin Cauldron before dashing forward. Executing the Heaven's Path movement art, he charged right up furiously and rammed forcefully into an otherworldly demon. His physical body was currently on par with Saint low-tier artifacts. The sheer force he harnessed in his ram was far greater than the might of any weapon that he could wield. Pong! The otherworldly demon that he struck was immediately killed on the spot. Just as Xianxia was about to turn around and launch an attack toward the next enemy, he suddenly heard cries of agony behind him. Oh! Turning around, he saw that the Golden Origin Cauldron, with its size enlarged to its maximum, had fallen down upon the remaining 7 otherworldly demons, crushing them into meat paste. Even in the moment before their deaths, the 7 otherworldly demons had dazed looks on their faces, not knowing what was happening at all. That is too savage. Stunned, Xianxia didn't even notice that his mouth was wide open. He had thought that it was already very formidable that he could ram an otherworldly demon to death with his body. But who could have known that Golden Origin Cauldron would top his feet? It was as if what he had done was nothing more than child's play. Several minutes earlier, seated on the floor, the pale-faced Wuxia said, "I never thought that I, Wu Ruffing, would end up dying under the encirclement of a bunch of Saint 3 Dan otherworldly demons." In this moment, his confident eyes were filled with nothing but despondence. Shortly after the demonic tune was finally dispelled, they encountered this bunch of otherworldly demons. Under the torture of the demonic tunes, their expedition team had been severely depleted of their jinqi and stamina, such that even walking was difficult for them. In their current state, There was no way they could withstand the ferocious assault of the otherworldly demons. They had been left with no choice but to try their best to flee while fending off the otherworldly demon. Through pushing himself to his limit, Wuxia had managed to slay 2 of the otherworldly demons. But in the end, he had ended up being severely wounded by a Saint 4 Dan otherworldly demon shortly after. Even though they had already prepared themselves to face death in the exploration of the ancient domain, they hadn't even met the shadows of Xianxia and the others yet. How could he die when he hadn't even managed to accomplish anything yet? More importantly, as a 7-star high-tier master teacher, he felt like it was a great humiliation to die at the hands of the otherworldly demons. If we really can't hold on any further, let's just explode our cultivation. I don't want to die and have my corpse tarnished in their hands. If his corpse were to be used by the otherworldly demons as a tribute for them to gain even more power, there was no way he would be able to rest in peace. Instead of being humiliated in such a manner, he would rather implode himself, and perhaps he might be able to bring some enemies down with him, bringing some value to his death. With gritted teeth, the rest of the crowd nodded in agreement. Very well. The ones present in the area came from various walks in life: master teachers, combat masters, and formation masters. However, they shared a common trait: they were all humans. Farewell, my friends and family. Farewell, the Master Teacher Pavilion. Farewell, mankind. I apologize for being unable to accomplish my mission. Sighing deeply, the crowd was just about to give up their struggles and explode their cultivation when they suddenly saw a figure heading toward them. Principal Zhang? Upon seeing the other party's appearance, everyone couldn't help but clench their fists tightly, and their faces reddened in agitation. They had thought that they were doomed, but who would have thought that Principal Chang would arrive at the very last moment? Without utilizing any techniques, Zhang Xian charged right into the fray. With just a single ram, he had already knocked an otherworldly demon into meat paste. The golden origin cauldron was even more formidable. It expanded until it was several dozen meters wide and plummeted down upon the otherworldly demons from the sky, smashing 7 of them in a single breath. The Saint Intermediate Tier Golden Origin Cauldron wielded fighting prowess on par with a Saint 4 Dan Pinnacle Cultivator, and the otherworldly demons surrounding them were merely at Saint 3 Dan. There was no way they could possibly withstand its strength. Don't kill them, Fur. Zhang Xian tried to stop the Golden Origin Cauldron, but before he could finish his words, he realized that the group of otherworldly demons were already all dead. Thus, the rest of the words ended up being choked in his mouth, unable to be spoken. He had been planning on keeping one of them alive for interrogation, but who could have known that the Golden Origin Cauldron would move so quickly? Barely after he had defeated his first one, the other party had already ended the remaining ones, not allowing him any time to stop it at all. Forget it. Zhang Xian shook his head before walking up to the expedition team. How are you all feeling? With his eye of discernment, he could tell that their injuries were rather significant. It would take quite a bit of effort to heal them. Thank you for saving our lives. After expressing their gratitude to Zhang Xian, the members of the expedition team hurriedly took out recovery pills from their storage rings and swallowed them. The injuries they had sustained were so severe that they could only afford to utter a word of thanks before rushing off to recuperate. On the other hand, Zhang Xian knew that they had their own recovery means, so he chose not to interfere too much either. Gazing at the crowd from his position, his frown couldn't help but gradually deepen with impatience. Wuxia was the first one to recover to a decent extent from his injuries, and he slowly opened his eyes. It was due to them being assaulted by the otherworldly demons while they were in a deeply weakened state that they had fallen so easily. Had the expedition team been at its full strength, they would have been able to deal with the enemy easily even if there were 2 Saint 4 Dan experts on the other side. What happened? Zhang Xian asked. It's like this. Not too long after Principal Zhang left, we were encircled by the otherworldly demon. Wuxia began going through the situation back then in detail. After learning of the ins and outs of the situation, Zhang Xian realized that the otherworldly demons who had left the expedition team fleeing frantically weren't as scary as he had imagined, and he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask, "Where is Luo Shi? Why isn't she with you?" Xianxia had been looking out for her ever since he arrived. But it was apparent that Luo Ruoxin wasn't among the expedition team. That was also the reason he was feeling deeply worried. As soon as the demonic tune vanished, Luo Shi seemed to have noticed something, so she left the expedition team to take a look. As for exactly where she went, we aren't too sure either, Wuxia replied. Luo Ruoxin had left right after the demonic tune vanished, and just barely 2 minutes after her disappearance. The otherworldly demons had suddenly come to attack. If she had been around, perhaps the expedition team wouldn't have faced such a crushing defeat. You aren't too sure either? Xianxia frowned. She couldn't have encountered otherworldly demons in the midst of her journey either. Could she? Even the entire expedition team had nearly been wiped out from facing them. So how could she possibly withstand their prowess alone? Wait a moment. You said that a Saint Fordan otherworldly demon attacked you earlier. Where is that fellow now? Earlier, Wuxia had mentioned that there was a powerful otherworldly demon that had severely wounded him earlier. Otherwise, with the powerful Wuxia holding the fort, they wouldn't have lost so tragically. If Xianxia's guess wasn't off, that Saint Fordan otherworldly demon should have been the Stoneleaf King. But why wasn't he here at the moment? Could it be that he had found the whereabouts of Luo Ruoxin and gone off to pursue her? This time it was guild leader Han who replied. Shortly after entering this ancient city, he gave his subordinates some instructions and left the area hurriedly. It seemed like he was going to find some kind of treasure hidden within the field of lightning urgently. After a moment of recuperation, guild leader Han had recovered a fair bit as well. While the wounds he was carrying at the moment were still rather severe, he was out of danger for the time being. He left to find some kind of treasure? Anything is fine as long as he's not going after Luo Ruoxin. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia turned to the golden origin cauldron and instructed, Ding ding. Stay here to protect the others. I am going to look for Luo Shi first. No matter what the Stoneleaf King was up to, Xianxia's priorities were clear. There was nothing more important than Luo Ruoxin's safety to him. After leaving the expedition team, Xianxia swiftly left the field of lightning in his soul form and searched around the area. Not too long later, he managed to find a trail. Following the trail, he eventually found a young lady standing before a shattered stone tablet with a contemplative frown etched on her forehead. Xianxia hurried forward to ask, Are you fine? Upon seeing him, Luo Ruoxin chuckled and replied, I am fine. What's wrong? Did something happen? Wuxia and the others met with some trouble. Xianxia quickly filled Luo Ruoxin in on the happenings in her absence. They came under the attack of the otherworldly demons? Luo Ruoxin harumphed coldly. Those scoundrels! They must have followed us in. As the seal outside had been broken, the door could no longer keep anyone out. The otherworldly demons had probably gotten into the ancient domain by following them discreetly. Xianxia nodded as well. Luo Ruoxin pointed at the rubble in front of her and asked, Are you the one who destroyed the stone tablet? This? Xianxia was slightly embarrassed. While he hadn't destroyed the stone tablet with his own hands, its destruction could be attributed very directly to him. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that he was the culprit even. There is something weird with the stone tablet. Did you realize that it is made of the same material as the inscribed cliff face on the Saint Ascension platform? Furthermore, this spatial formation deeply resembles the folded space that Kong Shi left his scroll in back then. Luo Ruoxin said contemplatively. This? Xianxia was stunned. Now that the other party mentioned it, he realized that there was indeed a deep resemblance between the two. Similar materials being used could be attributed to the close proximity between the Saint Ascension platform to this ancient domain. The cliff face was indeed a material that boasted a greater longevity compared to the others, so it wasn't too surprising for the master of the ancient domain to select it. But the resemblance between both spaces was too much to pass off as a mere coincidence. Could this ancient domain really be related to Kong Shi? Xianxia thought. There were quite a few people who had deduced that there might be a connection between the two since they were rather close with one another, but due to the silent restraint on the discussion of Kong Shi's affairs, they dared not talk too much about it. No, that's not it. I was the one who activated the stone tablet. And the elder who appeared wasn't Kong Shi, Xianxia said. The elder who appeared earlier had claimed that he was the master of the ancient domain. But his appearance and gestures were completely different to Kong Shi's. Hearing that it was Xianxia who had activated the stone tablet, Luo Ruoxin hurriedly turned her gaze over. What was that elder's name? His name? He didn't tell me. However, he did impart a movement technique to me that goes by the name of Unbounded Voyager. Xianxia replied. Unbounded Voyager? Could it be? Luo Ruoxin's eyes lit up as a thought came to her mind. Noting Luo Ruoxin's reaction, Xianxia asked, You have heard of that movement technique before? If the movement technique you have been given is truly Unbounded Voyager, then the person you met was most likely ancient sage Qiu Wu, Luo Ruoxin replied. Ancient sage Qiu Wu? Xianxia frowned. I think I have heard of that name before. Wait, he is the expert who created the seal in the subterranean gallery beneath the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Back then, to repair the seal, Xianxia had compiled a book on the seal, and from it, he had learned that it had been created by an expert who went by the name of Qiu Wu. Could it be that the elder who intended to accept him as his student was a fragmented soul of that expert? Xianxia couldn't help but shudder at the notion, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. An expert that was able of creating a seal that even 9-star master teachers were incapable of breaking open, and he actually tried to take the other party in as his student. How could he have been so brazen? It was fortunate that the elder hadn't gotten angry over the matter, or else, even as a fragmented soul, the other party would still have been more than capable of destroying him. Ancient sage Qiu Wu possesses a deep understanding regarding the laws of space. Most of the seals to the otherworldly battlefields were set up by him. Luo Ruoxin nodded. While ancient sage Qiu Wu wasn't Kong Shi's student, he was one of Kong Shi's staunch followers. Possessing an unfathomable cultivation, he stood beside Kong Shi no matter where the latter went. On the surface, it might have seemed as if their relationship was that between a master and a servant, but in truth, they were close like brothers. Even the 72 sages who inherited Kong Shi's heritage had to respectfully address him as Senior Uncle Qiu Wu 1. Senior Uncle Qiu Wu? Indeed, Qiu Wu has devoted his life to following Kong Shi, and back then, in order to fend off the offense of the otherworldly demons, he used his own body as the catalyst for a seal so as to stop the enemy in their tracks, thus buying precious time for the human race. Among the respected predecessors of the Master Teacher Pavilion, his contribution is definitely ranked within the top 5. Admiration and respect couldn't help but surface in Luo Ruoxin's eyes as she spoke of Qiu Wu. That is the reason many of the later generations respected him deeply. Putting everything aside, just Pavilion Master Go of the Qingyuan conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion is one of his most fervent fans. Xianxia, what's wrong? At this point, Luo Ruoxin turned her gaze over and noticed that, at some point in time, Xianxia had collapsed weakly to the ground with a look of despair on his face. It was as if someone had slapped him hard on his face, and he looked so vexed that he was about to cry. It's fine. Xianxia struggled to his feet, but his entire body still felt limp and weak. He had actually tried to make an expert like ancient sage Qiu Wu acknowledge him as his teacher. It was fortunate that no one else knew, or else Wu Shi and the others might just have pummeled him to death. Just a moment ago, I sensed a powerful fragmented soul that harnessed an ancient aura in the area. So I hurriedly left the expedition team to rush over. However, it abruptly vanished before I could reach here. Turns out that it was ancient sage Qiu Wu. Have you mastered his Unbounded Voyager yet? Luo Ruoxin asked. I haven't learned it yet. Xianxia shook his head. You haven't learned it? Well, I have read some records regarding the Unbounded Voyager, and it appears that the movement technique is highly demanding on one's physical body and jinqi. It is not something that can be mastered easily, so there's no need for you to rush into it. Noting the crestfallen look on Xianxia's face, Luo Ruoxin thought that he was feeling down because he hadn't managed to master it, so she attempted to console him. Knowing that there was no way he could explain the matter either, Xianxia nodded with a bitter smile. Luo Ruoxin continued. The unbounded voyager can definitely be ranked within the top 3 movement techniques on the master-teacher continent, so you must take caution when using it publicly. Otherwise, if others were to notice it, you might end up bringing trouble upon yourself. While master-teachers were bound by rules, sometimes, in face of an unparalleled treasure, greed could become a sufficiently powerful force for them to cast aside their morals. Using the current Xianxia as an example, it was not that there wasn't anyone who was tempted to obtain his cultivation technique and battle techniques, considering the incredible fighting prowess he wielded. The only reason no one had done so thus far was due to their fear of Xianxia and the master-teacher pavilion. Had it not been for Xianxia's occasional appearances reminding everyone that he had the backing of a fearsomely powerful teacher, he could have already been taken down long ago and forced to spill all of the secrets he had. Such was the case for the unbounded voyager, too. Not only was it powerful, it was also a part of the legendary ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage. Once news that Xianxia was in possession of it spread, perhaps master teachers might still hold themselves back, in consideration of their standing, but the same couldn't be said about the other unaffiliated cultivators or those from other occupations. It was for this very reason that Xianxia had been so fixated on the idea of maintaining a low profile. As the old adage goes, better safe than sorry. Thank you for your reminder. I will take note of it. Xianxia nodded. Since ancient sage Qiu Wu has appeared once, it is very likely that we will have many more opportunities to meet him later on. For the time being, let's hurry back to where Wuxia and the others are. If the Stoneleaf King you spoke of goes back to them, they will be in grave danger, Luo Ruoxin said. Yes, you're right. We will still have plenty of chances to meet him in the future. All right, let's go. Xianxia was still feeling deeply guilty over the words that he had spoken. Upon hearing that ancient sage Qiu Wu would very likely appear again in the future, he heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, the elder whose dissipation he had induced was just a fragmented soul. They were bound to meet more as they travel through the ancient domain. At the very most, he would just have to apologize to him later on. The urgent matter at hand wasn't for him to be conflicted over such trivialities but to advance deeper into the ancient domain, find the old principle, and foil the plans of the otherworldly demons. He would only be truly letting down ancient sage Qiu Wu if he allowed the otherworldly demons' ploys in the ancient domain to succeed. Without any hesitation, the duo began heading toward the field of lightning. Hong Long Long. Before they could even come close to the field of lightning, they could already hear the domineering thunder roaring in the distance, as if some kind of powerful force was trying to rip the world into two. Soon, arriving before the field of lightning, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. The field of lightning had been plenty frightening when he first arrived as well, but the sight before him at that moment was a true catastrophe. To make a comparison, the field of lightning had intensified from a drizzle into a heavy downpour. Countless streaks of lightning assaulted the land relentlessly with frightening concentration, turning the ground pitch black. It was as if someone had carried out an entire stretch of hell and shifted it here, leaving others to keep a distance away from it fearfully. What happened? Why did the lightning suddenly run amok? Xianxia was deeply anxious and worried. Wuxia and the others hadn't recovered from their injuries yet. In face of such a powerful lightning storm, they could very well be in danger. Just what could have happened for the relatively calmer field of lightning to abruptly go berserk? How do we enter? Xianxia frowned in vexation. When the lightning had been sparser, he had still been able to evade them easily using his soul. But with the lightning becoming so frighteningly concentrated, drowning the entire area, no matter how fast his reaction speed was, there was no way he could avoid every single one of the lightning. He would be reduced to cinders before he could even get in. The lightning is far too concentrated. It won't be feasible for us to charge in forcefully. Luo Ruoxin's eyebrows were also knitted together. She was also unable to think of a workable solution to get into the field of lightning at the moment. Xianxia pondered for a moment before turning to Luo Ruoxin and saying, "You should enter the myriad anthive nest for the moment. I will try to think of a way to get through the field of lightning." She had been with him when the myriad anthive queen consumed the folded space at the Saint Ascension platform. so it was no secret to her. After slight hesitation, Luo Ruoxin nodded. All right then, you have to be careful. After having Luo Ruoxin enter the myriad anthive nest, Xianxia attempted the same ploy he had utilized before. He drew his soul out from his body and charged in. Before such violent lightning, it wouldn't take long for even his saint low-tier physical body to be reduced to a lump of meat. It would be far safer for him to enter in his soul form. Due to the intangible nature of souls, it could ward off most of the energy from the lightning, thus minimizing the danger that one would face from it. Hong Long. As soon as Zhang Xian entered, several bolts of lightning immediately fell from the sky and struck his soul squarely. In an instant, his soul stiffened entirely, and a piercing pain threatened to tear him apart. Youch! Zhang Xian gritted his teeth forcefully to endure the excruciating pain his soul was put under. It was fortunate that he cultivated the Heaven's Path soul art, so his soul was devoid of the Yin attribute. Otherwise, considering the vulnerability of the Yin attribute to lightning, his soul might have just dissipated then and there. Nevertheless, as if he had been sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts he felt like innumerable steel needles were piercing into his soul. The sheer pain he was put under pushed his mind to its very limit, and he felt as if he could faint on the spot. At this rate, I think that I will die of pain before I can persevere up to where Wuxia and the others are, Zhang Xian thought grimly. He had strong mental resilience, granting him great tolerance to pain. Nevertheless, the excruciating pain from the lightning striking down on him relentlessly still left him feeling as if he would faint at any moment. He was still a distance away from the ancient city where Wuxia and the others were. He really couldn't imagine himself moving his soul over under such circumstances. I don't have a choice at the moment. I will have to deal with the pain no matter how unbearable it is. If I am already in such a state despite my soul form, Wuxia and the others must be in an even worse position than I am. Zhang Xian clenched his jaws tightly. Wuxia and the others were currently located at the very heart of the field of lightning, and there was no doubt that they were in grave danger at the moment. He had to save them as quickly as possible. Thus, fueled by determination, he continued trudging forward. Palipala. Despite the intangible nature of souls, the lightning that fell from the sky was simply too concentrated, making it impossible for him to avoid it altogether. He had advanced less than 100 meters into the field of lightning thus far, but his soul had already been struck at least 500 times by the lightning. Gradually, Zhang Xian found his mind withering away under the immense pain. Knowing that it was impossible for him to force a path ahead, he was just about to give up and leave for the time being to decide on another course of action when he suddenly noticed something, and his eyes widened in astonishment. To this, overwhelming agitation struck Zhang Xian abruptly, causing even his soul to distort from the sheer intensity of his emotions. The innate fetal poison actually fears the power of lightning. It is being forced to congregate at one location. Zhang Xian thought in shock as he looked inwardly at the current state of his soul. That incomparably haughty innate fetal poison, which had wreaked havoc in his soul previously, was currently gathered together, seemingly apprehensive of the power of lightning that had gathered around his soul. It was shaking fearfully by the corner, not daring to move in the least. The amalgamation of his soul essence with Wei Ruyan's had granted his soul properties reminiscent of the poison soul constitution, and that had helped him to suppress the innate fetal poison considerably, forcing the latter to lie low for the time being. However, he knew that this was only a temporary measure. Given sufficient time, the innate fetal poison would still find an opportunity to strike back. But at this moment, the innate fetal poison was so frightened by the power of lightning that it had withdrawn entirely from the other portions of his soul, congregating together in just one location. If that was the case, was it possible for him to use the power of lightning to destroy the innate fetal poison once and for all? If he were to succeed, he could permanently rid himself of the ticking time bomb within him, and long gone would be the days where he lived fearfully for his life. Since you are frightened of lightning, let me absorb some more and give you a good treat. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xian forcefully suppressed the vertigo he was experiencing to calm his mind. After which, he began to actively absorb the lightning that he had been trying so hard to ward off a moment ago. Since I am able to absorb even the heat of the lava, the same should apply for lightning as well. If the heat contained within the lava could be used to refine his soul, perhaps lightning could have the same effects as well. Gathering his concentration, he opened up all of the acupoints throughout his body and began driving the Heaven's Path soul art. Even though he still didn't possess the half-saint Heaven's Path soul art yet, the transcendent mortal 9-dan Heaven's Path soul art was still sufficient for him to utilize the surrounding lightning to refine his soul, making it even more condensed and heavier. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Drawn in by Xianxia, the power of lightning gathered around his soul in the form of innumerable little lightning snakes. It had only been a stabbing pain before, but at that moment, he felt as if someone had plunged his soul into a wok of boiling oil. There was not a single portion of his soul that wasn't hurting. Feeling as if a devastating force was ripping through his body, Xianxia let loose a deafening bellow. If it had been anyone else, they would have long succumbed. However, as a practitioner of the Heaven's Path cultivation techniques, his physical body and soul carried the inviolable disposition of the heavens, granting him superior resilience to the forces of nature. On top of that, his transcendental state of mind also helped his mind to remain composed and rational before the immense pain, thus allowing him to forcefully retain his consciousness. Jai, driving the little lightning snakes through the meridians of his soul via the Heaven's Path soul art, Xianxia soon realized, to his delight, that despite the unbearable pain he was suffering, the innate fetal poison had been forced to congregate closer and closer together, seemingly being backed into a corner, and the size of his soul was also compressed further as well. With just a single circulation of the little lightning snakes, the height of his soul had been reduced from 8 meters to 7.9 meters. Not only so, after absorbing the power of lightning, he realized that his resistance to lightning had also been boosted significantly. The penetrating pain he felt seemed to feel a little less unbearable compared to before. Xianxia knew that, if he couldn't withstand the lightning, it was very likely that he would pass out first before he could save Wuxia and the others. Thus, he decided to cultivate his soul first. The raging lightning continuously seeped into his soul, condensing his soul further and further. It was still unbearable at the start, but as his soul absorbed the power of lightning and grew stronger, the excruciating pain caused by the lightning also began to dull. After some time, with a furious roar, his soul advanced from half-saint to nascent saint, and its height also reduced from 8 meters to 7 meters. Alright, I should head over to save Wuxia now. Xianxia knew that the lightning from the surroundings couldn't knock him out anymore, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly got to his feet and flew into the distance. He could still cultivate his soul further by tapping into the power of lightning, but the urgent matter at hand was to save Wuxia and the others. If he were to waste any more time, they could very well have lost their lives before he even arrived. Fazed by the immense power of the lightning no longer, Xianxia was able to travel extremely swiftly. Within just a few dozen breaths, he arrived at the area where he had met Wuxia and the others before. After a look at the area, he couldn't help but frown. The entire area had been devastated by some kind of powerful force, and Wuxia and the others, who had still been recuperating a moment ago, had vanished from sight. Xianxia's complexion darkened. Could it be that the Stone Leaf King has returned for them? Under normal circumstances, considering how concentrated the lightning was, it was impossible for Wuxia and the others to flee from the field of lightning. Yet, at this moment they had vanished from sight. That could only mean one thing: the Stone Leaf King had returned, and he had assaulted the expedition team. However, that thought only remained in Xianxia's mind for a moment before being rejected. Wait a moment. Ding Ding might be unreliable at times, but its fighting prowess is not one to be underestimated. As long as the opponent hasn't reached Saint 5-dan leaving Aperture Realm, it shouldn't be possible for the other party to defeat it. They should be fine under its protection. Furthermore, I haven't been gone for too long. Even if Ding Ding is no match for the enemy, it should still be able to hold on for some time. Furthermore, considering the ridiculous concentration of the lightning falling around the area, No matter how formidable the Stone Leaf King may be, there's no way that he will able to withstand it. It would be difficult for him to even protect himself at the moment, so how could he have the chance to harm Wuxia and the others? The Golden Origin Cauldron was a Saint Intermediate tier artifact. Even though it was only capable of ramming itself into others without anyone controlling it, thus severely limiting its fighting prowess, it should have been more than capable of keeping the Stone Leaf King away from the others. Not to mention, it would have been difficult for even the Stone Leaf King to survive the violent assault of lightning, let alone kill others. Guessing that the Stone Leaf King hadn't returned yet, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief before turning his gaze back to the rubble. Since Wuxia and the others hadn't come under the assault of the otherworldly demons, the chances would be that they were currently hiding. Taking a closer look, Xianxia soon realized that something was amiss, and he chuckled softly. Beneath the rubble of the ancient city, the dirt on the ground was fresh. If his deduction was not off, it was likely that Wuxia and the others were hidden underground. Due to the unique constitution of humans, they would likely have drawn lightning to them had they stood above ground. As such, it was much safer for them to hide underground. That was indeed a good move on their part. Taking his body out from his storage ring, Xianxia returned his soul to his body, and with a blast of jinqi, he knocked away the surrounding rubble and began burrowing into the ground. As expected, shortly after he burrowed into the ground, the intensity of the lightning strikes weakened considerably. At a depth of around 8 meters underground, he saw the top of massive cauldron beneath him. The Golden Origin Cauldron had expanded to its maximum size of around 30 meters wide. There was no one outside the cauldron, which meant that everyone was likely hiding within it. "You are injured?" Xianxia was just about to pry open the cauldron lid to see how the others were doing when he realized that the aura of the Golden Origin Cauldron was extremely weak. It seemed to have sustained severe injuries. "Young master, you are here?" Upon seeing Xianxia, the Golden Origin Cauldron responded with a relieved but feeble voice. "They are all fine." "What happened?" Xianxia frowned. "The lightning was too strong. The others weren't able to withstand it at all. I tried to save them, so I expanded my body to its maximum size to take the attacks in their stead. I feel very tired. I want to rest now," the Golden Origin Cauldron said weakly. Seeing the Golden Origin Cauldron in such a state, Xianxia couldn't help but clench his fists tightly together. To expand to over 30 meters wide in the face of such concentrated lightning, it was no wonder the Golden Origin Cauldron had ended up in such a state. As a Saint Intermediate tier artifact, the lightning wouldn't deal too much damage to its body. However, the same could not be said about its spirit. From the very start, souls and spirits were exceptionally weak against lightning. While the Golden Origin Cauldron had managed to save the expedition team, its spirit had ended up being severely wounded by the relentless lightning strikes. As such, its consciousness was starting to fade. "I will impart a cultivation technique to you right now, so try to cultivate it. You mustn't fall asleep at this point." Knowing that the Golden Origin Cauldron spirit could very well die were it to fall asleep at this moment, Xianxia panicked. He hurriedly flicked his wrist and passed a cultivation technique manual over. It was a method to temper one's soul. While he was unsure whether it was effective against spirits or not, he didn't have any better alternatives at that moment. While the Golden Origin Cauldron was rather rowdy and unreliable at times, there was no doubt about its loyalty. Not to mention, it had only landed itself in its current state due to his order to protect the others. He couldn't allow anything to happen to it. "All right, I will cultivate it when I have time. Young master, I might fear death, but I am not coward." The Golden Origin Cauldron's voice slowly trailed off, and eventually, it fell completely silent. "Ding ding!" Xianxia shouted in alarm, but the other party had already fallen asleep. From the very start, the Golden Origin Cauldron had already been at its limit. It had been forcing itself to hold on until Xianxia arrived. "You aren't a coward. You are a hero," Xianxia muttered softly to the Golden Origin Cauldron as he gritted his teeth tightly together. "Don't worry, I will save you." The Golden Origin Cauldron might only have been an artifact, a very cowardly one at that. But in the crucial moment, It had still leaped in without any hesitation, choosing to sacrifice itself to protect the others. Xianxia had already promised to raise its cultivation to Saint 5 Dan, leaving Aperture Realm. He couldn't just allow the Golden Origin Cauldron to remain in a coma like that. No matter what, he had to save it and fulfill its wish. Staring at the Golden Origin Cauldron for a moment longer, Xianxia sighed deeply, his voice tinged with helplessness, before he pried open the lid and entered it. "Principal Zhang, you are back." Upon seeing Xianxia, Wuxia and the others hurriedly got to their feet and greeted him. Under the protection of the Golden Origin Cauldron, they had been spared from the frenzied rampage of the lightning. On top of that, after recuperating from their injuries for some time, they had recovered considerably. What happened? Why did the lightning suddenly run amok? Xianxia asked. He had gone off to find Luo Ruoxin, so he wasn't too sure about the situation within the field of lightning. On the other hand, the expedition team had been at the center of the field of lightning when it all happened, so they would have a clearer understanding of the matter. It should be related to the Stoneleaf King that you spoke of. Perhaps, in the midst of searching for his treasure, he might have accidentally come into contact with something that resulted in the abrupt intensification of the lightning, Wuxia deduced. They had been discussing the matter a while ago, and this was the explanation that they found the most viable. Otherwise, a field of lightning of such size couldn't possibly change all of a sudden, sending so many streaks of lightning down from above. That might very well be the case. Xianxia nodded. Indeed, previously, the Saint 4 Dan Stoneleaf King had said that he was leaving to find some kind of artifact, but in the end, not too long after he had left, such a situation had occurred. There was bound to be a connection between the two matters. In which direction did the Stoneleaf King leave? Xianxia asked with narrowed eyes. Had it not been for that fellow, the Golden Origin Cauldron wouldn't have fallen unconscious. No matter what, he had to exact vengeance. Besides, regardless of what the artifact that the other party was seeking, it could only spell a calamity for them. Even at the cost of his life, he had to stop the other party. Wuxia pointed and said, he headed into the depths of the ancient city. They were currently at the outskirts of the ancient city, and they had seen the Stoneleaf King heading toward the very center of the ancient city back then. I will head over there to take a look. You should all continue recuperating here for the moment, Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. Feng Sun stood up and said, Principal Zhang, I will follow you. The Stoneleaf King is extremely strong. You won't be able to deal with him yourself. Also, I have a unique method that allows me to track down otherworldly demons. He had only been unable to fight due to his zhenqi and stamina being sapped dry by the earlier demonic tune. During the battle with the otherworldly demons, Wuxia and guild leader Han had fought hard to protect the other expedition members, so he had not suffered severe injuries. Thus, after a moment of recuperation, he was already back to his peak state and ready to fight once more. All right. Seeing that Feng Sun was in a good state, Xianxia nodded. Combat masters should charge bravely ahead without allowing their fear of death to get in their way. To ask them to cower in the face of an enemy was no different from challenging their faith. Furthermore, even though Feng Sun had been badly pummeled in the battle against him, that was only due to the latter suppressing his cultivation. If the latter used the entirety of his Saint 3 Dan pinnacle cultivation, there was a good chance that he could be a match for even the Stoneleaf King. The ability of the combat masters to rival opponents stronger than them wasn't for show. Not to mention, Feng Sun also possessed certain means to track down otherworldly demons. While the Eye of Insight was also capable of tracking down the trail of otherworldly demons, the problem with that was that most of the traces of the trail had dissipated under the frenzied lightning strikes. Instead of struggling to find a nearly invisible trail, he might as well bring Feng Sun along instead. This would also be a good opportunity for him to see what means the combat masters possessed. A few other combat masters and master teachers also expressed their interest to tag along as well, but Xianxia turned all of them down. Firstly, those combat masters and master teachers hadn't fully recovered yet, so they were unlikely to be much of a match for the Stoneleaf King in their current state. Secondly, they had to protect some of the weaker and more severely injured expedition members as well. Otherwise, if the Stoneleaf King were to find their hiding spot before the exploring party found him, the others would be powerless to stand against him. To be safe, it was better to have Wuxia and guild leader Han remain with the rest of the expedition team. Knowing the concerns that Xianxia had, the others eventually relented. They hurriedly turned their attention back to recuperating from their injuries and depletion so that they could return to their peak state as soon as possible. On the other hand, Xianxia burrowed through the soil with Feng Sun and returned to the surface. The rampage of the lightning had alleviated considerably in the time that he had spent underground. Even without resorting to his means as a soul oracle, he would still be able to avoid the lightning easily and travel through the field of lightning safely. Heaving a sigh of relief, he began heading toward the center of the ancient city. Proceeding in, the lightning seemed to grow sparser and sparser. It was as if the ancient city harnessed some kind of unique power that prevented the lightning storm from wreaking havoc within. However, while the lightning had decreased, the Stoneleaf King had used some kind of means to conceal his trail entirely. Even while using the Eye of Insight, Xianxia found himself losing sight of the other party's trail. "Let me take a look." Coming to a halt, Feng Sun flicked his wrist, and a unique artifact reminiscent of a compass appeared in his hand. He bit his finger and dripped a droplet of blood on the compass. Wang! The artifact whirred into action, and the needle on the compass pointed toward a certain direction. "That way," Feng Sun said. "What is this artifact?" "It is able to discern the route that the otherworldly demons have passed through." Xianxia asked in curiosity. This was his first time seeing that artifact. "This is the undefiled mirror. It is particularly sensitive to fresh blood and killing intent. Due to the Xianxia of slaughter that the otherworldly demons cultivate, killing intent is bound to linger in areas where they have passed by. This undefiled mirror serves to find the trail of killing intent, thus leading one to the otherworldly demon himself. Of course, the killing intent left behind by the otherworldly demons will eventually fade with time, so the effectiveness of the artifact will be very poor beyond the 4-hour mark." Feng Sun replied. "Undefiled mirror?" Xianxia nodded. The main purpose behind the existence of the combat masters was to stand against the otherworldly demons. It seemed like the undefiled mirror was specially crafted to track down fleeing otherworldly demons. The duo hurried in the direction pointed out by the undefiled mirror. Every once in a while, Feng Sun would take out the undefiled mirror to ascertain their current location once more. After repeating the process several times, the duo soon found themselves standing before an old and tattered residence that stood at the very heart of the ancient city. "Be careful." Knowing that the Stoneleaf King was very likely to be within the residence, the duo glanced at one another before flying into the residence discreetly. The courtyard of the residence had been completely destroyed. A towering otherworldly demon was currently seated at the centermost seat. Xianxia gushed frenziedly out of his raised hands, seemingly attempting to defend himself against some kind of power. In front of him, there was a relatively large lake, and a deep blue sphere, which was around the size of a fist, revolved continuously. The Xianxia exerted by the otherworldly demon was directed right at the sphere, seemingly attempting to suppress the power within it. Hong Long, as powerful as the otherworldly demon was, the orb wasn't any weaker either. It revolved abruptly, seemingly trying to struggle free of the other party's control. In the next moment, a deep blue flash of light surged into the heavens, and an explosion reverberated shortly after as countless streaks of lightning raged in the surroundings. It was as if the lightning all around them was controlled by the orb. The orb is controlling the lightning in the surroundings? Could it be the lightning elemental orb? Feng Sun narrowed his eyes at the sight, and he anxiously sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Lightning elemental orb? Hearing that name, Xianxia frowned deeply. Having read all of the books in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, he was rather well-versed with the names of various famous artifacts. However, he had never heard of the lightning elemental orb before. It is a lightning attribute artifact. Just like how spirit stones harness spiritual energy, the lightning elemental orb harnesses an immense amount of lightning energy. Once released, it could easily cause devastating damage, making it an extremely fearsome artifact, Feng Sun explained apprehensively. A moment later, a doubtful look surfaced on his face as he added, "But the lightning elemental orb is only produced in areas where the power of lightning gathers in great amounts. In terms of rarity, it is probably even less commonly seen than a 9-star master teacher, making it an extremely elusive artifact. Why would it appear here? That orb over there, is that valuable?" Xianxia was astonished. He had never heard of the lightning elemental orb before, so he didn't know how valuable it was, but he did know how elusive 9-star master teachers were. Even taking the entire master teacher continent into account, it would be hard to find more than a handful of them. For the lightning elemental orb to be as rare as 9-star master teachers, it was really way too scarce. Putting aside the fact that it wields the power of lightning, more importantly, what makes it extremely valuable is the fact that it is the ideal medium to serve as the core of any lightning attribute formations. Feng Sun said, "It wields a very similar function to a formation plate. Gaining possession of it is equivalent to taking control of a powerful formation, allowing one to call forth the great might harnessed within it anytime, anywhere." A thought suddenly flashed across Zhang Xian's mind, and he asked in astonishment, "Wait, does that mean that the field of lightning here is a formation too?" That must be the case. Despite the lack of a formation master controlling the formation, the field of lightning is still able to easily exert fearful might. Just by that in itself, we can verify that it is a grade 8 formation at the least. If the Stoneleaf King succeeds in taking control of the lightning elemental orb, we will be placed in a very dangerous position. By then, even with Wuxia and guild leader Han's might combined, we won't be able to stand a chance against him, Feng Sun exclaimed with a pale face. This, Zhang Xian's body tensed up. As one who had suffered the battering of the lightning, he knew very well how fearsome the formation was. Had it not been for his means as a soul oracle, he would not have been able to make his way through the field of lightning at all in the first place. Furthermore, this was under the circumstances that the formation was still uncontrolled by anyone. Should the Stoneleaf King gain ownership of the formation and drive the power of lightning harnessed within it against them, there would be no one who could stand against him. They would all, most likely, lose their lives. The sudden intensification of the lightning earlier must be a result of that fellow attempting to gain control of the lightning elemental orb as well, thus causing a disturbance in the formation, Zhang Xian thought grimly. The lightning elemental orb wielded the ability to control the massive lightning formation spread out across the area. Most likely, the Stoneleaf King's attempt to gain control over the orb must have triggered its retaliation, resulting in the concentrated streaks of lightning falling from the sky earlier, nearly causing the death of the expedition team. If even just the instinctive retaliation of the lightning elemental orb was that powerful, the might that one could potentially wield from gaining full control over it was truly unimaginable. With an awful complexion, Zhang Xian discreetly communicated with the Violet Leaf King in the myriad anthive nest and swiftly received a clear answer. The towering otherworldly demon in front of him was indeed a member of the Upper Five Kings, the 4th-ranked Stoneleaf King. It was no wonder the other party dared to touch and attempt to manipulate an artifact as powerful as the lightning elemental orb. We must stop him regardless of the cost. Otherwise, it will become nigh impossible to deal with him, Feng Sun said with tightly clenched fists. He had witnessed the battle between Wuxia and the Stoneleaf King earlier, and the latter's strength was truly formidable, such that even he wouldn't be a match for the latter in his peak state. If the Stoneleaf King were to successfully gain control of the lightning elemental orb on top of that, they wouldn't stand a chance at all. By then, their entire expedition team could very well end up being wiped out here. Indeed, he hasn't succeeded yet, so we might still have time to stop him. Understanding Feng Sun's worries, Zhang Xian nodded. Feng Sun nodded grimly. He was just about to propose a plan for them to act on when a warm blue glow abruptly burst forth from the lightning elemental orb. The eye of the Stoneleaf King immediately lit up, and his hand swiftly reached forth to grab the orb. Hula! The orb began flying toward the Stoneleaf King's hands. There's no time, move! Seeing this sight, Feng Sun hurriedly flicked his wrist and whipped out a sword before disappearing in a flash. In the next moment, his sword was already right behind the Stoneleaf King's heart, seemingly going to impale the latter's chest. In his view, the Stoneleaf King had already succeeded in taming the lightning elemental orb. Once the orb fell into the other party's hands, the other party would wield endless power of lightning. At that time, they would be utterly doomed. Hold on for a moment. On the other hand, Xianxia was shocked to see Feng Sun charging forward without even discussing a plan with him. He hurriedly shouted while rushing forward, prepared to back Feng Sun up should the situation turn awry. While the Stoneleaf King gaining possession over the lightning elemental orb would put them at a greater disadvantage, it didn't necessarily mean that things were completely hopeless for them. As long as they were to remain patient, they would surely find an opening in the other party that they could exploit to achieve victory. Even if it was to stop the Earthleaf King from gaining possession of the lightning elemental orb, rushing forward without a concrete plan in mind was just plain recklessness, and it would only place them in a worse position. Hong Long. Feng Sun wasn't 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall for nothing. Having achieved Swordman Union, his blade was completely harmonized with his entire being. His sword pierced forward with astounding speed and might reminiscent of a falling comet, such that even a Saint 4 Dan expert would not dare face his attack head-on. You aren't dead yet. On the other hand, the Stoneleaf King, who was in the midst of taming the lightning elemental orb, suddenly felt a powerful killing intent behind him. Swiftly turning around, he saw Feng Sun, and his eyebrows shot up as he sneered, "Imbeciles! You could have taken this opportunity to flee as far as you could, but you foolishly chose to challenge me head-on. Since you are so eager to seek death, I shall accede to your request." After saying those words, the Stoneleaf King didn't bother to dodge. His right hand continued grasping firmly onto the lightning elemental orb to tame it while his left hand burst forward with astounding might. Hong Long. With a powerful blast of Xianxia, the Stoneleaf King's left hand collided forcefully against Feng Sun's stab, and as if a metal hammer crashing into a porcelain vase, Feng Sun's sword shattered into innumerable fragments. Pong! The remaining force struck Feng Sun squarely in his chest, sending him crashing heavily onto the ground as blood spewed wildly from his mouth. There was simply too huge a gap in strength between the two of them. With just a single strike, Feng Sun was sent flying. He's really strong. Xianxia's eyes narrowed in alarm. He had encountered 6 of the 10 great kings, and most of them had ended up dying by his hand. Despite all of them being Saint 4 Dan experts, there was a huge gap between them and the Stoneleaf King. It was no wonder the Violet Leaf King was so fearful of the 5 upper kings, trembling non-stop upon hearing their names. They were indeed a force to be reckoned with. However, regardless of how powerful the Stoneleaf King was, it was already too late for Xianxia to back down at this point. He had no choice but to fight. Wielding the Glacier Rain sword in his hand, he flicked it in a beautiful arc before abruptly driving it forward with a powerful lunge. It was similar to Feng Sun's attack, just that his target was not the Stoneleaf King but the lightning elemental orb in the latter's hand. The most important matter at hand was to stop the other party from successfully taming the artifact. Considering the other party's superior physical resilience, it was unlikely that any attack directed toward the other party would work in the short term. On the other hand, perhaps if he were to direct his attack toward the lightning elemental orb at this moment, there could be a chance that he would be able to catch the other party off guard and succeed. Xianxia had devoted the entirety of his strength into this single lunge, pushing his physical strength, Xianxia, and soul energy to their limits. The sheer might behind the lunge caused space itself to moan under the immense pressure, as if it would be torn apart from it. This was probably the strongest sword art he had ever executed. It was on par even with Feng Sun's previous attack. Humph! You think that such puny tricks will work against me? Seeing through Xianxia's intent, the Stoneleaf King narrowed his eyes menacingly. Without moving much, he raised 2 fingers and flicked it lightly. Pong! A sharp pain assaulted Xianxia's Perlicue one, and the Glacier Rain sword in his hand abruptly flew out of his grasp, stabbing into a wall not too far away. On the other hand, just like Feng Sun, Xianxia was forcefully knocked to the ground. It took a forceful push against the ground before he was able to regain his balance. In that moment, Grimness could be seen in his eyes. The Stoneleaf King's strength was more fearsome than he had thought. He had already used his full strength, but he had been unable to withstand even a simple flick from the other party. Instead of advancing toward the Stoneleaf King once more, Xianxia retreated slightly as he hurriedly immersed his consciousness into the Library of Heaven's Path to check on the book compiled on the Stoneleaf King. He had managed to force the other party to execute a battle technique in the clash earlier, thus allowing him to compile a book on the other party in the Library of Heaven's Path. The Stoneleaf King is one of the upper 5 kings of the Qingtian 10 Great Kings, and he possesses a cultivation of St. Fordan Pinnacle. He has a particularly powerful physical body that grants him superior defense. Flaws. Number 1. There is a lack of Xianxia in his glabella whenever he drives his cultivation technique. Number 2. Due to his inability to circulate Xianxia through his armpit, the region is soft and vulnerable. Soon, Xianxia finished reading through the entire book. However, instead of being delighted, his complexion turned even more awful. The Library of Heaven's Path did list the Stoneleaf King's openings, but the glabella and the armpits, those were the most well-guarded of all places, making it nigh impossible to breach their defenses. On top of that, he had to get into close quarters with the Stoneleaf King in order to attack those locations, but the other party could easily knock him back before he could even get within 2 of the other party. It was completely useless knowing those flaws. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded, following which the Stoneleaf King raised his left palm and smacked it down. A massive palm print that covered a region stretching over several dozen meters covered the area above him and Feng Sun. Before the palm print could even fall on them, the immense pressure it exerted had already made their breathing hasten. With just one look, it was apparent that the palm strike was not something they could withstand with their current strength. This is really bad. Xianxia hurriedly executed the Heaven's Path movement art and dashed out. Pong! However, before he could get out of the area of the palm strike, an immense might struck his back forcefully, pushing him through 8 walls consecutively before he finally came to a halt. Yet another mouthful of fresh blood spewed from his mouth. Xianxia struggled to his feet with a mix of shock and relief in his eyes. It was fortunate that he had cultivated his physical body earlier, or else the palm strike could have landed a fatal blow on him. Even though he had cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher and had made significant advancements in his physical body cultivation and soul cultivation recently, he was still too far off from matching up to the strength of a true Saint Fordan expert. For realms of difference in cultivation was simply too huge of a gap to be bridged. Where is Feng Sun? Xianxia anxiously scanned his surroundings before seeing Feng Sun climbing out from some nearby rubble in an unkempt state. The other party's face was pale, and the front of his clothes had been dyed crimson with blood. Clearly, the other party had suffered far severe wounds than he had. While Feng Sun's fighting prowess was above Xianxia's, his ability to flee in desperate situations seemed to be slightly lacking. Unable to get away in time, he ended up suffering a huge proportion of the palm strike's might. Were it not for his superior physical body, Xianxia, and soul as a combat master, he could very well have died from the strike. Even so, his entire body had become limp from the strike. Multiple bones had shattered due to the powerful impact, rendering him incapable of movement. This is the end. While continuing to tame the lightning elemental orb with his right hand, the Stoneleaf King's left palm struck once more. His movements seemed light and flimsy, seemingly devoid of strength, but Xianxia knew that should the palm strike land, Feng Sun would die without fail. Thus, he hurriedly charged toward Feng Sun in an attempt to save the latter. Despite the previous conflict between the both of them, they were comrades working toward the same goal at the moment. He couldn't just watch the other party die before his eyes. Voila! Driving his Heaven's Path movement art to its very limits, he appeared before Feng Sun in the blink of an eye. He hurriedly grabbed the ladder and attempted to flee from the spot, but in that moment, he realized that it was already too late. The Stoneleaf King's palm was already right above him. Vicious! Xianxia bellowed in his mind, and in the next moment, powerful killing intent abruptly burst forth from his body. Even though vicious killing intent wasn't too effective on fellow otherworldly demons, it could still disrupt the other party's attack for a short moment, thus possibly winning them some time to flee. As Xianxia had expected, upon feeling the powerful killing intent emanated by the young man before him, the Stone-Leaf King was stunned momentarily. His palm strike also hesitated for an instant. Who? In the brief moment he had bought for himself, Xianxia successfully pulled Feng Sun out of the palm strike's area of attack. Boom! The ground trembled, and countless houses collapsed. A massive palm was abruptly imprinted into the ground, cloaking everything in the area with dust. It was fortunate that Xianxia had reacted swiftly and had vicious attack in his stead. Otherwise, the both of them would have surely been reduced into meat paste from the sheer force of that strike. How could he be so powerful? Looking at the devastating damage before his eyes, Feng Sun's eyes were filled with disbelief. As the 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, he could even an average Saint 4 Dan Master Teacher easily. Yet, it was as if the Stone-Leaf King before was an unshakable mountain, an existence that towered far beyond them. Could the other party have held back in the fight against Wuxia? But that didn't make any sense. Why would the other party hold back against them? He must have succeeded in taming the lightning elemental orb for his own use. It was through tapping into the power of the orb and the massive formation around us that he was able to wield such overwhelming might. Feng Sun's eyes widened in horror. After everything he had done to stop the Stone-Leaf King from taming the lightning elemental orb, his efforts ended up in vain. It didn't seem like the other party had gained total control over the orb yet, but it should already be at around 70%, sufficient for him to tap into its power. With the augmentation from the might of the orb and formation, it was hard to say whether even a Saint 5 Dan expert would be able to stand against the current Stone-Leaf King. Let more them. Who are you? Feng Sun wasn't the only one who was shocked. The astonished Stone-Leaf King also hurriedly turned to Xianxia to reassess him carefully from head to toe. The killing intent which the young man had emanated previously possessed a fearsome level of purity, which was on par even to his own. For such pure killing intent to appear on a human brat, this was inconceivable. Go! With Feng Sun around, Xianxia knew that it could lead to many complications if he were to speak too much about the matter here. So he quickly pulled Feng Sun away and fled. The Stone-Leaf King before him was simply far too much stronger than the Violet-Leaf King, Golden-Leaf King, and the others. It was impossible for the both of them to stop the other party with their limited strength. Rather than to fight to their deaths here, it would be better for them to escape for the time being, regroup with the others, and find another opportunity to strike down the Stone-Leaf King. Trying to flee? Do you honestly think that you can get away from me? The Stone-Leaf King harumphed coldly as he raised his hand and abruptly closed it into a fist. Voila! In the next moment, several bursts of lightning gushed down from the heavens, forming a tight cage that sealed the duo within. We are trapped. Xianxia's heart turned cold. Judging from the intensity of the lightning, if they were to attempt to charge out of the lightning cage forcefully, the chances were that they would be reduced to ashes on the spot. The other party had already gained the ability to control the lightning elemental orb and the lightning formation. As long as they remained within the area of the formation, they would be unable to Stone-Leaf King. Principal Zhang, our Combat Master Hall has a secret art that allows me to boost my speed by twofold for a short period of time. I will use it to buy some time for you later on, so make use of the opportunity to flee. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Sun got to his feet and said grimly, "Boost your speed by twofold? Will you still have the strength to escape after the duration of your secret art ends?" Xianxia frowned. Secret arts that granted one massive boosts in physical capabilities often brought about devastating trauma to one's cultivation foundation and physical body. Even if one were to manage to kill one's enemy using the secret art, the chances were that one wouldn't live too long after that either. Instead of replying to Xianxia's question, Feng Sun chuckled softly and said, "Principal Zhang, to be honest, I have disliked you from the first time I met you. Your students have brought great dishonor to the Combat Master Hall, and I have been trying to find an opportunity to get even with you over that. It's a pity that I have yet to succeed. As much as I hate to admit it, the potential that you hold within you is far greater than mine." It is just a matter of time before you become a great asset to mankind. It is depressing to speak of this, but your life is worth more than mine. But it's fine. If my sacrifice can bring about a brighter future for humanity, I will gladly do it. Later on, I will open up a gap in the lightning cage. So make use of the opportunity to flee as far as you can. No matter what, you must survive this ordeal. Flee. Not expecting Feng Sun to be able to cast aside his differences in the crucial moment and work for the collective welfare for mankind. Xianxia couldn't help but feel touched within. He nodded and replied, "All right. Good. Let's begin then." Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to the plan, Feng Sun heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, his aura abruptly surged. Hong Long. His aura swiftly reached its peak, and just as he was about to activate his secret art, he suddenly felt a forceful blow at the back of his head. His vision before him abruptly darkened, and his body slumped weakly onto the ground, fainted. "We won't be able to get away even if you were to use your secret art." "Pardon me." Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Feng Sun's plan was probably the best plan they had at hand, but it still wasn't good enough. Even if the other party succeeded in intercepting the Stoneleaf King and bought sufficient time for him to escape, there was no way he could escape given the sheer size of the lightning formation. As long as he remained in the lightning formation, the Stoneleaf King would surely be able to hunt him down. Furthermore, if he were to flee by himself, the next victims would be Wuxia and the others. Given the current circumstances, fleeing was no longer an option anymore. As Xianxia and Feng Sun had been communicating with one another through Jinqi telepathy, the Stoneleaf King was unaware of the conversation between them. Thus, when he saw Xianxia knocking Feng Sun out, he couldn't help but be bewildered by the abrupt turn in events. "Stoneleaf King, it has been long since we last met. You asked who I was previously, right? Let me answer your question right now. It's me." After knocking Feng Sun out, Xianxia raised his gaze towards the Stoneleaf King and chuckled softly. "Jai Jai." Creaking sounds began echoing from his body as a token in front of his chest glowed brilliantly. As if his disguise had been released, he began to grow taller and bigger. A pure and condensed killing intent began drifting into the air, sending chills down the spines of others. Violet Leaf King? Upon catching sight of the other party's appearance, the Stoneleaf King was stunned for a moment. "It's me." Xianxia nodded. It was hard to tell whether the Stoneleaf King was aware of the deaths of the other otherworldly demon kings, so it wouldn't do to impersonate them. The Violet Leaf King was still alive and was currently in his myriad anthive nest, so impersonating as the Violet Leaf King was the safest option at hand. Besides, he also had the deepest understanding of the Violet Leaf King, so it was easier for him to disguise as the latter as well. "You and the Waterleaf King have been dispatched to carry out a mission, but we suddenly lost contact of you. What happened?" The Stoneleaf King asked with a darkened expression. That fellow and the Waterleaf King had been tasked to find the map at the Poison Hall, but the soulbound token of the latter shattered all of the sudden. The soulbound token of that fellow remained intact, but communications from him abruptly halted. Everyone thought that he might have been taken hostage somewhere, but who could have thought that he would appear here out of the blue? "Like you have seen, I have concealed my appearance to blend in with the humans and earn their trust. If I were to be caught communicating with the rest of you, my efforts could have very well be undone." Xianxia replied. "Blend in with the humans?" The Stoneleaf King frowned. He immediately extended his spiritual perception to cover the Violet Leaf King. Honestly speaking, it was suspicious that the Violet Leaf King, who had gone missing for more than half a month now, would suddenly appear here. There was a need to look carefully into this matter. Taking a close look, there wasn't the slightest problem with the Jinqi of slaughter in the other party's body. In other words, the person standing before him was indeed the Violet Leaf King. I happened to chance upon a huge secret of the humans. If it turns out to be true, it could spell annihilation for our kind. Thus, I dare not to act recklessly. To be absolutely certain, I decided to disguise myself as a human to mix in with the rest of them. Xianxia knew that the Stoneleaf King was secretly examining him with his spiritual perception, but he made no attempts to hide from it at all. Instead, with a deep, worried frown furrowed between his brows, he replied with a hushed voice, "Annihilation for our kind?" Retracting his spiritual perception, the Stone Leaf King shook his head and said, "You must be joking." Even with the incredible strength that Kong Shi wielded back then, he only succeeded in driving us out of the Master-Teacher continent. Just what could possibly happen that would result in an annihilation of our kind? On top of being the leader who had united mankind and founded the Master-Teacher Pavilion, Kong Shi possessed frightening strength as well. But while none of the otherworldly demonic tribe was able to match him, they were eventually only driven out of the Master-Teacher continent. As such, how could the learning of a mere secret determine whether their kind would be annihilated or not? This was just fear-mongering. I didn't believe it at the start either, but I can swear on my life that it is the absolute truth, Xianxia said grimly. No matter how well he disguised himself as the Violet Leaf King, it was hard to ensure that he wouldn't be seen through by the Stone Leaf King. In the first place, it was already suspicious for him to appear in the ancient domain. The best way to resolve this issue was to redirect the other party's attention to something else. If he could put out big news one after another, the other party would be too shocked to doubt his identity any longer. Truth? Can you prove it? Noting the conviction in the Violet Leaf King's voice, the Stone Leaf King asked with a frown. To be honest, at this point, he still didn't believe that the person before him was the Violet Leaf King. Nevertheless, this didn't hinder him from listening to the other party's news. "Have you heard of Celestial Master Teacher?" Xianxia asked. "Celestial Master Teacher?" The Stone Leaf King was taken aback for a moment before his eyes narrowed in astonishment. "Of course I do." Kong Shi was a Celestial Master Teacher himself. As one who has received the acknowledgement of the heavens, a Celestial Master Teacher is a truly indomitable existence. Could it be? Indeed, I went to the Poison Hall to carry out my mission, but by a stroke of coincidence, I happened to find a Celestial Master Teacher. That's the reason why I suddenly changed my course of plans and disguised myself as a human to blend in with them. Xianxia nodded. How could that be possible? According to our sources, Kong Shi has been the only one in history to be conferred as a Celestial Master Teacher. There has been none after him who has achieved the same feat. Not even his direct disciples, the 72 sages. Where did you hear the news from? The body of the Stone Leaf King stiffened. He couldn't believe his ears. If a Celestial Master Teacher had really appeared amongst the humans, that would be truly a huge disaster for the otherworldly demonic tribe. If that individual were to be allowed to grow to become another Kong Shi, they might really well meet with annihilation. Back then, it was under Kong Shi's leadership that the otherworldly demonic tribe took a heavy blow and was forced out of the Master-Teacher continent. It took them several 10,000 years of rest before they managed to recover from the damage they had suffered then. If another Kong Shi were to appear amongst the humans, they would truly be unable to make a comeback anymore. While the past several 10,000 years of recuperation had allowed them to recover from the blow they had suffered back then, the mankind had also furthered its strength through the Master-Teacher Pavilion, making them stronger than ever. There is no mistake with the news. Furthermore, I have been following behind the Celestial Master Teacher all along and intentionally lured him here, Xianxia said. Lured him here? The Stone Leaf King glanced at the fainted Feng Sun as he asked doubtfully, "Are you saying that he is the Celestial Master Teacher?" "Indeed, that's him," Xianxia replied affirmatively. "This?" The Stone Leaf King frowned, skeptical of Xianxia's words. While that combat master possessed the ability to rival opponents with cultivation beyond his, he seemed to be a rather reckless person. This was unlike how Celestial Master Teachers were depicted in the legends. "Why? You don't believe me?" Xianxia burst into laughter before saying, "Our otherworldly demonic tribe must have certain ways to verify the identity of a Celestial Master Teacher. If you don't trust me, you can verify it yourself. There are indeed methods to verify that one is Celestial Master Teacher." The Stone Leaf King frowned. "However, it will be a little troublesome to do so. This bit of trouble means nothing. What is more important is that we verify his identity." Once it is proven that he is a celestial master teacher, we should find ways to bring him over to our side. With his strength, our otherworldly demonic tribe will grow stronger and stronger. With the immense contribution we have made, we will surely go down in history as meritorious subjects. Xianxia persuaded. You're right. The Stone Leaf King nodded. He hesitated for a moment longer before eventually nodding. To test for the identity of a celestial master teacher, we will require the help of the Windleaf King. He's the only one who wields such capability. Once he comes over, we will be able to verify whether the man you spoke of is truly a celestial master teacher or not. The Jade Leaf King? Xianxia was taken aback. That was the third strongest expert of the 5 upper kings. Who could have thought that such a powerful figure would be here as well? Just a Stoneleaf King had nearly caused their entire team to be wiped out. How was he supposed to deal with the even stronger Jade Leaf King? However, given his current identity as the Violet Leaf King, there was no way he could turn down the request. Besides, since the other party was in the ancient domain as well, it was only a matter of time before they encountered one another. If he could meet the other party in advance, perhaps he could gather some intelligence and formulate a plan to deal with the other party. He's in the vicinity. I will call him here right now. Flicking his wrist, the Stoneleaf King whipped out a communication jade token and casually wrote a few words on it, sending a message over. After that was done, he suddenly turned his gaze back towards Xianxia with a doubtful expression. If this human is really a celestial master teacher, how could he appear here? Not to mention, how could you have possibly managed to uncover his identity? Clearly, the Stoneleaf King was still a little iffy the claims made by the fellow before him. It was also no surprise that he would be feeling so skeptical about the matter. The Violet Leaf King had disappeared an entire half a month before abruptly vanishing. On top of that, the other party had made a move against him while the other party was disguised as a human. There were far too many doubtful points regarding the issue. Not to mention, there had only been a single celestial master teacher in the world so far, and many millenniums had passed without anyone reaching the same height. If another celestial master teacher were to appear, the Master Teacher Pavilion would surely place that person under the tightest of protection. It was inconceivable that the Violet Leaf King was able to uncover a celestial master teacher that easily and even lure the other party into a dangerous place like this. Now that I think of it, it's truly a huge coincidence. The celestial master teacher didn't come from any sage clan or the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Instead, he originated from a measly unranked kingdom, slowly making his way up through the ranks. Without any hint of embarrassment, Xianxia smiled lightly and said, "In order to avoid unneeded trouble, he has been concealing his identity all along. In other words, not even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters is aware of the appearance of that person. It's only through a series of coincidences that I found out about his identity. Back when I was looking into the whereabouts of the Poison Hall in Jingyuan City, I saw him undergoing the acknowledgement by the heavens, and it was only through that I was able to ascertain his identity as a celestial master teacher. You are saying that you happened to chance upon him receiving the acknowledgement of the heavens?" The Stoneleaf King asked in disbelief. "Indeed," Xianxia nodded. "Then, what kind of sight is it?" The Stoneleaf King asked in curiosity. "A unique aura, powerful and inviolable, would descend from the heavens and surround the person. Before this aura, all master teachers would be forced to bow down to the person and acknowledge his identity and standing. At the same time, many bizarre phenomena would occur, such as the trembling of the myriad tablets and so." Xianxia replied earnestly. As someone who had undergone the acknowledgement ceremony thrice, he was extremely clear of the various happenings that would occur in the process. It does seem like the acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher. After hearing Xianxia's account, the Stoneleaf King slowly nodded in agreement. He had never seen the phenomena associated with the acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher before, but he had heard of the various legends relating to it. The descriptions he had heard didn't differ much from the scene depicted by the Violet Leaf King. It seemed like there might be some truth to the Violet Leaf King's words. Even if the man lying on the ground wasn't a celestial master teacher, there was a good chance that he was closely related to the matter. The merit from capturing a celestial master teacher and handing it over to the royalty is immeasurable. At this point, the Stone-Leaf King couldn't help but ponder over the implications of the matter. It went without saying how important a celestial master teacher was. If the news was true, the entire otherworldly demonic tribe would go into a frenzy. Just through this itself, he would surely be able to earn the favor of the elders. Through their guidance, even if he couldn't advance to the Emperor Stratum, he would still be able to easily reach the pinnacle of Saint Realm. But to ensure that he would be entitled to all of those valuable resources, he would have to make sure that the merit only went to him and him alone. At the current moment, it seemed like he had practically done nothing at all. After all, it was the Violet Leaf King who had lured the Celestial Master Teacher into the ancient domain. Should I just kill this fellow straight? That's the only way I can claim full credit of the matter. In any case, he has disappeared for quite some time, so who would know whether he had betrayed the otherworldly demonic tribe or not? As long as I move fast and clear up his corpse, there's no one who would suspect me. A sharp glint flashed across the Stone Leaf King's eyes as he shot a discreet glance towards the Violet Leaf King. While they were part of the Qingtian 10 Great Kings, they didn't share any camaraderie amongst them. On the contrary, there was even strife rivalry amongst them. The Qingtian lineage allocated resources based on contribution, and considering the scarce resources in the otherworldly battlefield, he had been long wishing for his fellow kings to drop dead. This was precisely the reason why he didn't feel the slightest sympathy or sorrow when he heard that the other kings had been killed, and he didn't bother to track down their murderer either. Instead, he was secretly delighted over the matter even. I am the one who brought that human here, and I know everything about him. Furthermore, after the time we have spent together, he already regards me as his true friend. If you were to kill me, not only will you be unable to make him submit to the otherworldly demonic tribe, you might even be setting up a powerful enemy for yourself in the future. Noticing the Stone Leaf King's killing intent, Xianxia said with a wry smile. He had already heard of the relationship amongst the 10 Great Kings from the Violet Leaf King. To put it in a phrase, it was every man for himself. Given so, it wasn't too surprising that the Stone Leaf King would want to snatch a merit as large one concerning a celestial master teacher. Violet Leaf King, you must have misunderstood me. Since you were the one who found him and brought him here, it goes without saying that the merit should go to you? How could I possibly think of snatching the merit from you? The Stone Leaf King laughed dryly as he swiftly concealed the ferocity in his eyes. However, his right hand continued grasping the lightning elemental orb firmly, seemingly ready to make a move at any time. There's no need for us to put up such facades before one another. If I had the power to do so, I would have just taken him away right here, right now. I wouldn't have revealed his identity and wasted so many words with you. Xianxia shook his head. Just a word of advice, but you should hold back any intention you are harboring against me for the moment. Otherwise, if this human were to die, it will be impossible to verify his identity. Even if you were to send him back to our tribe, you won't be able to get anything good out of this. Hearing those words, the Stone Leaf King hesitated for a moment before finally loosening his tight grip over the lightning elemental orb. Very well, I won't make a move against you. The other party was right. They could claim that the human was a celestial master teacher for all they wanted to, but if they couldn't substantiate their claim with evidence, it would be all for naught. In other words, the human would become worthless to them. You won't make a move against me? I don't believe you. I want you to swear on that to the spirit god. At this point, Xianxia's face abruptly turned grim as he spoke. You want me to swear to the spirit god? The Stone Leaf King frowned. Indeed. If you swear that you won't make a move against me, I will say that we have discovered and captured the Celestial Master Teacher together when reporting the matter to the elders. Xianxia nodded. Oh? The Stone Leaf King frowned. It went without saying that it would be best for one to claim sole credit for the matter. After all, an additional person in the picture meant less soup to go around. I know that the strength I wield is insignificant amongst the 10 Great Kings. If anyone were to make a move against me to snatch the merit from my hands, there will be nothing I can about it. Furthermore, the merit for capturing a celestial master teacher is too great. I don't think that I will be able to swallow the rewards of it alone. It will be much safer with someone on the same boat. So why not? Xianxia replied with a smile. The Stone Leaf King fell into deep contemplation. The Violet Leaf King was right. As the saying goes, the tree that rises above the forest will be torn down by the gale. Given the Violet Leaf King's current strength, there was no way he would be able to ward off those who intended to snatch the merit or rewards from his hands. Through extending an alliance to him, the Violet Leaf King would be in a much safer position. In other words, the Violet Leaf King would be dependent on him for protection and wouldn't betray him for the time being. But more importantly than that, he was stronger than the Violet Leaf King. It wouldn't be too late for him to find a way to deal with the other party after the tribe affirmed the Celestial Master Teacher's identity and distributed the rewards. What do I have to do to gain your trust? Having come to a decision, the Stone Leaf King turned to Xianxia and asked. Simple. I have a gourd of wine here. We shall first have a toast of blood one to seal our alliance before swearing to the spirit god that neither of us will harm the other. That's the only way that I will be able to trust you. Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a gourd of fine wine. A toast of blood? The Stone Leaf King was a little hesitant after hearing those words. Indeed. I advise you to quickly make your decision. Once the Jade Leaf King arrives and learns of the matter, I fear that he will attempt to kill the both of us. Xianxia said. Greed brought out the darkest shadows hidden within one's heart. Even master teachers were no exception to the rule, let more the unprincipled otherworldly demons. Where the Jade Leaf King were to learn that the person before them was a celestial master teacher, there was a very good chance that the other party would attempt to silence them so that he could claim full credit over the matter. And more importantly, if the Violet Leaf King were to choose to side against the Jade Leaf King at that point, he would be placed in a very dangerous position. All right, I'll agree to it. The Stone Leaf King made his decision. The personalities of the 10 great kings was no secret, and the Jade Leaf King was particularly renowned for his greed and cruelty. He could indeed see the other party killing his own brethren to fulfill his desires. And given the Jade Leaf King's strength, it would be hard for them to match the other party even with their combined strength, let more alone. Let's begin then. Seeing that he had the other party's agreement, Xianxia nodded. He slit an incision in his finger and dripped a few droplets of blood into the gourd of wine. After shaking it slightly to mix his blood into the wine, he tossed it over to the Stone Leaf King. Catching the gourd, the first thing the Stone Leaf King did was to extend his spiritual perception towards the wine. After confirming that there was nothing else mixed into the wine, he was finally able to allay his worries. Biting his finger, he dripped a few droplets of blood into the wine as well. Good. Let's drink it. Xianxia waved his hand and said. Very well. The Stone Leaf King lifted the gourd to his mouth, and just as he was about to drink it, a thought that suddenly surfaced in his mind made him halt his action. You go first. With just a glance at the other party's face, Xianxia could instantly tell what the other party was worried about. He took the gourd of wine from the other party's hands and took 2 hearty gulps of it. On the other hand, seeing that the Violet Leaf King was fine after drinking the wine, the Stone Leaf King heaved a sigh of relief. He took the wine and drank several mouthfuls of it as well. After which, he raised his palm up to the sky and vowed, I, the Stone Leaf King, swear to the spirit god that I shall honor my alliance with the Violet Leaf King. We shall stand aside one another through adversities as brothers, never to betray the other. I, the Violet Leaf King, swear to the spirit god that I shall honor my alliance with the Stone Leaf King. Seeing that the Stone Leaf King had made his vow, Xianxia hurriedly followed suit. He was swearing in the Violet Leaf King's name anyway. There was no need for him to hesitate. Since we are now allied with one another, I hope that we can team up against the Jade Leaf King should he try to pull off anything funny. Xianxia turned to the Stone Leaf King and said, Don't worry, the Stone Leaf King reassured. Amongst the 10 great kings, the Jade Leaf King was the only one who had an artifact that could possibly verify the identity of a celestial master teacher. If it wasn't for that, There was no way they would have invited the other party over. Once we verify that this human is a celestial master teacher, the Jade Leaf King could attempt to snatch him from our hands or even make a move against us. So, pay close attention to me and act on my command later on. After a moment of thought, the Stone Leaf King turned to the Violet Leaf King and instructed. While he still didn't have unreserved trust towards the Violet Leaf King, at the very least, they had already sworn to the spirit god in their names. Naturally, he was also more inclined to trust the latter instead of the Jade Leaf King. All right, Xianxia nodded. I will try to sound him out later on after we confirm this human's identity. If he were to make a move against me, I hope that you can immediately step forward to slay him. We are on the same boat right now, and we will either float together or sink together. The Stone Leaf King nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a huge gale of wind abruptly blew in the surroundings. In the distance, a towering figure could be seen flying over. Stone Leaf King, don't you know that I have better things to do? Why are you calling me over in such a hurry? Voila! A powerful otherworldly demon landed on the ground before them. The otherworldly demon's height and aura paled in comparison to the Stone Leaf King, but there was a look of utmost coldness in his eyes. His skin was smooth like jade, and the intervals between his breaths were extremely long, a sign of his deep cultivation. Young master, he's the Jade Leaf King. The Violet Leaf King anxiously sent a telepathic message to Xianxia with a quivering tone. He cultivates the broken jade technique, and not only does he possess a powerful physical body, his primordial spirit wields frightening strength as well. His cultivation has also reached half-leaving aperture realm. Half-leaving aperture realm? Xianxia was taken aback. Turning his gaze back to the otherworldly demon who had just arrived, he noticed that there was an inconspicuous gleam at the other party's glabella. It seemed as if the other party was just a step off from freeing his primordial spirit from the constraints of his body. Saint 5 Dan leaving aperture realm. The term leaving aperture referred to the primordial spirit fleeing from an aperture in the body and soaring freely in the heavens. In such a form, a cultivator would be more closely aligned with the world, allowing to draw forth more power from his surroundings to exert far greater fighting prowess. The gap between primordial spirit realm and leaving aperture realm was a major demarcation line. Take the current Xianxia for example. If he could catch a primordial spirit realm expert off guard, he would still stand a chance to slay the latter. However, if he were to encounter a leaving aperture realm expert, the only viable course of action he could take was to flee as far as he could. Even a breakthrough to Saint Realm wouldn't grant him the strength to face leaving aperture realm experts. While half-leaving aperture realm cultivators had yet to wield the devastating strength that true Saint 5 Dan experts possessed, they still weren't existences that could be killed with simple physical attacks. It was no wonder why the Violet Leaf King was so fearful of the Jade Leaf King. Even in comparison to the Stone Leaf King, the strength that the Jade Leaf King wielded was frightening. I miscalculated. I should have relayed information regarding the Qingtian 10 Great Kings to the Qingyuan conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, and have them dispatch more powerful master teachers over. Xianxia sighed deeply. Given that he had killed quite a few otherworldly demon kings himself, and considering the fact that the seal had been closely guarded by the Master Teacher Pavilion, Xianxia thought that it should have been impossible for otherworldly demons to enter the ancient domain. Thus, he didn't think much of the matter. The most powerful experts they had at the moment was Wuxia, Guild Leader Han, Mushi, and Feng Sun. However, even they were a far distance away from matching up to a half-leaving aperture realm expert. It could be said that the overall prowess of their expedition team was on a different level from that of the 10 Great Kings. If only he knew that there were such powerful enemies lurking in the ancient domain, he would have definitely requested for the Qingyuan conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion to dispatch more powerful master teachers over. While it was only a branch, they should have quite a few Saint 4 Dan Pinnacle Master Teachers. Forget it. It's too late for regrets now. I should focus on what's before me now. A moment after the thought surfaced in his mind, Xianxia tossed it aside decisively, not allowing it to bother him. There was no point thinking about what he could have done better back then. In any case, he did manage to kill 6 out of the 10 of them. If he were to work a little harder than before, the remaining 4 should still be doable. There's an urgent matter which I require your help on. The Stone Leaf King stepped forward and said, "Hmm?" The Jade Leaf King looked at the Stone Leaf King questioningly. "It's like that. According to the sources we have received, that human lying over there is said to be a very noble existence amongst mankind. Thus, we hope that you can help us verify his true identity." The Stone Leaf King pointed to Feng Sun and said. The Stone Leaf King decided not to speak about the matter concerning the Celestial Master Teacher first. At the current point in time, it was best not to reveal too much first. "Verify his true identity?" the Jade Leaf King asked as he turned his gaze upon Feng Sun. "Judging from his clothes, he should be a combat master. Does he possess some other identity? Also, Violet Leaf King, why are you here?" After saying those words, the Jade Leaf King turned a piercing gaze towards Xianxia. "It's like that." Xianxia repeated the same lie that he had told the Stone Leaf King. However, he also neglected to mention the words Celestial Master Teacher as well. "You are saying that in order to track down that noble existence amongst mankind, you chose to blend in together with them so as to lure the other party here?" the Jade Leaf King asked with a frown. A moment later, he nodded slightly and said, "Very well then. Let me see just what kind of existence this human is for you to go so far for him. If he is really as noble as you put him out to be, I will help you report this matter to His Majesty on your behalf and beseech him to reward you generously." After saying those words, the Jade Leaf King whipped out an altar. It was different from the one which Xianxia had procured from the Violet Leaf King. Bronze and large, it was filled with many bizarre inscriptions that could send one's head spinning with just a look. That is the immaculate jade altar that only the Jade Leaf King possesses. Of the 10 great kings, the Qingtian Emperor only bestowed it upon him. Through this altar, one can summon the spirit god to ascertain a person's true identity and verify the authenticity of their words. The Violet Leaf King informed Xianxia telepathically. The Qingtian Emperor bestowed it only to the Jade Leaf King? The Jade Leaf King was neither the strongest or the weakest of the 10 great kings. Why would the Qingtian Emperor make such an exception for the other party? The Jade Leaf King lords over the Hall of Crime, and he is in charge of interrogating and punishing all criminals of the Qingtian lineage, the Violet Leaf King explained. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded in realization. As one who was in charge of interrogation and punishment, it was important for the Jade Leaf King to possess such an ability. Otherwise, it could cause great disorder in their judicial system. Taking a closer look at the altar, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little confused. Somehow, he just couldn't make the association between the ability to discern a person's identity together with an altar. His confusion didn't remain for too long. In the next moment, the Jade Leaf King whipped out a couple of tributes and placed it on the altar. The altar released a dim glow which consumed the tributes with a blazing flame, following which, a sacred white glow suddenly fell upon him and Feng Sun. Seeing how the Violet Leaf King was covered amidst the glow as well, the Jade Leaf King frowned. The Stone Leaf King's complexion wasn't too good either, and he bellowed, "Violet Leaf King, we are in the midst of verifying the identity of that human. You should step aside for the moment. Don't worry. My presence here won't affect the results. I caught this fellow with my own hands, so I want to see for myself just who he is." Xianxia replied. He wasn't too sure how the other party's verification technique worked, but if one thing was for sure, Feng Sun definitely wasn't a Celestial Master Teacher. If he were to step away from the glow, there was no doubt that the white glow wouldn't be able to pick up anything at all. Standing within the white glow could potentially reveal his identity, but Xianxia was confident in his ability to maintain his disguise while revealing the presence of the Celestial Master Teacher amongst them. And of course, the revealed Celestial Master Teacher would be Feng Sun as well. "Anything that pleases you." Seeing the wariness in the Violet Leaf King's eyes, the Stone Leaf King thought that the other party was afraid that they would steal his prey, so he could only shake his head helplessly. "I'll continue then," the Jade Leaf King said as he continued placing more tributes on the altar. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia discreetly tapped his leg on Feng Sun's back and infused the aura unique to Celestial Master Teacher into the latter's body. This aura was the distinctive mark of a Celestial Master Teacher, but if it wasn't driven, it would be impossible to notice it either. It was through this means that Xianxia dared to say that Feng Sun was a Celestial Master Teacher without fear. Wang. The glow surrounding the duo gradually grew brighter and brighter. Xianxia was still unable to notice anything special, but the Jade Leaf Kings already had a frown deeply etched on his forehead. There's indeed something bizarre about that person's identity. After saying those words, the Jade Leaf King continued placing a few more treasures on the altar. The tributes that were previously placed on top of the altar had already been burned dry. On the other hand, the Stone Leaf King couldn't help but tighten his fists upon the sight. While Xianxia might not have much of an understanding regarding the workings of the Immaculate Jade Altar, as one of the upper 5 kings, he had a rough conceptualization of how it worked. The more tributes required for the altar, the higher standing the other party possessed. After refilling the tributes time and time again, the white glow of the tribute finally gathered together as one to form 4 huge words, acknowledged by the heavens. As expected, upon seeing the words, the eyes of the Stone Leaf King reddened as his breathing hastened. It seemed like the Violet Leaf King wasn't lying. The human lying not too far away was indeed a Celestial Master Teacher just like Kong Shi. As long as he handed that human to the elders, his standing would soar through the ranks. Acknowledged by the heavens, he is a Celestial Master Teacher. At the same time, the eyes of the Jade Leaf King also began burning with greed. As the 3rd strongest expert of the 5 upper kings, he was well aware of the significance of these 4 words. That explains why these 2 fellows were in such a rush to find me. So they have caught themselves a huge fish. The Jade Leaf King clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Jade Leaf King, this human was captured by me and Stone Leaf King. Since we have verified his identity, we intend to return to the tribe this instant to hand him over to the elders. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As innocent as those words sounded, it was intended to strike a stake between the relationship of the Stone Leaf King and the Jade Leaf King. By mentioning that he had worked with the Stone Leaf King to capture the Celestial Master Teacher before adding that they intended to return to the tribe right now, that was as good as saying that they didn't intend to give the Jade Leaf King a share of the credit. Hearing those words, the Stone Leaf King's face immediately warped in horror. He too understood the significance of those words. It was a given that they would have to return to the tribe to hand the Celestial Master Teacher over to the elders, but surely the Violet Leaf King didn't have to point it out at this instant? Those words were as good as saying that they were intending to keep the benefits of this matter all to themselves. And as he had expected, the Jade Leaf King's complexion immediately turned awful, following which, his lips curled up to reveal a smile completely devoid of warmth. We haven't accomplished the mission entrusted to us by His Majesty yet. Don't you think that it is inappropriate for you to leave right now? Inappropriate? Why would that be so? Don't worry, we won't implicate the other kings in this matter. We will take full responsibility for this matter. We are willing to accept any punishment His Majesty accords us due to this matter. Xianxia replied earnestly. Hearing those words, the Stone Leaf King nearly fainted on the spot. At this juncture, they should be trying their best to soothe the other party's rage by emphasizing that the merit of capturing the Celestial Master Teacher belonged to everyone, and yet that fellow actually said that the other kings wouldn't be implicated in this matter at all. Were there any better words to provoke the Jade Leaf King than that? Jade Leaf King? That's not what he means. The eyelids of the Jade Leaf King began twitching uncontrollably, and he hurriedly rushed forward to explain. However, halfway through his words, the red-faced Jade Leaf King interjected. Is that your opinion on this matter as well? Of course, I have already discussed this matter with the Stone Leaf King. If you back down at this point, we can still consider letting you off. However, if you dare to lay your hands on our merit, we don't mind ending your life right here. Xianxia replied ferociously, seemingly desperate to protect his merit. Right after hearing those words, the Stone Leaf King's body staggered, and he nearly blacked out on the spot. When in the world did I say those words? You said that you were going to sound him out, not to taunt him. Are you a 3-year-old kid? Don't you know how to hide your intentions? To voice it out right before the other party. You are dragging the both of us down to our graves. Good. Very good. It has been many years since anyone dared to threaten me like that. With teeth gritted tightly in rage, the Jade Leaf King stared at the duo before him with killing intent raging in his eyes. Jade Leaf King, it's not what you are thinking. We have captured the Celestial Master Teacher too. While cursing the Violet Leaf King for being an incompetent ally, the Stone Leaf King hurriedly tried to explain the matter so as to calm down the situation when a groan suddenly sounded from not too far away. Ah! The human who was lying on the ground, Feng Sun, had woken up, rubbing his head. He slowly got up with a dazed look in his eyes. What's going on? What Celestial Master Teacher? In his groggy state, Feng Sun heard a particularly striking phrase and subconsciously asked about it. Feng Sun had only been temporarily knocked out by Xianxia's palm. As a combat master who possessed a huge reserve of Jinqi and a powerful body, it was natural that it wouldn't take him too long to recover. His head was still spinning from the earlier impact, and in his moment of daze, he heard the words Celestial Master Teacher, so he instantaneously assumed that he was in a safe location. As such, he let his guard down and allowed words to spill out from his mouth. It's good that you have woken up. Seeing that the human had woken up, the Stone Leaf King heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to grab the other party to force him to spill out some words, so as to alleviate the current situation when the Violet Leaf King abruptly sent a foot into the other party's face. Pong! The foot struck Feng Sun's head squarely, and before the latter could even process what was going on, he had already fainted once more. Ah! The Stone Leaf King was stunned. Didn't you say that the both of you have a rather close relationship with one another? Why did you look as if you were kicking a stray animal? Paying no heed to the knocked-out Feng Sun, the Jade Leaf King glared at Xianxia and spat. End my life? You too. Indeed. The two of us will suffice to deal with you. Since we have confirmed this human's identity, you no longer possess any value to us. Xianxia replied haughtily. If you continue to live, you will only spread word of this matter and endanger us. Thus, Stone Leaf King and I have decided that as long as you join our alliance and swear not to speak of this matter to any soul or try to steal our merit, we will spare you this time around. Wonderful! Seeing how the Violet Leaf King was getting more and more arrogant, not showing the slightest respect toward him, the killing intent in the Jade Leaf King's eyes intensified. Since you wish to kill me, it's only right for me to return the favor to you. Boom! Right after saying those words, a powerful palm strike flew right for the Stone Leaf King. In the Jade Leaf King's view, the Violet Leaf King posed no threat at all. The one whom he should be wary of was the Stone Leaf King. Listen to me. Seeing that the Jade Leaf King was completely enraged by the Violet Leaf King's words, the Stone Leaf King anxiously tried to explain himself. However, before he could even finish his words, the Violet Leaf King had already interjected with a loud bellow by the side. Old Stone, quick, move according to our plan. Otherwise, we might very well die here. The Stone Leaf King nearly went insane from anger. Plan? When have we decided on a plan? I only told you to follow my commands if the Jade Leaf King intended to make a move against us. Yet, before the Jade Leaf King even did anything, you went full out trying to provoke the other party. Just how in the world did I get myself stuck with an ally like you? Furthermore, Old Stone? Stone your head. My surname is not Stone, all right? However, he knew this wasn't the time for him to get into a conflict over the matter. It was apparent that the Jade Leaf King had already made up his mind to kill them. If he didn't fight back, he might just end up losing his life here. Thus, clenching his fists, the Stone Leaf King twisted the lightning elemental orb in his hand, and a thick congregation of lightning fell from the sky. Hong long. It collided with the Jade Leaf King's palm strike, and a huge shockwave burst into the surroundings, collapsing innumerable ancient buildings. The two powerful forces were equally matched, and they ended up neutralizing one another. And here I was wondering where you found the guts to stand up against me. So, you have to manage to tame the lightning elemental orb and gained control of this lightning formation. However, if you think that you can kill me like that, you are dreaming. Seeing that his attack had been struck down by the other party's lightning, the Jade Leaf King bellowed furiously as he whipped out a long saber. Voila! He flicked the saber and a vacuum cut through the air. With just a single strike, the Jade Leaf King had succeeded in tearing a rift between the heavens and the earth. As if isolated from the world, the lightning, which had been descending furiously toward him earlier, suddenly found itself unable to enter the area. While the Stone Leaf King had tamed the lightning elemental orb, he had only gained control over a small portion of the field of lightning. Due to the limits of his cultivation, he was unable to bring forth its full might. He could easily devastate any cultivator weaker than him with it, but against a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert like the Jade Leaf King, it was still a little lacking. I was indeed not a match for you in the past, but times have changed. Who knows? You might be the one who falls in the end. Even though the Jade Leaf King had managed to fend off the first wave of lightning, the Stone Leaf King didn't despair. Instead, driving the lightning elemental orb in his hands, he called forth another wave of lightning. Voila! The sky abruptly grew darker, and the rumbling of the thunder sounded more fearsome than ever. In the blink of an eye, the lightning shattered the vacuum that the Jade Leaf King had formed with his saber chi and appeared right above the Jade Leaf King's head. Upon seeing the lightning above him, the Jade Leaf King didn't choose to flee immediately. Instead, an illusory figure appeared behind his back. At half-leaving Aperture Realm, while one's primordial spirit was still unable to free itself fully from the confines of the body, it could still escape from the Xianxia acupoint and form something like an avatar, enhancing the strength that one could call forth significantly. As expected, as soon as the illusory figure materialized, the space surrounding them was sealed off all of a sudden, trapping the Stone Leaf King and Xianxia like animals in a cage. The furious streaks of lightning struck relentlessly on the cage, but the lightning was unable to breach it at all. Die! After doing that, the Jade Leaf King's eyebrows shot up. He raised the saber in his hand and hacked it down upon the Stone Leaf King. On the other hand, the Stone Leaf King knew that he wouldn't be able to match the Jade Leaf King without the augmentation of the lightning formation, so he began to panic. He quickly whipped out a long spear to face the Jade Leaf King's saber while shouting. He is using his primordial spirit to seal the surrounding space. He can only sustain this state for a very short period of time, and it will be highly damaging to his primordial spirit. This is the perfect opportunity to bring him down. Attack! It would be difficult for him to stand against the Stone Leaf King alone, but with the Violet Leaf King's assistance at this moment, he should be able to corner the Jade Leaf King through a pincer attack. The sealing of space through one's primordial spirit was a powerful technique, but it was incredibly depleting as well. Furthermore, his lightning was also striking the seal ferociously, so no matter how powerful the other party was, he couldn't hold on for too long. With his full might, the Stone Leaf King barely succeeded in withstanding the Jade Leaf King's assault. At that moment, he couldn't help but realize that the Violet Leaf King had yet to make a move despite it being the perfect opportunity. So he quickly turned his gaze over to see what was wrong. That glance left him nearly spurting blood. That fellow was looking at their battle by the side with his hands crossed, seemingly not intending to help at all. In this instant, the Stone Leaf King suddenly came to a realization. Damn it, I fell for that fellow's ploy. From the very start, the Violet Leaf King didn't intend to collaborate with him. The entire matter was a ploy to have him and the Jade Leaf King kill one another. The previous vow had only restrained the other party from making a move against him, so it wasn't against the rules for the other party to have the Jade Leaf King deal with him. Furthermore, no matter who died in the fight, the surviving side would still have to let him live for the time being in order to ensure that the Celestial Master Teacher remained under control. In other words, that fellow would be the ultimate victor of the fight regardless of who won. What a fearsome scheme. This won't do. I can't let that fellow succeed. Understanding this, the Stone Leaf King quickly sent a telepathic message to the Jade Leaf King while fending off the latter's attacks. Jade Leaf King, don't fall for that fellow's tricks. He is trying to turn us against each other and have us kill one another. Have us kill one another? Seeing that there was room for negotiation, the Stoneleaf King heaved a sigh of relief as he quickly replied, "That's right. The merit from finding the Celestial Master Teacher is huge. It is more than sufficient for the three of us to share it. There's no need for us to turn against one another over such a small matter." Pondering over the Stoneleaf King's words, the Jadeleaf King was about to reply when he suddenly felt cold killing intent behind him. Unknowingly, a sword had emerged behind him, and it was aimed straight for one of his flaws, making it hard for him to deal with it. "Who?" The Jadeleaf King quickly leaped aside to dodge the attack, but even so, the sword still managed to leave a deep slash on his back, causing him grievous injuries. Crimson blood flowed down his back profusely. Turning around, he saw the Violet Leaf King retreating several dozen meters away with his sword tightly in his grasp, fleeing out of his attack range. There was an excited gleam in the other party's eyes as he shouted, "Old Stone, you were right. That spot is indeed his Mingmen." "Damn it!" the Jadeleaf King bellowed furiously. He had thought that there was some truth to the Stoneleaf King's words, but who would have thought that it was only a ploy to distract him while the Violet Leaf King launched an assault on him? With a frenzied cry that was overflowing with fury, he sent a palm strike toward Xianxia while bringing his saber down upon the Stoneleaf King simultaneously. Not expecting that the Violet Leaf King to leap into battle right when he was about to convince the Jadeleaf King, the Stoneleaf King felt incredibly stifled and crazed within. Never in his life had he encountered anyone who was so shameless. "How can you make me take responsibility for the trouble you have caused? That's really too much." Furthermore, turning his glance over, he realized that the Violet Leaf King was already standing a safe distance away from the Jadeleaf King after launching his assault. The other party's arms were crossed before his chest as he watched upon the commotion with a look of interest. Feeling so indignant that he could spurt blood, the Stoneleaf King knew that it was futile for him to attempt to explain himself to the Jadeleaf King anymore. He had already lost the latter's trust for good, so he could only grit his teeth and focus on the battle. Boom, boom, boom. Even though the Jadeleaf King possessed higher cultivation than the Stoneleaf King, the Stoneleaf King was able to even the playing field with the powerful lightning elemental orb in his hands and his superior physical defense. On top of that, the Violet Leaf King's previous assault had dealt significant damage to the Jadeleaf King, so the both parties found themselves evenly matched for the time being. However, the devastating shockwave that emanated from their powerful clashes caused the entire ancient city they were in to collapse uncontrollably, forming rubble all around. Incredible. Seeing the strength the battling duo wielded, Xianxia gave them a huge thumbs up. No wonder they were the 5 upper kings. The fighting prowess that they possessed was indeed frightening. With Xianxia's current strength, he could easily decimate any St. Tudan pinnacle cultivator. However, against experts of the Stoneleaf King and Jadeleaf King's caliber, the only option for him was to flee as far as he could. Putting aside battling them, even the shockwaves emanated by their fight were hard for him to bear. As time passed, the battle between the both of them intensified. Logically speaking, with the Stoneleaf King's superior defense and control over the powerful lightning field, the Jadeleaf King should have fallen already. Yet, the both sides were still fighting on equal grounds. Nevertheless, it was apparent that the Stoneleaf King held the decisive advantage in the battle. With the lightning formation in his hands, he was able to send wave after wave of powerful strikes at the Jadeleaf King relentlessly, causing injuries to gradually accumulate all over the Jadeleaf King's body. Without a power source like the lightning formation to fuel his attacks, the Jadeleaf King found his stamina and jinchi depleting swiftly as well. "Damn all of you! Even if I have to die, I will bring the both of you down with me." Knowing that he would only be killed at this rate, the Jadeleaf King roared furiously as immense power burst forth from his body. The illusory figure behind him suddenly grew larger, and finally, as if breaking past its bottleneck, it freed itself entirely from the body. He drew his primordial spirit out from his body forcefully. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in alarm. Back then, he had encountered such a situation with the Waterleaf King as well. Back then, in a moment of rage, the Waterleaf King had used a secret art to draw out his primordial spirit to attack him. However, it was a pity that the other party had chosen the wrong method of attack, resulting in his failure. Currently, the Jade Leaf King was steadily accumulating injuries, and he knew that he would be killed eventually. Thus, he decided to go all out and use the secret art to draw his primordial spirit from his body. Using the secret art, even if he were to survive the side effects, he would sustain permanent damage, and his cultivation would decline sharply. However, one thing was for sure: he would surely be able to kill the darn duo before him. If the Stoneleaf King is killed, it is unlikely that I will be spared. I should find a place to hide in first. Considering the drastic side effects that came with the utilization of the secret art, Xianxia knew that the Jade Leaf King was already determined to kill the both of them, and he couldn't help but frown. This situation wasn't advantageous for him. He had intended to spectate the battle from afar, but if the Jade Leaf King were to become desperate and go after him right before his death, that would be disastrous. Thus, Xianxia immediately got up and prepared to flee from the battle. At that moment, however, a figure gradually rose from the ground. As that figure rose, he shook his head vehemently to shake out the grogginess in his mind. That figure was Feng Sun. Due to his powerful constitution, his ability to recover was truly incredible. What is going on? Where am I? Feng Sun mumbled in confusion beneath his breath. Just as he barely opened his eyes, he saw a brick heading right toward his face. Pada! With his eyes rolling up, Feng Sun fainted once more. It was not convenient to allow Feng Sun to see the current sight before him. Otherwise, how could Xianxia explain how he was able to disguise himself as an otherworldly demon and have the Stoneleaf King and Jade Leaf King fight against one another? Not to mention, even if he could come up with an explanation, it was another matter whether Feng Sun would trust him or not. After all, anything concerning the otherworldly demons required caution. Thus, the most effective method to use at this point was to just knock the other party out. It was simple, efficient, and effective. There was no point going to so much trouble when there was such an ideal solution. Besides, the bricks from the collapsed buildings all around him only seemed to be further tempting him into it. Xianxia subconsciously lowered his gaze to shoot a glance at Feng Sun, and he saw the latter lying on the ground with his face still twitching uncontrollably. It was as if he was unable to believe that a 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall like him would end up being knocked out 3 times consecutively. Furthermore, it seemed to be getting more and more humiliating each time. Shaking his head, Xianxia turned his attention back to the duo fighting in the sky, and his eyebrows shot up. After the Jade Leaf King drew out his primordial spirit, the Stone Leaf King immediately fell into a disadvantage. Despite the superior defense that the Stone Leaf King possessed, it took mere moments for the Jade Leaf King to inflict injuries all over his body and even sever his arm, causing the lightning elemental orb to fall to the ground. Fresh blood trickled profusely down his body, and his face turned pale. It seemed like the Jade Leaf King had realized that the key to the Stone Leaf King power lay in the lightning elemental orb. Without the augmentation from the lightning formation, there was no way the Stone Leaf King could stand against him. Let's die together then. Suffering grievous wounds, the Stone Leaf King knew that he couldn't stand against the Jade Leaf King in his current state. Thus, with a furious roar, he also utilized his secret art and drew his primordial spirit out. The Stone Leaf King didn't possess a cultivation as high as the Jade Leaf King. Even after drawing his primordial spirit out, the Jade Leaf King could still live by finding a suitable body to house himself in, but the same option wasn't open to the Stone Leaf King. Thus, this could be considered a suicidal attack by him. Hong Long Long. The 2 powerful primordial spirits began clashing with one another, and the intensity of the battle was hiking up as time passed. Xianxia surveyed his surroundings, only to note that the surroundings had really been completely sealed. Thus, he could only shake his head helplessly. Given the current circumstances, there was no way he would be able to escape. Even if he chose to hide in the myriad anthive nest, he wouldn't be able to hide the nest itself. With just a scan from their spiritual perception, he would be found in an instant. By then, he would be completely cornered, putting him in an even worse position. Xianxia frowned. If the Stone Leaf King wins, I can just poison him to death. However, if the Jade Leaf King wins, I will be in deep trouble. A battle at such a level was something he couldn't hope to intervene in with his current strength. If he forcefully got involved, he would be killed before he could even do anything. If the Stoneleaf King won, he would still hold the initiative. However, if the Jadeleaf King won, considering what he had done to the other party previously, there was no way the other party would let him off. Taking another look at the battle, he saw that the Stoneleaf King's primordial spirit was being overwhelmed by the Jadeleaf King, forced to retreat again and again. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Stoneleaf King lost. I really miscalculated. Xianxia's mouth twitched, as expected of the third strongest expert of the 10 great kings. Even with the Stoneleaf King in control of the lightning formation, it seemed like the one who would emerge victorious in the end was still the Jadeleaf King. What should I do? Seeing that the Stoneleaf King was on the verge of succumbing to the Jadeleaf King, Xianxia paced around worriedly. However, in that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a certain figure not too far away. After drawing his primordial spirit out, the Jadeleaf King had left his body lying completely unguarded by the side. He likes to draw out his primordial spirit, doesn't he? With a sinister chuckle, Xianxia walked over to the Jadeleaf King's body. Xianxia had to admit that the fellow's broken jade technique was indeed rather powerful. It had granted his body exceptional durability and sturdiness. While it was not on par with the Stoneleaf King's, it was plenty fearsome. Drawing the Glacier Rain Sword, Xianxia hacked down forcefully on the Jadeleaf King's body, but to his astonishment, he was unable to breach the other party's defense. It seemed like the Jadeleaf King hadn't left his body completely unprotected after all. He seemed to have used some kind of powerful secret art to reinforce his body's defense before drawing his primordial spirit out. Next, Xianxia tried to place his finger on the Jadeleaf King's acupoints to infuse his Xianxia, but a short moment later, he shook his head. The Jadeleaf King's body was wholesome like jade. With Xianxia's current strength, he was unable to force his Xinqi into the other party's body to poison him. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a pile of lava appeared before him. Previously, when he was passing through the lava, he had taken the opportunity to secretly store some of it in his storage ring, thinking that he could utilize the heat to smith better weapons. It was good that he had done so, because it happened that he had a good use for it at this very moment. With another flick of his wrist, he threw the lava right at the fellow before him. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the lava came into contact with the other party's body, the sizzling sound of corrosion immediately echoed loudly in the air. The body, which even the Glacier Rain Sword was unable to cut through, began melting. Not bad. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Honestly speaking, even when stored within the storage ring, the lava would still cool down very soon. Thus, it was good that he could find a use for it now. As powerful as the body of the Jadeleaf King was, it still paled in comparison to the lava at 100 meters deep in the lava pool. You! On the other hand, the Jadeleaf King seemed to have noticed something from above, and glancing downward at his body, he nearly spurted blood and died on the spot. As he had yet to fully reach leaving Aperture Realm, it was highly damaging for him to force his primordial spirit out of his body. However, as long as his physical body remained unharmed, he could still return to it. He would have faced a sharp decline in his cultivation from doing so, but at the very least, he would still have been able to live. Yet, who could have known that someone would attempt to burn his body? That was equivalent to having one's home burned down by an arsonist. His primordial spirit no longer had a place to return to anymore. You scoundrel! The Jadeleaf King spat in anger. In his moment of daze, the Stoneleaf King managed to get a few attacks in, which nearly caused his primordial spirit to dissipate. I will deal with you first before killing that fellow. As angry as the Jadeleaf King was, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get even with the Violet Leaf King without dealing with the Stoneleaf King first. Thus, with a furious roar, he charged forward and launched a frenzied wave of attacks on the Stoneleaf King. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening explosions reverberated across the horizon, and the spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen kilometers was disrupted by the intense battle. Not too long later, the the Stone Leaf King's primordial spirit finally dissipated under the relentless assault of the Jade Leaf King. The dissipation of one's primordial spirit was equivalent to the complete destruction of one's soul. In such a state, not even a deity could save one. The reason the Stone Leaf King was ranked fourth among the 5 upper kings was due to the immense strength his physical body possessed. However, having focused too much of his efforts on developing his physical body, his primordial spirit had ended up being slightly weaker than his peers. As such, the only plausible conclusion in a clash with the Jade Leaf King was his defeat. Of course, considering the situation back then, the Stone Leaf King had no choice but to pit his primordial spirit against the Jade Leaf King's too. His limbs had been severed, and his physical body had sustained grievous injuries. If he hadn't drawn his soul out using his secret art, he would have died as well. The only difference was how long it took. "It's your turn." After slaying the Stone Leaf King, the Jade Leaf King immediately turned to the culprit who had reduced his physical body into a puddle of goo. With a furious roar, he charged forward. "Kill me, and I will kill this celestial master teacher." Xianxia quickly held Feng Sun up and placed the ladder before him. "Think about it. As long as he remains alive, you can hand him over to our tribe. With the contribution you earn from that, finding a new body for you to possess and regaining your strength will be a walk in the park." At this moment, this was the only leverage he had over the Jade Leaf King, as well as the only card he could play. The Jade Leaf King was tempted to skin the fellow before him alive, but there was sense in the other party's words. If the celestial master teacher were to die, the battle that he had fought would have been for naught. After all he had been through, this was an outcome he couldn't accept. "Do you think that I will trust you?" Forcing himself to remain calm, the Jade Leaf King glared at the Violet Leaf King with wintry eyes. If not for the other party, he wouldn't have ended up fighting with the Stone Leaf King, landing himself in such a pitiful state. He had decided that from this point on, he wouldn't believe a single word that the other party said, including even punctuation. Holding Feng Sun's neck tightly, Xianxia gazed at the Jade Leaf King nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter whether you trust me or not. However, there is one fact that you have to acknowledge. If this human dies, you won't be able to obtain anything." "You're right. If he dies, I won't be able to obtain anything. However, without a body, I won't be able to live for long either. Since the eventual outcome is death anyway, don't you think that I will be better off finding another companion to accompany me on the journey to hell?" The Jade Leaf King spat coldly. If he had reached St. Fivedan leaving Aperture Realm, his primordial spirit might still have been able to survive outside of his body. However, he had used his secret art to escape from the confines of his body, and that had dealt heavy damage to his primordial spirit. If he couldn't find a body to house his primordial spirit soon, it wouldn't be long before he breathed his last. This was similar to how an infant that was born after 40 weeks of pregnancy was the healthiest. If one were to attempt to conduct a cesarean delivery prematurely, it could potentially be damaging to both the mother and the child. Such was the same for the primordial spirit as well. At half leaving Aperture Realm, a cultivator would have already opened their Yuanshan acupoint, the pathway for the primordial soul to escape from the confines of the body. They still couldn't draw it out, not because it was impossible to do so, but because their primordial spirit wasn't strong enough for it yet. Such was the case for the Jade Leaf King. His primordial spirit was still too weak to sustain itself, so he needed to find a body to nourish it. At the current rate, his primordial spirit would slowly wear thin and eventually dissipate. In a sense, this was similar to the woes faced by soul oracles, the only difference being that the time soul oracles had was significantly shorter. "Without a body? Isn't the Stone Leaf King's body lying right over there? You can possess it," Xianxia said with a smile. "You?" The Jade Leaf King's eyes were glacier cold. "There is a fundamental difference in the cultivation techniques we practice, so if I possess his body, I will be in constant anguish and suffering." "This?" Xianxia rubbed his lower jaw with a frown. "I see. That makes things a little troublesome." Despite his lack of understanding of primordial spirits, through his extensive knowledge of souls from the heritage of the soul oracles, he knew that the other party was speaking the truth. It was true that the Jade Leaf King would be able to survive by possessing the Stone Leaf King's body, but due to the fundamental differences in their cultivation techniques and constitutions, not only would he suffer a steep fall in his fighting prowess, he would be in constant misery as well. Right? Xianxia didn't hesitate for long before slapping his head in realization, seemingly having thought of something. Why didn't I think of it earlier? I happen to have specially crafted a puppet not too long ago, and since it is attributeless, there is no way it can clash with your cultivation technique. Why don't you enter it to recuperate for the time being? Once we bring the Celestial Master Teacher back to our tribe and receive the reward, you will surely be able to make the breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm, and by then, it won't matter whether you have a body or not. Puppet. The Jade Leaf King frowned. That's right. Xianxia nodded. He flicked his wrist, and a huge otherworldly demon puppet appeared before his eyes. It was one of the puppets that he had taken out of the underground cavern where Wuxiangzi had been imprisoned. After resolving the flaws in its structure, it wielded prowess comparable to a Saint 3 Dan cultivator. This is forged out of the body of an ordinary tribesman, so it is attributeless. It does complement with my primordial spirit fairly well. The Jade Leaf King took a look at the puppet and hesitated. The puppet had been forged using the living body of an otherworldly demon, and it was driven by a reserve of spiritual energy at its core. While it was weak, its strength lay in that it was attributeless, so it was a better fit with his primordial spirit compared to the Stone Leaf King's body. Naturally, this also meant that he could display greater fighting prowess within the body of the puppet as well. To tell you the truth, you have nothing to earn from killing me. In the first place, the one who tried to kill you wasn't me but the Stone Leaf King. Besides, given the limited strength I wield, there's no way that I will be able to harm you. Xianxia shook his head. It took me a great amount of effort to forge this puppet, and I was intending to use it to craft a clone. However, since you require it, I will give it to you to serve as a temporary body. Once we return to the tribe with the Celestial Master Teacher, everything can be resolved easily. Saying so, Xianxia patted his puppet fondly, seemingly a little reluctant to part with his treasure. Humph! The Jade Leaf King harumphed coldly as he swiftly analyzed the situation he was in. His physical body had been destroyed, and if he were to attempt to kill the Violet Leaf King, the Celestial Master Teacher would surely die as well. And once that happened, there would be no hope for him. Just like what the other party had said, as long as he took the Celestial Master Teacher back to the tribe, he would be entitled to all kinds of rewards, the strengthening of his primordial spirit, the heightening of his cultivation, or even obtaining a powerful body would be available options for him. I should just agree to his demands first. The most important thing for me at the moment is to remain alive. In any case, the journey back to the tribe will be a long one, so there will be plenty of opportunities for me to kill him while his guard is down. Gradually, a plan surfaced in the Jade Leaf King's mind. During the long journey back to the tribe, it was inevitable that the Violet Leaf King would lower his guard from time to time. As soon as that happened, he would be able to strike and rid that despicable scoundrel before him. That way, he would be able to exact vengeance without compromising the safety of the Celestial Master Teacher before him. This would not be an ideal moment for him to make his move. The Violet Leaf King was clearly guarded, and if he were to make a reckless move, he would be the one to lose out in the end. In his primordial spirit form, he was indeed powerful. However, he could not maintain this state for too long. Allow me to take a look at your puppet. After a moment of contemplation, the Jade Leaf King flew over to the puppet and began examining it closely with his spiritual perception. To his surprise, the puppet was extremely well made. While the materials used for it were low quality, the craftsmanship did well to maximize its strength within its constraints. The puppet might have been a little weak, but once complemented with his primordial spirit, it would still be able to display considerable fighting prowess. It would not match up to his prior strength, but it would be more than sufficient to deal with a mere Violet Leaf King. After making such calculations, he examined every aspect of the puppet carefully, and after confirming that there were no traps hidden within it, he heaved a sigh of relief. Whew! With a swift movement, his primordial spirit dived into the puppet. A moment later, he opened the puppet's eyes and began moving his new limbs, He turned his gaze toward the Violet Leaf King and said, "All right, you should be able to release the Celestial Master Teacher now, right?" "Of course." Chuckling softly, Xianxia tossed Feng Sun casually to the ground. Due to the heavy impact Feng Sun had suffered from the brick, he still had not woken up. The Jade Leaf King was stunned. He released the human just like that. He had expected the other party to continue holding the Celestial Master Teacher hostage so as to ensure his own safety. To obediently release the Celestial Master Teacher at his command. Was the other party really not afraid that he would claim his life? Fool! You are asking for death. Regardless, this was a good opportunity to strike. The eyes of the Jade Leaf King lit up as he swiftly pulled the unconscious Celestial Master Teacher behind him to protect the latter. At the same time, he charged forward to launch a devastating attack on the Violet Leaf King. After how the Violet Leaf King had made a fool out of him, how could he, the proud Jade Leaf King, possibly allow the other party to continue existing in the world? Geez, I have already offered you a chance to continue living, but you just don't know how to treasure it. Seeing the Jade Leaf King charging ferociously toward him, the Violet Leaf King shook his head calmly and sighed. Instead of making any attempts to dodge of counterattack, he lifted his hand casually and snapped, "Down! Gotcha!" The charging Jade Leaf King abruptly felt a surge of intense pain assaulting him, causing his body to stiffen on the spot. Put on. The momentum from his previous action dragged him onto the ground. The Jade Leaf King narrowed his eyes in disbelief. You laced the puppet with poison." In just a mere instant, he understood why the other party dared cast aside the only leverage over him without any hesitation. It turned out that the puppet had been poisoned. Furthermore, for a primordial spirit as powerful as his to succumb to it, it was apparent that it was an exceptionally potent poison. "You are quite smart. If you pledge loyalty to me and obey every single one of my commands without any hesitation, I can spare you," Xianxia said calmly. He had already foreseen this from the moment he took his puppet out. Previously, when he was tapping the puppet fondly, he had discreetly infused his Heaven's Path Xinqi into it. His Heaven's Path Xinqi had no particular attribute, so even if the Jade Leaf King noticed it, he probably only thought that it was the innate power that the puppet harnessed, so he didn't pay it any heed. In other words, from the moment that the Jade Leaf King sent his primordial spirit into the puppet, he was already doomed. "You want me to pledge loyalty to you? Dream on!" The Jade Leaf King roared furiously as his primordial spirit charged toward the acupoint that he had entered the puppet from. Since he was able to enter the puppet, naturally, he should be able to leave as well. "You might have been able to enter the puppet easily, but it won't be that easy for you to leave it," Xianxia said with a wry smile. The Jade Leaf King's heart turned cold upon hearing those words. He realized that every single acupoint on the puppet had been sealed by a unique Xinqi. Even with the overwhelming strength that he commanded, he found that he was unable to break out. All of his escape routes were sealed. He was trapped. Despite all of the precautions that he had taken, he had still ended up falling for the Violet Leaf King's ploy. Stifled, the Jade Leaf King nearly spewed a mouthful of blood. But there was no blood within the puppet for him to spew. The more he thought about the matter, the more despaired and frightened he felt. Even though the fellow standing before him being weaker than him, he found himself feeling deeply terrified of the other party. Preying on the weaknesses in his mind, the other party had managed to turn him against the Stone Leaf King and nearly had him killed. Even after he emerged victorious in the fight, it turned out that the other party had already prepared a subsequent measure to deal with him. A puppet laced with lethal poison. Had the Violet Leaf King been such a formidable figure all along? Or could it be that, suddenly, a possibility surfaced in the Jade Leaf King's mind? "You aren't the Violet Leaf King. Not bad at all, you do have some wits. At the very least, you came to the truth right before the end." Xianxia chuckled as he began morphing his body back amid cracking sounds. "Jai. Jai." A moment later, he reverted back to his original appearance. The Jade Leaf King narrowed his eyes in shock. "You are a human? Wait, could it be? You are the real Celestial Master Teacher." Celestial Master Teacher, an existence that even the heavens had acknowledged. How could a person who had been acknowledged by the heavens possibly be so useless as to be captured that easily and be knocked out time and time again? Not to mention, recalling how the Violet Leaf King had, for some peculiar reason, insisted on standing beside the other human a moment ago. The truth could not have been clearer to him at this moment. I'll give you some time to think about it. Become my servant and you will be able to avoid death, Xianxia said impassively, choosing not to respond to the Jade Leaf King's doubts. The implications that came with his identity as a celestial master teacher was simply too great. Even the notion of revealing it to the master teacher pavilion left him feeling deeply apprehensive, so how could he be willing to speak of it to an otherworldly demon? You want me to become your servant? Dream on. But, to have lost to a celestial master teacher like you, I admit my defeat. The Jade Leaf King sneered coldly before shaking his head despondently. Following that, a golden fluid suddenly flowed from the puppet's eyes before the puppet fell heavily to the ground. You! Xianxia quickly rushed up to the puppet, only to realize that the primordial spirit within had already dissipated. Trapped within the puppet, the Jade Leaf King was unable to escape nor explode his primordial spirit. At the same time, he was also unwilling to bow to a human. Thus, he had chosen to end his life. Decisive and very loyal to the otherworldly demonic tribe as well, Xianxia remarked. Choosing to end his life knowing that he had been cornered, it seemed that despite being greedy and vicious, the Jade Leaf King was deeply loyal to his kind. Just that, it sure is a huge waste of my puppet. Looking at the lifeless puppet lying on the ground, Xianxia felt his heart ache. The Jade Leaf King's primordial spirit was simply too strong. While he had been unable to explode his primordial spirit, the energy that was released with his suicide still resulted in the destruction of the puppet's internal structure, resulting in it being effectively crippled. After all the trouble he had gone through to raise it to Saint 3 Dan. However, these two kings do have quite a few treasures with them. Putting everything else aside, just the saber and spear they have in their possession are at Saint Low tier. Well, they are only at low tier, but that's not too bad either. Given Xianxia's proficiency in smithing, it seemed like it would be impossible for him to fix the puppet. Fortunately, the wealth that the two kings possessed was more than enough to make up for the loss of his puppet. On top of the Saint Low tier sword and spear, the Jade Leaf King had the bizarre altar and innumerable tributes. Those might just prove useful at some point in time. I should just take everything first. Without any hesitation, Xianxia grabbed the storage rings of the duo before heading toward the lightning elemental orb on the ground. The orb was initially in the Stone Leaf King's possession, but after the Jade Leaf King mercilessly severed his arm, the orb ended up falling to the ground. At the current moment, it was emitting a dim light. Stopping before the orb, Xianxia squatted down and reached out to grab it. Bzzzzzzzztt. Before his hand could even come into contact with the orb, a searing pain assaulted his palm. Countless mini streaks of lightning burst toward him, attempting to burn him to cinders. Upon seeing the sight, Xianxia's mouth twitched. He hurriedly leaped aside to avoid the attack. The lightning elemental orb was indeed powerful, but with his current strength, even getting close to it was difficult, let alone taming it. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. But it would be extremely wasteful of me to leave an artifact as powerful as this lying here. It was one thing if he had not seen it, but now that he had seen it and it was within reach, would he not be letting himself down if he did not claim it for his own? Perhaps I could try that. After a moment of thought, his eyes suddenly lit up. Placing the body of the Stone Leaf King before him, he slowly advanced toward the lightning elemental orb. Bzzzzzt. Sensing the approach of a life form, the lightning elemental orb immediately sent innumerable streaks of lightning toward the invader who was trespassing on its territory. However, it was all perfectly warded off by the Stone Leaf King's body. In a few moments, Xianxia was already standing right before orb, and with a swift movement, his hand reached out and touched it. Gotcha! Right after Xianxia muttered, flaws in his mind, he was abruptly sent flying by a powerful surge of electricity. His body stiffened, and smoke drifted from his hair, which was standing on end. At the same time, His clothes were also ripped into tatters from the surge of electricity, creating quite an unkempt look. Isn't the lightning elemental orb a little too powerful? Took a long while before Xianxia could recover from his daze. It was fortunate that his soul had been tempered by the lightning previously, and his body had achieved the level equivalent to a Saint low-tier artifact. Otherwise, that burst of lightning could have easily left him bedridden for several days. All right, let me see if there's any way I can tame it with my current strength, Xianxia thought as he turned his consciousness toward the Library of Heaven's Path. In the momentary touch back then, he had managed to achieve his goal and compile a corresponding book regarding the lightning elemental orb. And as expected, with just a thought, a book began flying over from one of the shelves, and it landed right in Xianxia's hands. He flipped it open casually. Lightning elemental orb, an artifact produced in regions where the power of lightning accumulates. It can be used as the cornerstone of lightning attribute formations, as well as a tool to control them. The content within the book flowed into Xianxia's head swiftly, and within just an instant, he had already found out what the flaws of the lightning elemental orb were. So that's the case. I should be able to tame it even with my current strength. However, it will still be difficult for me to drive it unless I reach primordial spirit realm. After understanding the situation concerning the lightning elemental orb, Xianxia shook his head with bitterly. Just as he had guessed, the field of lightning was indeed a grade 8 formation. As such, it could only be controlled via one's primordial spirit. Even if he could successfully tame the lightning elemental orb, it would still be impossible for him to use it to gain control over the lightning formation. Forget it, I should tame the lightning elemental orb first and think about everything else later. Casting the dilemmas in his mind aside, Xianxia turned his gaze toward the lightning elemental orb once more. He might have been unable to use it at that moment, but there would surely be a day when he would be able to wield it. A grade 8 slaughter formation. That was a treasure that countless cultivators would love to lay their hands on. If I wish to tame the lightning elemental orb, I will first have to use my Xianxia to nourish it. After reading the details regarding the orb in the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia had already gained a thorough understanding of its strengths and flaws. Forcefully taming it was not a feasible solution, especially considering the limits of his current strength. Thus, he could only nourish it slowly, just as the Stoneleaf King had done earlier. Raising his hands, he began sending out surges of Xianxia from his palm toward the lightning elemental orb from a distance away. Wang! Sensing Xianxia encroaching on its territory, the orb began revolving as it emitted a deep blue glow. In an instant, countless streaks of lightning fell from the sky. Xianxia swiftly lifted the Stoneleaf King's body above him to fend off the lightning. Unfortunately, Feng Sun, who was lying not too far away, wasn't so lucky. 2 streaks of lightning breached the lingering seal that the Jadeleaf King had set up previously and struck his body, causing it to convulse with even greater intensity than before. It was fortunate that the seal had neutralized most of the energy contained in the lightning, or else those 2 strikes could have claimed Feng Sun's life. I must proceed a little more carefully. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He quickly calmed himself down before gathering his Xianxia to infuse it over once more. This time, he proceeded a little more carefully and slowly, and it did not induce any retaliation from the lightning elemental orb. Around 20 minutes later, delight covered Xianxia's face. With just a wave of his hand, the elemental orb gradually flew toward him. After 20 minutes of effort, he had successfully managed to tame it. It sure is a powerful artifact. Holding the sphere in his palm, Xianxia could feel the immense power contained within, and his eyes lit up in excitement. Just as he had deduced before, the lightning elemental orb was the key to controlling the lightning formation. While he was unable to drive it due to his lacking cultivation at the moment, fortunately, it was still within his means to restrict the lightning formation to within the orb. Taking a deep breath, he raised the lightning elemental orb in the air and began driving his Xianxia into it. Return! Xianxia muttered beneath his breath. Walala! Countless streaks of lightning in the surroundings began flowing toward the lightning elemental orb like countless streams converging into the vast ocean. At this moment, Feng soon regained consciousness once more. Upon seeing the sight before him, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his body began trembling in fear. The sight before him was simply too frightening. A fellow who had nearly been charred black from a lightning strike was raising his hand before him, and countless streaks of lightning were converging in his direction, seemingly attempting to tear him apart. Is this hell, or am I dreaming? That man, Principal Zhang? Taking a closer look, Feng soon realized that the charred black fellow was none other than Zhang Xian. Suddenly recalling the situation that they were in, he quickly scanned his surroundings and soon, he saw the Stone Leaf King's body lying right beside Zhang Xian, not moving or breathing in the slightest. Principal Zhang managed to kill the Stone Leaf King? Feng soon could hardly believe his eyes. It was only in this instant that he confirmed that he wasn't dead yet. Before he was knocked out, he had clashed face-on with the Stone Leaf King, and the latter had been so powerful that he had been defeated within a single encounter. Yet, after regaining consciousness, he suddenly found the carcass of the Stone Leaf King lying cold on the ground. Just what in the world happened while he was out? What did Principal Zhang sacrifice in order to kill the Stone Leaf King and save him? More importantly, while he was not dead, why was his body convulsing uncontrollably? Furthermore, that dull pain that was constantly assaulting his head. Just who was the scoundrel who had knocked him out time and time again? Pondering over the matter for some time, Feng soon was still unable to make sense of the situation, so he gave up on it altogether. Turning his attention back to the charred black fellow, he couldn't help but feel deeply touched within. Back then, he had attempted to teach the other party a lesson to bring honor back to the Combat Master Hall. And yet, the other party was still willing to cast aside their differences and save him in this crucial moment. Just recalling what he had done previously left him deeply ashamed. He really did not know how he should face the other party after that. It was no wonder Luo Ruoxin had chosen the other party over him. If he were Luo Ruoxin, he would have made the same decision as well. Not too long later, the lightning in the sky was finally contained within the lightning elemental orb, and Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, he stowed the orb back into his storage ring. Stretching his slightly stiffened body, he was just about to drive Xianxia to recuperate from his injuries when he saw Feng soon walking up to him. Principal Zhang, you have my deepest gratitude for saving my life. Feng soon bowed down deeply. Zhang Xian hurriedly waved his hand in embarrassment. There's no need to stand on ceremony. While he had only done it due to the compelling circumstances then, it was a fact that he had knocked the other party out thrice and electrocuted him once. Even at this moment, the other party's body was still convulsing non-stop. That was probably an aftereffect from the brick smash and electrocution. If the other party were to learn of this matter, would the other party rip him apart then and there? Forget it, what the other party did not know would not hurt him. It would not be good for them to sour their camaraderie over a trivial matter like this. However, just because Zhang Xian did not speak of it, it did not mean that Feng soon was not going to broach the subject. Principal Zhang, I would like to ask, did the Stone Leaf King make a move on me while I was unconscious? Somehow, there is a dull pain at the back of my head. That's not important at all. With twitching lips, Zhang Xian hurriedly shook his head. Let's return now. Wuxia and the others should have recovered by now. With the lightning formation back in the lightning elemental orb, the sky gradually cleared up. Not too long later, they arrived at where Wuxia and the others were hiding. At this moment, they had already left the insides of the Golden Origin Cauldron. Taking a look at the unconscious Golden Origin Cauldron, Zhang Xian heaved a deep sigh before stowing it back into his storage ring. While he had succeeded in waking up Lu Chong and Wei Ruyan, the situation was slightly different for the Golden Origin Cauldron. As an artifact, its spirit was fundamentally different from that of a human soul, so the means that he had utilized previously would be completely ineffective on it. He would have to find a higher-tier blacksmith guild and gather the books there to find a solution for it. Principal Zhang has managed to kill the Stone Leaf King. Returning to the crowd, Feng soon shared the joyous news with the expedition team. In an instant, flabbergasted looks surfaced all around them. Even Wuxia had been unable to stand against the Stoneleaf King's strength back then. And yet, Xianxia had actually succeeded in killing the latter and even resolved the lightning formation. This was truly inconceivable. They could not help but turn to look at Xianxia with gazes of admiration. Xianxia had initially intended to explain the situation to them, but eventually, he decided against it. It was hard to explain how he managed to turn the Jadeleaf King against the Stoneleaf King. So revealing this matter could potentially bring him significant trouble. Since that was the case, he might as well remain silent about it. Most of you haven't recuperated fully from your injuries yet, and the path ahead is bound to be more dangerous than ever. Noting that there were still quite a few people who were severely wounded, Xianxia proposed, "Why don't we just rest here for the night? We can proceed after we have fully recovered." After what they had been through, the expedition team also knew that the ancient domain was filled with danger at every corner, and they would have to be in their peak state if they wanted to remain alive. Thus, they nodded in agreement and sat back down to recuperate from their injuries. Meanwhile, Xianxia found an opportunity to head to a remote location alone to let Luo Ruoxin out while entering the myriad anthive nest himself. "Who?" The lightning elemental orb appeared in his hand. With a thought, he drew his soul out from his glabella before grabbing the lightning elemental orb. Previously, he had used the lightning formation to temper his soul, and the effects had been considerable. Since he had obtained the lightning elemental orb, the very core of the lightning formation, and he had some time on his hands, it was a good opportunity for him to cultivate and advance his soul cultivation. Gazing at the condensed lightning packed into the orb, Xianxia grasped the orb tightly with his soul before driving the heavens path soul art. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Streak after streak of lightning began surging out from the lightning elemental orb and into his soul, tempering it. An hour later, his soul compressed down from 7 meters to 6 meters, and his soul cultivation advanced up to nascent saint intermediate stage. 2 hours later, his soul was compressed down to 5 meters, and his soul cultivation had reached nascent saint advanced stage. 4 hours later, his soul was 4 meters, and his soul cultivation was at nascent saint pinnacle. While his soul had grown smaller, the soul energy within was purer than ever. On top of that, it was imbued with the power of lightning, giving it an incredibly powerful presence. With just his soul cultivation alone, he could probably defeat a Saint Tudan pinnacle expert. My soul, body, and Jinchi cultivation have reached nascent Saint pinnacle. After cultivating for a while longer, Xianxia realized that if he were to continue tempering his soul without any subsequent cultivation technique, he could very well face unexpected problems in his soul cultivation. Thus, he returned his soul back to his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Within less than a single day after entering the ancient domain, he had managed to raise his physical body cultivation and soul cultivation to nascent saint pinnacle. This expedition had truly been a fruitful one for him. If it had been anywhere else, who knew how long it would have taken him to achieve this feat? Here, the lightning elemental orb is an extremely powerful artifact for cultivating one's soul. You should cultivate a bit as well. After advancing his soul cultivation, Xianxia tossed the lightning elemental orb to his clone before leaving the anthive nest and returning back to the expedition team. After a period of rest, the expedition members had mostly recovered from their wounds, and they exuded an aura of vigor. "Let's continue our journey," Wuxia said, and the expedition team swiftly got up and began making their way forward. The route ahead of them mainly consisted of a barren plain. After walking some distance, Wuxia suddenly came to a halt. He turned to the young man beside him and asked, "Principal Zhang, does this look familiar to you?" As he said those words, he pointed to the area just ahead of him. Embedded in the ground was a sword. Forcefully snapped by something, only the top half of it was left. Taking a closer look at the surroundings, there were some marks of battle around them. Some parts were buried under a layer of dirt, but it was still easily discernible. "No, I don't think I have seen it before." Taking a look at it, Xianxia shook his head. Just like the glacier rain sword, the sword pierced in the ground had reached half-saint as well. However, its appearance was unfamiliar to Xianxia, and he was certain that he had never seen it before. Tianqiong walked over and remarked, That is Xianxia's weapon. He used it once in a duel with me. As the principal of the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy, he had rather close ties with the old principal, and they had often met one another. As such, he was well aware of the weapons in the old principal's possession. It belongs to the old principal? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Yes, that's definitely his weapon. Wu Ran and Shen Pingchao stepped forward and nodded in agreement. Since the old principal's weapon has fallen, it means that his expedition team must have walked down this route as well. Let's move on. The eyes of the crowd lit up in excitement. This was the first time that they had found traces of the old principal after entering the ancient domain, and they could not help but feel a little agitated within. They hastened their footsteps, but it did not take long before they stopped once more. Ahead of them was a massive sandstorm. What was particularly eerie about it was that the sandstorm was pitch black. Without even approaching it, the crowd could not help but feel shivers running down their spines. What's that? I have no idea either. Even though they did not recognize what the black sandstorm ahead of them was, they could feel the sheer power that was harnessed within it, and it left them feeling deeply apprehensive. After a moment of silence, Wu Tianxiong suddenly spoke up with an awful look on his face. That is the black sandstorm of oblivion. The crowd frowned in confusion. Black sandstorm of oblivion? It is an extremely dangerous sandstorm that possesses extraordinarily potent corrosion capability. Any existence that steps into it will be swiftly reduced into nothing. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Tianxiong continued. If you don't believe me, take a look at this. After saying those words, he whipped out a spirit pinnacle sword and tossed it into the sandstorm. Zzzzzzzzz. As soon as the sword was tossed into the sandstorm, innumerable black spots appeared on it, as if it was rusty from being soaked in rainwater for many days. After which, with a swift wave of his hand, Wu Tianxiong retrieved the sword with his jinqi. He flicked on it lightly. Kacha! The incomparably sturdy spirit pinnacle sword immediately shattered into innumerable pieces. The faces of the crowd distorted in horror. Spirit pinnacle weapons were rare even among Tier 1 Empire, and yet, it did not even survive more than a few breaths within the sandstorm before being torn to pieces. Wasn't the black sandstorm of oblivion a little too frightening? Is there any way that we can bypass this sandstorm? One of the combat masters asked with a frown. Guild leader Han took a closer look at the sandstorm, and he shook his head bitterly. I'm afraid that is impossible. Impossible. The crowd turned their gazes over. Since the black sandstorm of oblivion stands in our path, it is likely that it is a trial that we are supposed to undergo. If we do not clear this, we will only be able to loiter around the outskirts of the ancient domain, unable to enter its depths, said guild leader Han. Hearing his words, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. Through the past experiences, he had come to realize that the ancient domain was built in a way such that only one who had cleared the trial before them could activate the formation that led to the next level. If there was no one among them who could clear the trial, they would be stuck on the spot. As that was the fundamental design of the ancient domain, there was no way to circumvent the trials through wits. Not to mention, the person who had designed the ancient domain was most likely ancient sage Qiu Wu himself. How could an expert of his caliber possibly leave behind any openings that they would be able to exploit? Taking a step back, even if there was truly an opening they found that they could exploit, it was more likely that it would be a trap created by ancient sage Qiu Wu. For breaking his rules, they might find themselves being placed through an even harsher trial than the one before them. Based on the traces, it is certain that Zhang Yinqiu and the others must have stepped through the black sandstorm of oblivion as well. But how did they do it? Wu Shi surveyed the surroundings for a moment before frowning deeply. Since the old principal's sword had been found alongside marks of battle in the vicinity, it was apparent that the old principal's expedition team had passed through the area they were in. But the sandstorm before them was a terrifying existence that could corrode even spirit pinnacle weapons. How could any cultivators survive within it? Even if one could withstand the sandstorm for a short moment, who could say for sure how far the sandstorm spanned? No matter how he looked it seemed like it was nigh impossible to clear this trial, Paying no heed to the anxiety of the crowd, Xianxia began assessing the sandstorm before him carefully as well. The black sandstorm of oblivion was similar to the field of lightning that he had encountered before. It was a formation as well. However, just like before, as the area it spanned was simply too big and his cultivation was too low, he was unable to break the formation even with the knowledge of its flaws. A moment later, he shook his head helplessly as well. The conclusion that he had come to was the same as guild leader Hans. There was no way for them to advance forward other than to brave through the black sandstorm. While the crowd were conflicted and distressed over their present circumstances, Luo Ruoxin suddenly spoke up. Have you all thought about how we encountered quite a few otherworldly demons in the previous trial, but here, there is not a single one to be seen? If my conjecture holds true, we could have been heading in the wrong direction all along. We have been heading in the wrong direction all along? Asked one of the master teachers, unable to comprehend what Luo Ruoxin was driving at. That's right. We have been chasing after the trial left behind by old Principal Xianxia. But if the otherworldly demons are already ahead of us, the trail that we see before us might not necessarily be authentic. If that's the case, shouldn't we search for the otherworldly demons trail instead? There is a good chance that it will be safer that way. Luo Ruoxin presented her analysis. The crowd was taken aback by those words. Indeed, Luo Shi's words make perfect sense. Xianxia's eyes lit up. As one of the central goals of their expedition was to find the whereabouts of the old principal and save the other party if he was still alive, they had been on the lookout for the old principal's trail all along, thinking that it would lead them to the old principal. It was a logical deduction, but if the otherworldly demons had intentionally scattered the old principal's possessions around to lay a trap for them, they could very well have been headed toward grave danger. So far, he had managed to tame 1 and kill 7 of the 10 great kings of Qingtian lineage, but the 2 remaining upper 5 kings would be far more difficult to defeat. Even though he had missed the most powerful Skyleaf King at the Poison Hall, he had heard that the latter was a true Leaving Aperture realm expert, an existence beyond their current means to deal with. Typically speaking, after obtaining the map in the Poison Hall, the Skyleaf King should have entered the ancient domain. Yet, he hadn't seen any trace of the other party ever since he entered the ancient domain. Considering how the Skyleaf King could have dealt with them easily but had yet to do so, perhaps, by using the map in his hand, the other party had managed to enter the ancient domain before them and was currently ahead of them. If so, the path that the other party had taken was bound to be the safest. Let me take a look. Flying into the air, Xianxia began assessing his surroundings carefully with his eye of insight. Previously, he had been too concerned with finding the old principal's trail, so he had not noticed anything else. However, taking a closer look around them, he swiftly found that there were indeed quite a few suspicious details. A group of otherworldly demons had passed through the land they were currently on just a few hours ago. Xianxia descended to the ground and requested, "Feng Sun, I need to borrow your undefiled mirror." The otherworldly demons had intentionally concealed their trail, and due to his lower cultivation, there was a limit to what his eye of insight could see as well. He could barely make out that others had passed through the area a few hours ago, but he could not discern for sure the direction they were headed in. If it was just a few hours, the undefiled mirror of the Combat Master Hall should still be able to work its wonders. Nodding, Feng Sun passed the mirror over and swiftly filled Xianxia in on how the mirror should be utilized. Following Feng Sun's instructions, Xianxia bit his finger and dripped a droplet of blood on the undefiled mirror. Wang! An arrow surfaced in the undefiled mirror, and after flickering for a brief moment, it pointed toward a certain direction. After walking in the direction pointed out by the undefiled mirror for some time, Xianxia suddenly came to a halt. Turning to face the crowd behind him, he said, "The direction pointed out by the undefiled mirror indicates that they have entered the black sandstorm of oblivion through here." They entered through here? Are they unafraid of the might of the sandstorm? One of the combat masters asked in bewilderment. I don't have an answer to that either. Xianxia shook his head. Through the undefiled mirror, they could confirm that the otherworldly demons did enter the black sandstorm of oblivion through the area. But after careful examination, Xianxia discerned that the area before him wasn't a location where a flaw of the black sandstorm of oblivion could be found. The sandstorm was still as fearsome as ever, so it was perplexing to him why the otherworldly demons would choose to enter from this point. At that moment, Wuxia stepped forward and said, "Let me give it a try. Perhaps there might be a hidden passageway amid the fearsome sandstorm." Guild leader Han pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement to Wuxia's decision. Be careful. What Wuxia had suggested was something that often occurred within formations. There were many formations where the life gate was hidden in the most perilous of locations, unable to be detected through any means except by stepping into it personally. Wuxia nodded. Taking a deep breath, he drove his Xianxia, and silver armor gradually materialized around him. Saint-tier battle technique, silver armor of the true dragon. It was his strongest defense battle technique, and it granted him an all-around defense as well. As such, it was the ideal shield to fend off the black sandstorm of oblivion. He took a step in. Kacha! 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 As soon as he stepped into sandstorm, a deafening ruckus reminiscent of a violent storm mercilessly battering a banana tree filled the air. Barely after taking 8 steps forward, Wuxia's face paled, and he hurriedly rushed back out. As soon as he left the perimeter of the black sandstorm of oblivion, his Xianxia armor immediately cracked before dissipating entirely. His face was entirely pale, and his footsteps were unstable. He hurriedly sat down to condition himself. After a moment of recuperation, Wuxia turned the crowd and shook his head. This won't work at all. Not only is the sandstorm no weaker than where we were previously, it is even stronger. There is no way we can pass through this. The amount of Xianxia one had to exert to fend off the sandstorm was immense. He could at least enter 40 meters deep into the lava, but here, 8 steps were already his limit. This is bizarre. How did the otherworldly demon manage to get in unharmed? Xianxia frowned. Even if the Skyleaf King and the Scarlet Leaf King were the 2 strongest experts of the 10 Great Kings, surely it should have been beyond their means to step right into the black sandstorm of oblivion without getting injured? It did not make any sense. Perhaps they used some kind of artifact to ward off the sandstorm, Guild leader Han suggested. Artifact? As powerful as the sandstorm is, there are still artifacts out there that can fend it off. For one, if we had a Saint high-tier artifact here with us right now, we would be able to run right in without any fear of getting injured, Guild leader Han said. The black sandstorm of oblivion was a terrifying existence against Spirit Pinnacle and even Saint low-tier artifacts, but even it could do nothing to phase the powerful Saint high-tier artifacts. If they had an artifact of that caliber, they would not have needed to bother with finding the life gate of the formation at all. They could easily have run right through the sandstorm. Saint high-tier artifact. Where are we supposed to find that? Xianxia frowned. Despite going through a flawless reforging session, the Golden Origin Cauldron barely met the mark as a Saint intermediate tier weapon. Given so, it was not too hard to imagine how difficult smithing a Saint high-tier artifact would be. In fact, it could be said that it was an impossible feat for anyone who had not achieved the proficiency equivalent to an 8-star blacksmith. Luo Ruoxin examined the situation for a moment before saying calmly, "Actually, aside from Saint high-tier artifacts, there are some unique artifacts that might work particularly well against the black sandstorm of oblivion as well. Considering how the sandstorm carries the property of corrosion, it would be hard for most physical artifact to withstand its might. However, it would be a different story for soul-type artifacts. Souls are impervious to the corruption caused by the black sandstorm of oblivion. So through the soul energy that soul-type artifacts emanate, it should be possible to keep the sandstorm at bay." As one who could very well be the offspring of a sage clan, it was not surprising for her to be well-versed in such knowledge. Soul-type artifacts? But such artifacts are harder to find than Saint high-tier artifacts, a combat master remarked. As long as a decently proficient blacksmith had sufficient materials at hand, smithing a Saint high-tier artifact would not be a problem. However, the same could not be said about a soul-type artifact. Most of the soul-type artifacts in circulation were formed by the workings of nature due to the immense difficulty in smithing them. In fact, blacksmiths who were capable of smithing soul-type artifacts possessed an extremely high standing in society, comparable to an equivalently ranked master teacher or even above that. Indeed, it's simply too difficult to find soul-type artifacts. We don't even have a single one of those in our Qingyuan-conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. The same for our Yunshu Master Teacher Academy as well. The crowd nodded in agreement. Even if soul-type artifacts could really be used to fend against the black sandstorm of oblivion, it was still futile if they did not have one in their possession. I heard that the Hongyuan royal family has a soul-type plant known as the Bodhi Saint Tree. If only I knew that we would encounter such a trial in the ancient domain, I would have surely borrowed it from them in advance. Wuxia sighed deeply in lamentation. How could we have possibly known that there would be so many peculiar formations in the ancient domain? Wuxia shook his head. Actually, that probably wouldn't have worked either. I've heard that the Hongyuan royal family's Bodhi Saint Tree is dying, so it probably wouldn't be strong enough to ward off the sandstorm either. Besides, it's the very foundation of the strength of their royal family, so there's no way that they would have willingly lent it to us, Xianxia said. Indeed, how could they be willing to lend us something that directly concerns the survival of their monarchy? Unless we were to snatch it forcefully or offer them something equivalent in value to it, there is no way that it would have worked. Before the group could finish letting out their regrets, Xianxia suddenly spoke with a dazed look on his face. What did you say? The Bodhi Saint Tree would work as well. Of course. While it's not a soul-type artifact, it's still a soul-type plant. Naturally, it will still emanate soul energy, thus helping us fend off the black sandstorm of oblivion, Guild Leader Han replied. He was just about to continue speaking when the young man before him suddenly flicked his hand, and a giant tree appeared on his palm. Will this work? That is a whole Bodhi Saint Tree? The crowd was dumbfounded. Principal Zhang, did you ransack the Hongyuan royal family? Anyone who had visited Hongyuan City in the past would know the significance of the Bodhi Saint Tree to the Hongyuan royal family. It was the very foundation of the Yu clan's rule. As such, they were reluctant to allow anyone to come close to it, let alone borrow it. Given so, it was no wonder their thoughts would wander when they saw Xianxia taking out an entire Bodhi Saint Tree with a casual flick of the wrist. Of course not. I planted the tree myself. Not expecting the crowd to have such wild imaginations, Xianxia was at a loss for words. Naturally, the Bodhi Saint Tree in his hand was not the one from the royal palace but one that he had nurtured himself through the Bodhi seed. He had been cultivating it in his myriad anthive nest all along, and he was just retrieving it from there. After hearing that Xianxia did not forcefully snatch the Bodhi Saint Tree, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that this would cause a conflict between the Master Teacher Pavilion and the Hongyuan royal family. After the initial shock, a wave of excitement gradually spread across the crowd as they realized that they might have found the key to crossing the black sandstorm of oblivion. Wuxia stepped forward and said, "Let me give it a try and see if it's effective." So far, it was still nothing but a hypothesis that a soul-type artifact would be able to fend off the black sandstorm of oblivion. It still required some testing to confirm whether it would work or not. Wuxia took the Bodhi Saint Tree from Xianxia's hand, and driving his zhenqi, he propped the massive tree up and held it over his head, after which, he infused a surge of soul energy into the tree trunk, and the tree swiftly emanated a warm and comfortable glow. The Bodhi Saint Tree did not just have the ability to nourish souls. It could also draw forth a peculiar strength if one infused one's soul energy into it. After the preparations were done, Wuxia began making his way toward the black sandstorm. Under the embrace of the warm glow of the tree, Wuxia stepped into the violent black sandstorm. This time, he was not battered by the sandstorm. The warm glow had neutralized the sandstorm that was heading his way. What Luo Ruoxin had said was true. Soul-type artifacts were indeed effective against the black sandstorm of oblivion. This is wonderful. The otherworldly demons must have prepared a soul-type artifact in advance, knowing that there was such a trial, thus allowing them to walk straight through the sandstorm without any trouble. With this, we will be able to pass through the sandstorm easily as well. The eyes of the crowd lit up at that sight. At the same time, A mystery that had been plaguing Xian's mind suddenly unraveled before his eyes. He had been wondering why the otherworldly demonic tribe would go to the trouble of instructing Yusu to poison the Hongyuan royal family's Bodhi Saint tree. Back then, it seemed like an excessive action. It was not like the Hongyuan Empire posed a significant threat to them. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed that they were just taking precautions. As long as the Bodhi Saint tree died, the master teachers would be helpless before the black sandstorm of oblivion. They would be left standing helplessly at the starting line, lamenting their helplessness. However, despite all of their calculations, they had failed to factor in Xian's involvement. Who would have thought that someone would actually succeed in reviving the Bodhi Saint tree and obtain the Bodhi seed? Not to mention, to cultivate the Bodhi seed into the mature Bodhi Saint tree within such a short period of time. Somehow, the aid that he had provided to the royal family back then ended up helping him in this crucial moment. While he was deep in thought, Wuxia had finally returned from the black sandstorm. At this moment, he did not look as excited as the others did. With a pale face, he placed the Bodhi Saint tree back down onto the ground. Facing the crowd with a bitter smile, he said, "Infusing soul energy into the Bodhi Saint tree does allow us to fend off the sandstorm, and the area of effect of the glow is sufficient for all of us to pass through simultaneously. However, this depletes soul energy simply far too quickly. Even with my current strength, I can only progress around 100 meters before being sapped dry." 100 meters? The crowd frowned. From the looks of it, the black sandstorm of oblivion covered at least several kilometers. As a primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert, Wuxia possessed the strongest soul of their expedition team. If even he only had sufficient soul energy to fuel the Bodhi Saint tree to travel 100 meters, there was no way they would be able to get to the other side. It was not easy for a member of their expedition team to possess a soul-type plant, and they had also verified that it was effective against the black sandstorm of oblivion. Were they really going to stumble here just because they did not have sufficient soul energy to push on? "Let me give it a try." Xian took the Bodhi Saint tree and propped it up above him, after which he sent a surge of rich spiritual energy into it. After roughly gauging the rate of depletion of his soul energy, Xian smiled and said, "Everyone, gather under the tree. Make sure not to wander off." Right after saying those words, he began making his way toward the black sandstorm. The crowd glanced at one another with conflicted expressions, but considering how confident Xian was, they swiftly made up their minds and followed suit. As soon as they stepped in, they could feel the calamitous power of the black sandstorm sweeping toward them, desiring to devour their existences whole. But when it came into contact with the warm glow of the Bodhi Saint tree, the black sandstorm seemed to dissipate with a flicker. Seeing that the sandstorm was unable to make its way through the Bodhi Saint tree's defenses, Xian heaved a sigh of relief before proceeding forward. Due to the intangible nature of souls, it was often viewed a far less effective defensive means as compared to utilizing one's jinqi or physical body. Yet, to think that it would be the key to fending off the devastating sandstorm before their eyes, a cyclical balance of power, the world sure worked in wondrous ways. As Xian marched forward, he discreetly sneaked a peek at the young lady not too far away from him. "Luo Shi seems a little too knowledgeable. Is she really just a 6-star master teacher?" Be it seeing through the spatial formation or figuring out that soul-type artifacts could fend off the black sandstorm of oblivion, those were things that even Wuxia and guild leader Han were ignorant of. And yet, Luo Ruoxin seemed well-versed in such matters. The depth and breadth of her knowledge was truly astonishing. Is this the capability that the offspring of sage clans wield? If that is truly the case, it was the right call to have Yuan Tao return to his clan, Xian thought. He had been a little reluctant to part with Yuan Tao back then, but it seemed like that was for the best. Not only would the latter be able to awaken his emperor's bloodline swiftly, his fighting prowess would also rocket. Under the protection of the Bodhi Saint tree, the crowd advanced steadily without any worries. However, after walking for some time, they gradually noticed that something was amiss, and shocked gazes were beginning to gather upon the young man before them. So far, they should have already traveled around 300 meters, and yet, the fellow before them did not seem to be exhausted in the least. In fact, He even had the leisure to allow his mind to wander, not even slightly strained by his exertion. Weren't the reserves of his soul energy a little too big? This was especially so for Wuxia. At this point, his lower jaw was already on the verge of falling to the ground. He had personally experienced the fearsome power of the black sandstorm himself, and it had caused his soul energy to deplete even before he could get far. On the other hand, Principal Zhang had extended his glow to cover everyone, a significantly larger rate of depletion as compared to his, and they had already traveled for more than 300 meters now, and yet the other party did not seem fatigued in the slightest. It was truly hard for him to believe that a nascent saint possessed even greater soul energy than a Saint Fordan expert. That fellow is a true monster, Wuxia thought bitterly. To think that he had intended to leave such a formidable figure out of their expedition team at one point in time, now that he thought of it, he could not help but feel deeply ashamed of his ignorance then. It was fortunate that he had eventually chosen to bring the other party along, or else they probably wouldn't even have passed the lava at the very start, let alone reach this point. If I can only persist till 100 meters, even if he's blessed with an innately powerful soul, 500 meters should be his limit. Thus, as they advanced forward, Wuxia kept a close eye on the young man before him, prepared to make a substitution should the latter run out of strength. Yet, they trod past the 500 meters mark, and there were still no signs of exhaustion on the Xianxia's face. It seemed as if the depletion of his soul energy that he had incurred so far was not even worth mentioning. 600 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. It did not take too long for them to travel a whole 5,000 meters. Walking at the very front, Xianxia still had the same nonchalant expression on his face, as if the depletion of his soul energy was insignificant. Not only so, his footsteps also seemed to be getting lighter and lighter. Wait a moment, he can't be cultivating while walking, can he? Wuxia's eyes nearly bulged out from his eyes. A rate of depletion that even he was unable to withstand, and yet, the other party could easily bear it and even cultivate while he was at it. Monster! That freaking monster! Forget it. If I continue comparing myself with him, it is just a matter of time before I die of despondency. Consoling himself that the young man before him was an anomaly, Wuxia was finally able to soothe the turmoil in his heart. With Xianxia's seemingly endless supply of soul energy, the end of the black sandstorm of oblivion was soon in sight. There, a beautiful and resplendent manor reminiscent of a celestial palace could be seen. Floating before an enormous waterfall, it left the crowd feeling as if they were stepping into a heavenly realm. How is that done? Feng soon widened his eyes in disbelief. A cultivator had to reach Saint Realm before they could free themselves from the shackles of gravity and soar in the sky. Yet, for an entire palace to be floating in midair, creating such a mystical and wondrous sight, just how powerful was the person who had achieved such a feat? This was too exaggerated. After a moment of pondering, guild leader Han said, "It is a clever manipulation of space. Even though it seems like it is floating in midair to our eyes, its true form could be something very different from that." Hearing those words, the crowd slowly nodded. Limited by their experiences and knowledge, it was extremely difficult for them to comprehend advanced formations. What seemed bewildering and inconceivable to them could very well be realized at a higher level. This is probably the core of the ancient domain. Let's hurry over to take a look, Wu Tianqiong said with a gladdened smile. They had overcome numerous trials in order to reach that point. Surely they should have been nearing the end by now. All right. The spirited crowd quickly made their way over to the celestial palace. Not too long later, a massive heavenly gate that carried an air of divinity appeared before their eyes. Stepping through it, they immediately felt rich spiritual energy gushing in their direction. Stepping into the celestial palace, Xianxia frowned doubtfully. Why do I feel like there is something peculiar about this place? While the entire building was shrouded in an air of divinity, Xianxia could not help but feel that there was something off with the place. Peculiar? Principal Zhang. It must be your imagination this time around. Laughing heartily, Wuxia was just about to continue speaking when the ground abruptly jolted beneath them. In an instant, the resplendent celestial palace seemed to have suddenly turned into a living hell. An air of desolation swiftly permeated the area. An overwhelming aura of maliciousness swept across their surroundings like a raging storm, following which surge after surge of sword chi burst forth, weaving a huge net that left them trapped like insects in a cage. Wu Shi's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly bellowed, "Damn it! It's a formation trap by the otherworldly demons. Only the otherworldly demons could possibly release such a sharp and cold aura of maliciousness." Pung 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 pung. In the next moment, 3 nascent Saint Combat Masters were sliced into pieces under a simultaneous burst of sword chi. Even Feng Sun's shoulder was wounded by the sword chi, causing a stream of crimson blood to flow down his arm. The formation had changed so swiftly that there were already casualties even before they could process what was going on. Swiftly recovering from his daze, Guild Leader Han quickly roared, with veins popping from his temples, "Defense!" Yes. In that instant, they all realized that they had fallen into a trap laid by the otherworldly demonic tribe. They swiftly drew their weapons and drove their Xianxia. Ding 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 ding. No matter what, their expedition team was still made up of elite master teachers and combat masters. Even though they had been caught off guard, the fighting prowess they wielded as a whole was still spectacular once they got back on track. With their collective might, the sword chi aimed toward them was easily deflected away. To be able to come here so quickly, I must say that you are not too bad. However, I'm afraid that this place will be your burial ground. At this moment, a cold and eerie voice sounded in the air, following which, the horrified voice of the Violet Leaf King sounded in Xianxia's ears. Scarlet Leaf King? Scarlet Leaf King? The one who is ranked second of the upper 5 kings. Xianxia narrowed his eyes warily. Having witnessed the power wielded by the Jade Leaf King and the Stone Leaf King, Xianxia had been feeling a little apprehensive about facing the 2 strongest experts of the upper 5 kings. Who knew that he would meet one of them in such a situation? "Who are you? Stop putting up a farce and get out here." While Xianxia was communicating with the Violet Leaf King, Wu Shi scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes reminiscent of a hawk. In the next moment, seemingly having confirmed the location of the enemy, his eyebrows shot up and the sword in his hand flew forth amidst a resounding battle cry. Voila! A powerful blast of sword chi burst forward with swiftness reminiscent of a shooting star, tearing a vacuum through the air. Upon coming into contact with the wall, it immediately ripped out a massive hole. Strong! This was the first time Xianxia was seeing Wu Shi fight for real, and the fighting prowess that the latter wielded was indeed formidable. Along the route, the 7-star high-tier master teacher had either been injured or was on the way to becoming injured, leaving Xianxia with a notion that the other party was unworthy of his rank. However, the astounding might that the other party wielded in this very moment dispelled whatever doubts he harbored regarding the other party. It still couldn't match up to the primordial spirit Jade Leaf King, but it was definitely on par with the Stone Leaf King. If both were to clash with one another at full strength, there was no saying who would emerge victorious. Boom! Upon striking through the wall, the sword chi abruptly exploded, causing the building in front of them to collapse entirely, raising a huge cloud of dust. However, there was not a figure to be seen. "There's no one there?" Not expecting that he would make a lapse in his judgment, Wu Shi's face darkened as he hurriedly scanned his surroundings once more warily. "Ha ha ha, you wish to challenge me? You are still far too young for that." That voice sounded once more. Voila! Halfway through those words, Wu Shi had already made a move once more. This time, his movement was even swifter. His sword blurred into a series of afterimages as it crept past several hundred meters in just the blink of an eye before being brought down powerfully. Bam! As if slicing through tofu, a giant tear ripped its way through the buildings, parting the area into 2 distinct halves. However, just like before, there was still not a single silhouette to be seen. It was as if the person who had just spoken didn't exist at all. "Don't waste your efforts. Even if you were to tear the whole place down, you still won't be able to find me." The Scarlet Leaf King laughed heartily upon seeing Wu Shi's futile struggling. Who? Right after saying those words, The collapsed buildings abruptly joined back together with one another, as if time had been rewound. In the blink of an eye, it was already reverted back to its original state. To this, how can this be possible? The eyes of the crowd narrowed in disbelief at the ridiculous sight before them. With their own eyes, they had seen how the powerful might of Wuxia devastated the buildings. How could they possibly recover in the blink of an eye? Furthermore, it was a perfect recovery. The buildings had been reverted to the form identical to how they were in when they first entered. We must have stepped into some kind of powerful formation, Wuxia remarked warily. The crowd nodded. Could we be in an illusory formation? Xianxia asked. He had taken Formation Master as one of his supporting occupations as well, but the sight before his eyes was simply too bizarre. It was difficult for even him to confirm what was going on. Yes, we should be in an illusory formation. Guild leader Han nodded. Most probably we have already succumbed to it when we first entered. In other words, everything that is before us in this instant is fake. It won't make any difference no matter how we attack them. It won't make any difference? Think about it this way. No matter whether those buildings are collapsed or standing, they are still part of an illusion, so it wouldn't make any difference to the current plight we are in. As long as we are unable to see through the essence of the formation, we will be stuck in this illusion forever, unable to escape. Guild leader Han explained with his fists clenched tightly in nervousness. Hearing those words, the bodies of the crowd tensed up. If they were truly in an illusory formation, wasn't the image before them a little too realistic? They could be considered as elites amongst the master teachers and combat masters, and every single one of them possessed superior eyes of discernment. Yet, for none of them to be unable to discern that they had fallen into an illusion before, just the thought of it left chills running down their spines. Was this the strength that advanced formations wielded? It was already extremely difficult for them to escape from a realistic illusory formation. But to make things worse, it seemed like it was under someone else's control. Would they really still be able to escape from it? Xianxia's face turned grim as well. He did notice that there was something amiss when he first stepped into the Celestial Palace, but even he hadn't noticed that they were in an illusion. With a thought, he activated his Eye of Insight and scanned his surroundings. However, the buildings around him still looked the same as ever. There was no difference from before. All of these buildings are real. Does that mean that we aren't in an illusory formation? Xianxia was bewildered by the conflicting conclusions before him. The Eye of Insight could see right into the crux of anything. If they were truly in an illusory formation, he should be able to see through it via the Eye of Insight easily. How could he have not sensed anything at all? No, that's not right. Perhaps the formation is too advanced for me at the moment. Due to my low cultivation, I am still unable to see through it via my Eye of Insight, Xianxia reasoned. The Eye of Insight was indeed powerful, but it was limited by his own cultivation. He couldn't see through anything that was too far beyond him. Take, for example, if an 8-star master teacher were to walk past him disguised as a passerby, he wouldn't be any wiser even if he were to scan the other party with his Eye of Insight. This seemed to be the case for the illusory formation as well. Most likely, it is a massive formation like the Lightning Formation and the Black Sandstorm of Oblivion. Xianxia thought. Larger formations were not only more powerful, it also made it more difficult for others to analyze and discern it as well due to the sheer scale of it. It was probably because of this that the entire expedition team failed to notice that they had stepped into a formation itself. Knowing that the formation was beyond the means of his Eye of Insight to analyze, Xianxia deactivated his Eye of Insight. After which, turning his gaze to his surroundings, he muttered silently, "Flaws!" While the Eye of Insight might be unable to see through the formation around him, it shouldn't pose a problem to the Library of Heaven's Path. With a jolt of his mind, a book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia hurriedly immersed his consciousness in and browsed through the book. The 172nd door, a segment of a larger formation. There are 8 flaws in total. Number 1. After reading through the book, Xianxia's face darkened. The Library of Heaven's path was indeed unaffected by the tear of the formation, but the formation was simply too huge. For one, the area that they could see was only one small portion of its entirety. According to the book, it was the 172nd door, which meant that there should be at least 171 doors identical to the one they were in, or even more. For there to be so many doors, it would still be fine if they were to step into a life gate, but what if they were to accidentally enter a death gate? They might just lose their lives before they know it. The formations that I have encountered so far operated as a whole, so the Library of Heaven's path compiled a book on the entire formation even when I am just viewing a small portion of it. However, this illusory formation seems to be made up of innumerable smaller formations, and these smaller formations can be activated individually. In other words, the formation is only active in areas where it perceives the enemies are at. As such, not even the seemingly omnipotent Library of Heaven's path is able to discern the entire situation of the formation. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly together as he analyzed the current situation they were in. The current illusory formation they were trapped in was segmented into many doors, and it seemed like only certain portions of the formation were activated at the current moment. As such, the Library of Heaven's path viewed the current door they were in as a system by itself and analyzed the door only. If Xianxia wanted the Library of Heaven's path to analyze the entire formation, he would have to get an overhead view of the entire formation. As long as he remained trapped within it, he would be unable to see through the crux of the illusory formation through the Library of Heaven's path and determine the most suitable path to escaping from it. In other words, he wouldn't be able to bank on the Library of Heaven's path to deal with the current formation he was in, unlike previous occasions. Walala! Just as Xianxia was conflicted over the situation before him, a sound reminiscent of a powerful gust of wind echoed in the surroundings. In the next instant, innumerable sword chi abruptly shot forth from all around them. As if a rain of arrows from thousands and thousands of soldiers, the burst of sword chi sealed the space around them perfectly. The slightest wrong movement they made could very well result in them being sliced into innumerable pieces. Everyone, be careful. This isn't just an illusory formation but an illusory slaughter formation, Guild Leader Han shouted. Illusory formation could only induce hallucinations in the minds of those trapped within it, placing them in a distraught state, so the formation in itself didn't pose a threat to those trapped within it. However, an illusory slaughter formation was a formation which harnessed the functions of both an illusory formation and a slaughter formation simultaneously. Not only would one's mind be sent into disarray, one would even have to face all kinds of attacks. If one were to get careless within it, one might just end up losing his life. Illusory slaughter formation? Everyone's faces turned grim. They swiftly drove their Jinchi, preparing themselves to fend off the wave of sword chi headed towards them. Xianxia was also about to make a move as well when he heard Feng Sun bellowing at the moment, "Combat Masters, the Black Tortoise Sword Formation." Yes. The remaining 9 combat masters quickly stepped forward before brandishing their words simultaneously with incredible harmony. Walala! Swiftly, a spherical barrier reminiscent of a tortoise shell formed around the expedition team. Ding 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 ding. Reminiscent of rain pattering down on a gazebo. The sword chi striking the barrier created a deafening reverberation, but none was able to bypass its defense. What an incredible sword formation! Xianxia's eyes lit up in awe upon seeing the sight. The combat masters weren't too powerful individually, but the synergy in their teamwork was incredible. Their perfect collaboration in the Black Tortoise Sword Formation had allowed them to deflect every single one of the sword chi, a feat which even Xianxia didn't think that he would be able to achieve. Voila! After a wave of sword chi, the surroundings abruptly fell silent. The combat masters withdrew their weapons as they surveyed their surroundings carefully. Don't worry, it isn't possible for such attacks to be launched endlessly, Guild Leader Han said. It went without saying that each wave of offense would sap the energy reserves within the formation. Without an endless supply of energy, there would eventually come a point where the formation would run out of energy altogether. Hula! Right after saying those words, yet another wave of sword chi flew towards them. The combat masters hurriedly put up their formation and deflected the sword chi once more. Taking the scene into sight, Wuxia frowned. Scanning his surroundings, he declared loudly, "See, your formation is completely useless against us. Why don't you muster the guts to get out here and face me in a proper fight?" At this moment, they were in the open whereas their enemy was hidden in the dark. It was an extremely disadvantageous position for them. If they could lure the enemy out of his hiding spot, regardless of whether they would be able to kill the other party or not, it could at least lessen the dangers they would face. "You want me to face you in a proper fight? Ha ha ha. Sure. Escape from here and I will fight you all you want." The voice burst into laughter, not falling for Wuxia's provocation at all. "Who?" The air abruptly tensed up, and yet another wave of offense flew towards the expedition team. This time it wasn't sword chi but saber chi. Saber chi possessing less penetrative powerful than sword chi, but it harnessed far greater might. Under the furious assault of saber chi, the expedition team found their arms numbing from the powerful impact. However, the black tortoise sword formation set up by the combat masters was truly a force to be reckoned with. Once again, it successfully stood its ground against the wave of offense. After 3 consecutive waves of saber chi, the surroundings fell silent once more. A short moment later, a leisurely zither melody began sounding in the surroundings. The sound didn't just linger by their ears, it seemed to resonate with their souls as well. "This is demonic tune." The faces of the expedition team warped in horror. They had also faced a demonic tune attack back at the Unbounded World, and they were nearly wiped out due to it. It was even worse this time around. They were already in a perilous position, and if they were to fall into a trance under the effects of the demonic tunes, they might just very well lose their lives here. "What do we do?" The crowd immediately sealed their 6 senses, but they found that they were unable to isolate the sound at all. Horrified, their faces paled in anxiety. Under such circumstances, a demonic tune attack was indeed far more effective than a physical attack. "Oh, I can't hold on anymore." Suddenly, a combat master let loose a ferocious roar before abruptly charging forward. He began hacking the sword in his hand around him frenziedly, as if possessed. "Hu Chun!" Upon seeing the combat master abruptly rushing out of the formation, Feng Sun immediately roared in alarm. He hurriedly rushed out to drag the other party back into the formation, but in that moment, a sound reminiscent of a powerful gust of wind echoed once more. "Halala!" Innumerable sword chi burst forth, and before Hu Chun could even react, he was already sliced into many pieces, and his corpse fell heavily onto the ground. Puha! Puha! With Hu Chun missing, a huge opening appeared in the black tortoise formation. Sword chi managed to bypass the formation through the openings and struck the legs of 2 combat masters. Crimson blood trickled down their legs and dripped to the ground from their feet. "Everyone, retreat!" Bellowing loudly, Wuxia stepped forward, and with a powerful slash, he eradicated all of the sword chi in the surroundings. After that was done, he turned back to the crowd and said, "Hurry up and treat the casualties. We don't have much time." "All right." Nodding, Feng Sun quickly rushed up to his wounded subordinates to treat their wounds. Right after they were done treating the casualties, the demonic tune sounded once more. This time, the zither sound carried an alluring melody that bewitched one's mind, causing one's thoughts to run amok. "Damn it! It's a type of beguilement tune." Xianxia's face darkened. Just like formations, demonic tunes could be classified into many categories too. Beguilement tune, illusory tune, heavy tunes, cacophonous tune. Of them, beguilement tunes were the most widely feared due to their ability to control the minds of others. In a sense, it worked in a similar manner to the impartation of heaven's will. If a cultivator succumbed to it, they might very well end up doing something beyond their control, and this included self-harm and suicide. There had once been a zither demon who used such a demonic tune to massacre an entire city. This was also one of the reasons the occupation was given the prefix of demonic. As a 7-star demonic tunist, Xianxia naturally understood how fearsome such a demonic tune could be. The tune that was currently being played had a particularly alluring quality to it, making it extremely easy for an individual to lose themselves in it. Once they succumbed to the music, they would be completely oblivious to the happenings around them, making them vulnerable targets. If so, their entire expedition team could very well be wiped out there. Knowing that there was no time to be wasted, Xianxia swiftly flicked his wrist and whipped out a zither. Driving his Xianxia, his fingers nimbly swiped over the strings. Dong dong dong. A powerful sound reminiscent of the chiming of a massive bell or the rumbling of thunder boomed by everyone's ears. The current situation was different from the one back in the unbounded world. Xianxia failed to notice the whistling of the wind earlier, and by the time he was aware of the matter, the entire expedition team was already deeply fixated into it. Under that circumstances, given his lacking proficiency in demonic tunes, it was impossible for him to undo its effects with his demonic tunes. If he were to attempt to do so forcefully, it could result in a rebound, inflicting grievous wounds to the others instead. However, the current situation was that the demonic tune had only started playing a moment ago, and the crowd had not succumbed to it yet. Thus, it was easier for him to deal with it. As expected, under the loud cacophony, the crowd staggered slightly, and fresh blood spurted from their mouths and noses. They were slightly injured by the rebound between the clash of both tunes, but Xianxia's tune did effectively jolt them back to attention. "We will die if we remain here. Follow me." Roaring loudly, Xianxia identified a direction and headed over. Even though he had no idea where the 172nd door was located relative to the entire formation, there was one thing certain here. If they remained there, they would only gradually accumulate injuries. Pushed to their limits, they might very well have ended up succumbing like Combat Master Hu Chen earlier, rushing out of the formation in a craze only to be slaughtered by the many bursts of sword chi. No doubt, the other doors were bound to be dangerous as well, but remaining where they were wasn't an option either. It was a risky gamble, but they had no choice but to take it. Understanding that as well, the crowd followed closely behind Xianxia, each grasping a sword tightly in their hands. Wuxia and guild leader Han surveyed their surroundings cautiously, ready to retaliate should they be attacked. The both of them were Saint Fordan experts who had already forged their primordial spirits. With their prowess, they could easily fend off the barrage of sword chi in moments of crisis. Ding 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 ding. While proceeding forward, another burst of sword chi assaulted the crowd. However, with the two experts moving simultaneously to fend off the offense, the crowd managed to overcome it successfully and leave swiftly. After crossing two wide corridors, Xianxia took a look around him before frowning. A moment later, he abruptly dashed right into the wall ahead of him. Just as the crowd was bewildered by Xianxia's sudden action, the wall suddenly collapsed to reveal a huge courtyard. Walking into the courtyard, the sound of the demonic tunes abruptly vanished, as if they had bypassed the demarcated zone of its area of effect. At the same time, the ferocious onslaught of sword chi stopped as well. It was as if the relentless assault against them had never happened at all. The onslaught of the sword chi has vanished, and the zither sound has stopped as well. Did we manage to flee from the illusory slaughter formation? Wu Tianqiong and the others could not help but ask with a hint of hope in their voices. Xianxia shook his head. "That's not it, we are still in the formation. It's just that the formation is divided into many smaller ones, and we have escaped from one into another. Grade 8 formations were not grade 8 formations for nothing. If it was that easy to escape from it, he would not have been so helpless before it in the first place. Not to mention, there was still a Scarlet Leaf King camping outside the formation, waiting to prey on them." After learning of the current situation, the expressions of the crowd tensed. They thought that they might have finally gotten out of danger, but it seemed like they were being too optimistic. "There's no need to worry. It seems like we have reached a safe zone for the time being." Noting the low morale among the group, Xianxia consoled them with a smile before turning his gaze toward the surroundings. The courtyard they were in was larger than the previous one, and there was a door in all four directions: north, south, east, and west. At this moment, the wall that they had crashed through to enter the courtyard had also mended itself as well. Had they not come through it previously, it would have been impossible for them to tell that there was a path beyond the wall as well. Where do we go now? In any case, they could not return the way they had come, or else they would be compromising their safety. But of the 4 doors, which one should they choose? Principal Zhang. The gazes of the crowd naturally gathered upon Xianxia. Most of the dangers they had been put through had been resolved by the young man before their eyes, and unknowingly, the expedition team had begun to subconsciously look toward him for support. I am not too sure either. Xianxia shook his head. The formation in the current area they were in had not been activated yet, so he was unable to form a corresponding book on it in the Library of Heaven's Path. As such, he was also unsure about its flaws and where he should head to. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia said, "You all wait here for a moment. I will try one of them and see what's on the other side." For the time being, he should focus his attention on activating the formation so that he could compile a book on it. Just waiting there and praying for something to happen would not work. All right, the crowd nodded. Xianxia took a deep breath and randomly chose a direction to head to. Just as he was about to head over, Jia, the door before him suddenly began to creak open. Hula! As soon as the door opened, a blade of wind abruptly burst forth, slicing the air in two. Noticing that something was amiss, Wuxia bellowed quickly, "Everyone, duck! It's just a blade of wind. There's no need to worry. I can deal with it easily." One of the elders of the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy did not think much of it, and with a casual smile, he whipped out a massive axe and aimed it right at the wind blade. Voila! With incredible force, the massive axe hacked down upon the blade of wind. To the astonishment of the crowd, the massive axe was sliced apart without posing the slightest bit of hindrance to it. Before the elder could even react, his palm along with his body had already been severed into 2. What? Cold sweat gushed down the bodies of the crowd. This was especially so for Tianxiong. He nearly fainted on the spot. Others might have been unaware of it, but he knew full well that the axe wielded by the elder could easily be ranked among the top of spirit pinnacle weapons. Such a powerful weapon, and yet, it did not even last a split second before the blade of wind. That was too fearsome. The blade of wind doesn't just slice through air, it slices right through space as well. Guild leader Han exclaimed as he hurriedly ducked down without any hesitation as well. To the naked eye, it might have seemed like there was nothing special about the blade of wind other than being exceptionally sharp. However, Guild leader Han had scanned the blade of wind with his spiritual perception, and to his shock, he found that his spiritual perception was not able to pass through the area where the blade of wind had cut through for a brief instant. In other words, there was a split moment when the space above and below the wind blade had been severed. Hoo! The blade of wind flew past everyone's head, and the sharp shrill of the air in the moment that it did so left everyone's body covered in goosebumps. Xianxia's body was also completely stiffened, not daring to move at all. Even though his body had reached the level of a saint-tier artifact, he had no doubt that he would be unable to stand his ground against such a bizarre blade of wind. All in all, it would still be wiser for him to remain cautious. Jia. Right after the blade of wind flew past them, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Just when they thought that they had finally bypassed the danger, the door behind them suddenly creaked open, and another blade of wind swept over at a diagonal angle. Drat! Just one blade of wind had nearly scared their souls out of them. How were they supposed to deal with 2 simultaneously? However, it seemed like their nightmare had just barely begun. The 2 remaining doors also opened, and yet another 2 blades of wind burst forth from them at differing angles. It was keenly aimed to seal the path of escape of the crowd. This won't do. We might still be able to last in the short term, but at this rate it will only be a matter of time before we are killed, Wuxia said anxiously. Even though they could still dodge the blades of wind by dodging, there was no knowing if each door could send out multiple blades of wind at once. If so, they could be in a very dangerous position, perhaps even more than the area they were in previously. This way, knowing the danger they were in, Xianxia hurriedly found a flaw and took the lead while beckoning the others along. The crowd immediately followed him. Not too long later, they arrived at yet another courtyard. There was a bizarre formation set up in the courtyard as well. However, it wasn't blades of wind but traps this time around. They finally escaped from it after great difficulty, But unfortunately, another master teacher ended up meeting his end there in the process of doing so. Proceeding ahead, the crowd entered 2 more courtyards and suffered another 2 casualties before finally arriving at a relatively smaller courtyard that didn't seem to have any mechanisms to it for the time being, so they decided to take a momentary breather there. By this point, all of their faces had turned pale, and they were breathing heavily. It had only been a few minutes since they entered the Celestial Palace, but 4 combat masters and 4 master teachers had already met their ends. This was a casualty greater than what they had suffered from the total of the previous few trials. The crowd could not help but fall silent at that thought. It seems like we are only barging from one formation into another. At this rate, we will all die here, Guild Leader Hans said with a worried frown. The crowd nodded in agreement. There were too many smaller formations within the Celestial Palace, and the end was nowhere in sight either. At this rate, their numbers would only gradually thin out, and the position they were in would only further worsen. If each formation they bypassed would result in a death toll of 1 or 2 people, considering how there were only around 20 of them left, their expedition team really could end up being annihilated here. What do we do? The crowd asked worriedly. The strength of a formation depends on the person controlling it. Otherwise, the prowess that it can exert will be severely limited. The reason we keep encountering danger is very likely due to the otherworldly demon from before pulling strings from the shadows. If we can find the otherworldly demon and kill him, we should be able to escape from the formation relatively easier, Guild Leader Han said. If there was no one driving the formation, this trial would have been somewhat similar to the Unbounded World and the Black Sandstorm of Oblivion. It would still have been dangerous, but the formations would only have been capable of carrying out routine and predictable tasks. As long as they could get the hang of it, they should have been able to bypass the formations with ease. Guild Leader Han is right. What we should aim for at the moment is to slay the Scarlet Leaf King. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Currently, they were in the open, and the enemy was in the dark. It was obvious that the enemy had been tracking them and activating the regional formation of where they were at any given moment to deal with them. Scarlet Leaf King? The crowd asked with a frown. The voice that spoke to us earlier is ranked 2nd among the 10 great kings of Qingtian, and he is known as the Scarlet Leaf King. In terms of fighting prowess, he is above even the Stone Leaf King. Xianxia explained. Wuxia frowned. I have read records on the Qingtian lineage. It is a faction of the otherworldly demonic tribe. They have quite a few experts who are collectively known as the 10 Great Kings. Of them, there are some bestowed with the title of the 5 Upper Kings due to the superior strength they wield, and they are namely the Skyleaf King, Scarlet Leaf King, Jadeleaf King, Stoneleaf King, and Fireleaf King. As a master teacher of the Qingyuan Master Teacher Pavilion, he had some understanding of the otherworldly demonic tribe powers in the region. Every single one of the 10 great kings of the Qingtian lineage possessed astounding power, and none of them were figures who could be dealt with easily. Right after Wu Shi said those words, the eerie voice from before sounded in the air once more. Not bad. It seems like you still have some self-awareness. Scarlet Leaf King? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it's me. To be able to recognize me by my voice. You are the one who killed those 2 fools, Stoneleaf King and Jadeleaf King. Am I right? The voice sneered coldly. In the next moment, Xianxia felt his body tensed up. As if a poisonous viper was eyeing him, his body suddenly jolted in alarm. It is the pressure from the other party's primordial spirit, Xianxia thought as sweat trickled down his cheeks. It was not even close to the other party's full strength, but it could already vanquish all thought of retaliation in his mind. Xianxia swiftly drove his heaven's path Xinqi, and only then did he feel the pressure alleviating significantly. Clenching his jaws, he scanned his surroundings and spat. Indeed, I was the one who killed them. Are you intending to avenge them? The Scarlet Leaf King was truly well hidden. Even when using the Eye of Insight to scan the area, he found that he was not able to find the slightest clue about the other party's whereabouts. Avenge? Why should I? The fact that they were killed by a nascent saint in the first place shows that they are not qualified to serve as kings. Worthless flies like them are better off dead. the Scarlet Leaf King sneered coldly. The otherworldly demonic tribe was cold-blooded by nature. The only thing that tied them together was their allegiance to the emperors. Other than that, even if their companions were to die before their eyes, they would not be fazed in the slightest. Since you were able to kill them so swiftly, such that they didn't even have any time to send a message to us, that goes to show that you are quite a figure yourself. It would be a pity to kill you so quickly. The Scarlet Leaf King chuckled. Why don't we play a game instead? Play a game? Xianxia was taken aback. The others were also bewildered by the Scarlet Leaf King's sudden proposal. Indeed, the rule of the game is simple. Aren't you all trying to escape from this place? I have 5 clues here, and as long as you can obtain all of them, you will be able to escape from the formation easily and meet with my real self, the Scarlet Leaf King said. 5 clues? Ha, you won't be handing them to us on a silver platter, will you? What is the price? Xianxia sneered coldly. Sharp. It is so much more convenient to negotiate with smart people like you. The Scarlet Leaf King chuckled softly before saying, the way to obtain the clues is simple. Kill 1 master teacher, and I will give you the first clue. Kill another 2 more, and I will give you the second. Kill another 3 more, and I will give you the third. So on and so forth. So, as long as you kill 15 master teachers, you will be able to receive all of the clues and escape from the formation safely. You want us to kill our own comrades? Xianxia's face turned livid. There were only 30 of them at the start, and 8 of them were already dead, so there were only 22 of them remaining. If they were to kill another 15, their expedition team would be pretty much wiped out. How vicious! The expedition team was also exhausted both physically and mentally from stumbling into dangerous formations one after another. The more time that passed, the more desperate the crowd would become. Perhaps it might really come to a point where members of the expedition would attempt to kill one another or sacrifice themselves over the matter. The Scarlet Leaf King was preying on their weakened minds to turn the expedition team against one another while sitting out on the fight himself. A devious and scheming mind, it wouldn't be easy for them to outmaneuver a person like that. Indeed, you are a smart person, so you should know what is best for you in this situation. Even if you reject my offer, it's just a matter of time before all of you are wiped out by the formation. At the very least, if you choose to play along with me, you might still have a chance to meet me and avenge the others. The Scarlet Leaf King replied leisurely. Despicable! Hearing those words, the faces of the crowd reddened in anger. Just as the other party had said, if they continued barging through the formations, it would just be a matter of time before they were killed. Only with the clues would there be a hope for them to escape from the darned formation and avenge their comrades. He is trying to create a rift among us. If we do so, what will be the difference between us and the otherworldly demonic tribe? What rights will we have to call ourselves master teachers? Wuxia bellowed in an attempt to calm the wavering minds. They were truly in a very disadvantageous position at the moment. With a bleak hope of escaping from the formation themselves, they had to make a decision. Should they persist with their principles or take the pragmatic way out? Right, I forgot to tell you. No matter who does the dirty job, as long as 15 people within the expedition team die, I will give you the clues. At this point, the Scarlet Leaf King burst into a hearty laughter before continuing. Make your decision quickly. I will give you 2 hours to decide. I am looking forward to your response. The piercing voice by their ears gradually drifted off, as if signifying that the Scarlet Leaf King had retracted his attention from them. Wuxia extended his spiritual perception to his surroundings before turning back to the crowd and said, He seems to have left. What do we do now? Xianxia asked with a conflicted frown. The others instinctively turned toward Xianxia for directions. It did not seem like a feasible solution for them to push their way through, but were they going to start killing one another as the other party demanded? Don't listen to the Scarlet Leaf King's words. His very motive is to turn us against one another. It is even more so in such situations that we have to stand united. Xianxia surveyed the crowd and spoke forcefully. Indeed, think about it. Even if we survive from killing one another, it will eventually give birth to inner demons deep in our hearts. hindering us from furthering our paths. In the worst-case scenario, the other party might even use it to leverage control over us afterward. Wuxia added. To be honest, there isn't much of a chance that we will be able to get out of here alive. At this point, Xianxia abruptly interjected into Wuxia's words. As long as you successfully kill the Scarlet Leaf King and avenge Elder Feng and the others, we are more than willing to lay down our lives for you. Indeed, from the very start, we knew that we could meet our end in the ancient domain. Since it's only a matter of time before we succumb to the formation, I'd very much rather sacrifice myself so that the rest of you can safely find a way out of here, Wu Ran said. I share the same opinion with the others. Our deaths are nothing, but nothing can be allowed to happen to Principal Zhang and Wuxia. The both of them are the hopes of our expedition team. Only with them around will we have a chance to escape from here and slay the wretched Scarlet Leaf King. Feng soon nodded. Those words swiftly won nods of approval from the crowd. Their line of thought was simple. 15 casualties was not a small price to pay, but at the very least, some of them would be able to get out of there alive. That was much better than the expedition team being entirely annihilated within the formation. I am touched by your sentiments, but can we really trust the Scarlet Leaf King to keep his word and give us the clues? Furthermore, can the clues he gives us really lead us out? Xianxia said grimly. They were willing to selflessly put themselves on the line to forge a route for the others to advance on. But the problem was that their sacrifice could turn out to be futile in this case. Taking a step back, even if the Scarlet Leaf King really gave the clues to them, allowing them to escape from the formation as master teachers, there were simply some principles that they would have to hold on to, even at the cost of their life. They would not sacrifice others for their own welfare. Otherwise, what would become of the faith they had held onto dearly as master teachers all this while? What do we do then? The crowd also understood the logic behind Xianxia's words. But, after seeing so many of their comrades dying one after another, they simply could not stand it anymore. It was out of desperation that they chose such an extreme course of action. Xianxia shook his head bitterly. I have no idea. At this point, he had no idea how the formation operated or where the Scarlet Leaf King was. Without such vital information, there was no way he could formulate a feasible plan to help them get out of their current situation. You don't know? Seeing that even Xianxia was helpless before their current situation, the faces of the crowd sank as if deflated balloons. In their journey together, Xianxia had overcome obstacle after obstacle easily, and it felt as if there was nothing in the world that could stump him. At this point, seeing how even the most capable individual among them was helpless, they suddenly felt deeply lost. I can't stand it anymore. Didn't the Scarlet Leaf King say that it will suffice as long as 15 of us die? Just make sure to avenge me when the rest of you escape from here. After a long moment of silence, a loud bellow abruptly sounded. Unable to take it any longer, a combat master raised his sword to end his life. Hold it right there. Not expecting that someone would still attempt to commit suicide after he had already laid everything out so clearly, Xianxia frowned deeply as he flicked his finger. Ding! A surge of Jinqi knocked out the sword in the combat master's hand. Wuxia also swiftly stepped forward to seal the other party's cultivation. The problem they were facing at the moment was not an issue that could be resolved with just the sacrifice of others. They could not just stake their lives on the integrity of the Scarlet Leaf King, if he had any at all. That would be utter foolishness. They had to think of another plan. Don't stop me. Let me die. The combat master continued bellowing loudly. The sealing of his cultivation did not seem to have dispelled the combat master's intention of ending his life at all. Since you aren't going to allow us to end our lives, allow me to do the job then. Almost immediately after they managed to settle the issue with the combat master, another roar sounded, and a master teacher stepped forward to launch an attack toward the combat master beside him. Humph! Seeing the act of aggression by the master teacher, Feng Sun flitted forward and kicked the master teacher away forcefully. Pong! With a spurt of blood, the master teacher crashed heavily onto the ground, sustaining severe injuries. Feng Sun, what are you doing? Shun Pingchao hurriedly rushed down to help the wounded master teacher up before glaring at Feng Sun wrathfully. The wounded master teacher was an elder of their Luoqing Master Teacher Academy. What am I doing? For daring to assault our men, you should be glad that I didn't kill him on the spot. Feng Sun roared angrily back. Their combat masters had been standing on the spot, doing nothing at all, when the master teacher suddenly stepped forward to assault them. Had he not made a move, their combat master could have very well died. Yet the other party was still asking what was he doing? He must be joking. I reckon that you are just finding an excuse to make a move against us. Since that's the case, why don't you start with me? Shin Pingchao harumphed coldly. You'd better not piss me off. Throughout this entire journey, your men have been nothing but a huge burden, and I have been wanting to give you a piece of my mind. Feng Sun sneered coldly, not expecting the expedition team to end up arguing with one another while in such danger. Wuxia roared angrily, Enough! We are all master teachers and combat masters. While we have come to this ancient domain with the conviction to lay down our lives for our mission, it would be utterly foolish to turn against one another under the provocations of an otherworldly demon. If that happens, how are we going to face our predecessors? How are we going to face Kong Shi? Humph! Hearing Wu Shi's lecture, Feng Sun and Shin Pingchao glanced at one another before turning away angrily. For the time being, they chose to suppress their rage. All right, take a deep breath and cool down first. For the time being, let's discuss how we can escape from here, Guild Leader Han said. How can we escape from here? This formation has a complex layered design with traps lying in wait at every turn. Furthermore, even if we manage to escape from the formation, will we be a match for the Scarlet Leaf King? Feng Sun said with a deep frown. I fought with the Stone Leaf King myself, and even if Wu Shi utilizes his full strength, he will only be an equal to the Stone Leaf King. Considering the greater strength that the Scarlet Leaf King harnesses, I don't think that we stand a good chance of getting out of here alive. I still think that we should sacrifice 15 among us to obtain the other party's clues. As long as we preserve the strongest of our forces, we should still be able to match the Scarlet Leaf King. Otherwise, who knows how many of us will die within this formation? The other 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, Zhang Yuan, said, But if we do so, we will be playing right into the Scarlet Leaf King's hands. Wu Shi frowned. Playing right into the Scarlet Leaf King's hands? You might be right, but do we have another choice? To tell you the truth, I am very certain that there is a spy among us. Otherwise, how could the otherworldly demons have such a tight grasp of our movements? How could they remain constantly ahead of us? Don't you think that it's too much to consider it a coincidence? Zhang Yuan said. Spy? How is that possible? We are all master teachers, so how could there possibly be any traitors among us? Wu Shi shook his head. Yu Su was also a master teacher himself, but didn't he betray mankind eventually? Zhang Yuan pointed it out coldly. A conflicted expression surfaced on Wu Shi's face. Frowning, he turned to Zhang Yuan and asked, Zhang Shi, for you to speak such words, could it be that you have noticed something? I did notice a few things that are amiss with the situation. Zhang Yuan harumphed coldly before turning to Luo Ruoxin with a sharp glint in his eyes. Luo Shi, there are a few questions that I would like to ask you. Luo Ruoxin frowned. Go ahead. When we first entered the ancient domain, even Wu Shi and Guild Leader Han did not notice that it was a spatial formation, but somehow you were able to tell with just a glance. In the unbounded world, all of us were bewitched by the demonic tune and suffered significant depletion in our stamina and jinqi. But somehow, you were the only one who remained relatively unharmed. Not only so, shortly after you left, our expedition team immediately came under the assault of the otherworldly demons. For the Black Sandstorm of Oblivion, none of us were aware that soul-type artifacts have the ability to fend off the corrosion, but somehow you knew full well about it. In fact, thinking back, you were the one who told us to follow the footsteps of the otherworldly demons. But look at this. We ended up walking right into their trap. Zhang Yuan sneered coldly. How do you intend to explain this? Now that he has pointed that out, it does indeed seem a little fishy. Indeed, isn't everything that has happened a little too coincidental? There is something wrong with this Luo Shi. At the very start, I thought that it was weird that Luo Shi would request to join the expedition at the very last minute. Now that I look at it, there is indeed something deeper to it. Let's see how she responds to that. Voila! Right after hearing Jiang Yuan's analysis, the faces of the crowd immediately darkened. They quickly stepped away from Luo Ruoxin, isolating her. You think that I am a spy? Not expecting the other party to suddenly point his finger at her, Luo Ruoxin frowned in displeasure. Indeed, disguising yourself as one of our own, you slowly led us into trap after trap. We sure were fools for listening blindly to your words. Of the Qingtian lineage, there is only one who possesses such wits and capability. If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Yuan glared at Luo Ruoxin sharply as he said, "You are the Skyleaf King." Skyleaf King? Shouldn't the Skyleaf King be a male? Indeed, from what I know, the 10 great kings of the Qingtian lineage are all men. Since the 10 great kings of the Qingtian lineage were all men, how could the Skyleaf King be a female? Who says that the Skyleaf King can't be a woman? Jiang Yuan interjected. The Skyleaf King has always been an enigma to the Master-Teacher Pavilion. All we know is that she exists, but none of us have met her before. So, how can you be certain that the Skyleaf King is not a woman? Besides, even if the Skyleaf King is a man, given that he has already reached the leaving aperture realm, it should be easy for someone of his prowess to possess the body of a human and mix in among us. Hearing those words, the crowd clenched their fists tightly as they directed wary gazes toward Luo Ruoxin. Indeed, a cultivator who had reached the leaving aperture realm was capable of drawing their primordial spirit out of their body. On top of harnessing immense strength and the freedom of movement, they were capable of possessing the bodies of others as well. Furthermore, unlike soul oracles, they wouldn't suffer from the possession decline either. At most, their primordial spirit would just be incompatible with the body they were in, causing them to be unable to draw out their full strength. Could be said that, if the Skyleaf King had truly possessed Luo Ruoxin, no one would be any the wiser, and this was including even Wu Shi. Recalling Luo Ruoxin's actions, while she had not spoken much after entering the ancient domain, every word that she had spoken was of the utmost importance to the progression of their journey. No matter how knowledgeable a 20-year-old woman was, could she still be more well-read than Wu Shi and guild leader Han? Could she have really been possessed by the Skyleaf King, intentionally using her words to lead the crowd from one trap into another along the journey? Wu Shi was just about to say something when he suddenly paused for a brief moment. Frowning deeply, he turned to the young lady and said, "It would be best for you to explain this matter." To be honest, Jiang Yuan's analysis did make sense. There were indeed several doubtful aspects about the young lady before them. While Luo Ruoxin did have a close relationship with Mu Shi, whose recommendation had allowed her to join the expedition team, up to this point, Wu Shi still had no idea how powerful she was. Even with eye of discernment of his level, he was unable to see through the young lady. Despite being doubted by everyone else, Luo Ruoxin did not bother to explain herself. Instead, she shook her head before asking, "Is that what all of you think? Why you can't really be an otherworldly demon in disguise, can you?" Feng Sun's face paled as he backed away fearfully. Had he actually fallen in love with an otherworldly demon, and one who could very well be a man? Just the thought of it left his hair standing on ends, and he felt like puking. Seeing Feng Sun's response, Luo Ruoxin could not help but shake her head with a wry smile. That fellow claimed that he liked her, but in crucial times such as this, he didn't have the slightest trust in her. Sighing deeply, Luo Ruoxin was just about to speak when a towering back suddenly appeared before her. "Enough!" Xianxia waved his hand. Turning around to shoot a glance at the young lady before him, he said, "I believe that she isn't an otherworldly demon, and she isn't being possessed by anyone either." Luo Ruoxin looked at Xianxia and asked, "You trust me?" "I do," Xianxia said with a smile. There was earnestness in his eyes that could not possibly be faked. "Don't worry. No matter what others say, I will always stand by you. Of the entire expedition team, he was the one who had come the closest with this young lady. Along the way, the latter had been walking alongside them quietly, rarely allowing anything to bother her. If she was truly the Skyleaf King, considering the strength that she possessed, the expedition team would have been wiped out long ago. There was no need for her to go the extra mile to disguise herself. Seeing that the other party's eyes were clear, devoid of the slightest hint of doubt, Luo Ruoxin could not help but feel a warmth in her heart. What he said is true. The otherworldly demons attacked right after I left, and I was also the one who recommended following the otherworldly demons trail before we stepped into this trap. There's no way I can refute those claims, so why do you still believe me? Must there be a reason for trust? Staring deeply into Luo Ruoxin's eyes, Xianxia chuckled softly. I will trust you no matter what you do. Don't worry, you don't have to say a word. I will resolve this matter for you. After saying those words, Xianxia turned around and said, I am willing to use my life to guarantee that Luo Shi isn't the Skyleaf King or an otherworldly demon. Use your life to guarantee? Principal Zhang. You have to reconsider it. What Combat Master Zhang said isn't without sense. Wu Shi hurriedly tried to persuade him. Indeed, Principal Zhang. There's something amiss about Luo Shi. The others also chirped in anxiously. Principal Zhang was a person whom they deeply trusted and admired. Why would such a formidable master teacher end up falling before the skirt of a lady? Seeing Xianxia stepping forward to protect Luo Ruoxin, Zhang Yuan said with a deep frown, It is due to Principal Zhang that we are still alive right now and have managed to come so far. If Principal Zhang truly intends to protect her, there is nothing I can say. However, if she truly is the Skyleaf King, not only will all of us die here, more importantly, our mission to find Zhang Yinqiu and the others will fail as well. The reputation of the Master Teacher Pavilion could very well be sullied due to this matter. Xianxia flung his sleeves and harumphed coldly. I know what I am doing. I don't need you to teach me what to do. You. Not expecting the amiable Principal Zhang to suddenly disregard him altogether, Zhang Yuan clenched his fists tightly. Stop with your pathetic efforts to sway others. There's definitely nothing wrong with Luo Shi. Instead, the one who has something wrong is you, Combat Master Zhang. Xianxia gazed upon Zhang Yuan coldly. There's something wrong with me? What could there possibly be wrong with me? Zhang Yuan shook his head. Throughout the entire journey, he had not spoken a word at all, and he had not given the wrong direction either. How could he be a spy for the otherworldly demons? At the same time, the crowd was also perplexed to hear Xianxia's abrupt accusation. Instead of replying to Zhang Yuan's words, Xianxia turned to the crowd and said, We have passed through many courtyards so far, and every single one of them has a formation that triggers as soon as we enter. I believe every single one of us here should have a deep impression of this matter. The crowd nodded. They had met many perilous situations ever since entering the Celestial Palace. Each time they would barely escape with their lives. Even when their companions died right before their eyes, they did not even have the time to collect their corpses so as to give them a proper burial later on. Every single courtyard that we enter poses a threat of its own. But did you notice that despite having entered this courtyard for some time, nothing has happened at all? Other than the words that the Scarlet Leaf King said before leaving, it doesn't seem like anything has happened at all, right? Xianxia looked at the crowd and said, Don't you think that it's bizarre? The crowd fell silent. Just as the other party said, the courtyards that they had been through thus far had been extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could have resulted in their deaths. However, they had already been in the current courtyard for more than 20 minutes, but nothing had happened at all. Initially, they thought that it might just have been a safe zone, but thinking deeper into the matter at this moment, was it really possible for there to be a safe zone in this massive formation? Isn't it just because the Scarlet Leaf King didn't activate the formation? He has probably just changed his plans and is trying to have us kill one another instead, one of the combat masters said. You're right in saying that he is trying to have us kill one another, but I can tell you that the formation in this courtyard has already been activated, Xianxia said. Guild leader Han was taken aback by those words. You are saying that we are currently standing amid an activated formation at this very moment? As the head of the Qingyuan Empire Formation Master Guild, a 7-star pinnacle formation master, if a formation had truly been activated where they were standing, he should have noticed it. That's right. Xianxia nodded grimly. There is a formation in this courtyard, and it has already been active for some time. In fact, we are currently under its effects. Everyone glanced at one another with bewildered expressions. They might not have been as skilled as Guild Leader Han in the field of formations, but as master teachers and combat masters, they should still have been able to discern whether they were in a formation or not. Their surroundings were completely silent, and there was not the slightest disturbance in the spiritual energy to be felt. Given so, how could they possibly be standing amid an activated formation? At this point, Zhang Xian turned to Shen Pingchao and asked, Principal Shen, may I ask how Elder Gon usually conducts himself in the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy? The person whom Zhang Xian addressed as Elder Gon was the master teacher who had charged forward previously to kill the combat masters. Elder Gon is a true master teacher through and through. Due to his amiable and patient personality, he is well received by the students. Shen Pingchao wasn't sure why Zhang Xian would ask such a question, but he still answered it earnestly after pondering over it for a moment. Normally speaking, Elder Gon could not even bring himself to reprimand students who had erred, thus earning him a good reputation within the Master Teacher Academy. It was also in view of this that Shen Pingchao was extremely protective of him. As such, he was willing to stand up against even Feng Sun for Elder Gon's sake. Seemingly knowing that Shen Pingchao would respond in such a manner, Zhang Xian asked calmly. An amiable and patient teacher suddenly raised his sword to kill another. Don't you think that it's a very bizarre situation in itself? The crowd was stunned by the questioning. Guild leader Han suddenly thought of something, and he immediately asked with a grim look, Could it be that there is some kind of special formation in this courtyard that interferes with our thoughts and emotions, causing us to become more hot-tempered than usual? Indeed, that is precisely why the Scarlet Leaf King chose to appear right at this moment, saying those words so as to plant a seed in our minds. After which, he secretly activated the formation to affect our emotions. Have you all realized that, within just a short 20 minutes, we have become more violent-tempered and irrational than before? Zhang Xian posed. The crowd was rendered speechless. That was indeed the case. Previously, when they were in the other courtyards, they would still proceed as carefully as they could so as to reduce their casualties. Yet, after entering the current courtyard, they realized that the thought that had been dominating their minds was how they could kill others or commit suicide so as to make up for the required 15 slots. Thinking back, their thoughts had truly been irrational. It was due to such thoughts that resulted in the conflict among them. After hearing those words, Feng Sun and Shen Pingchao glanced at one another as cold sweat drenched their backs. Had Wuxia not stopped them previously, they might have ended up doing something unforgivable to the other party. Everyone ended up succumbing to it, and not even Combat Master Feng Sun was an exception. At this point, Zhang Xian turned his gaze toward Jiang Yuan. I am just curious to know how the great Combat Master Jiang managed to avoid the effects of the formation and even rationally argue that there is a problem with Luoshi and that she is the Skyleaf King? Indeed. Could it be that you aren't affected by the formation? Innumerable gazes immediately turned toward Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan eyebrows shot up inconspicuously for a short moment before sneering coldly. Shaking his head, he said, Principal Zhang, please don't change the topic at hand. I might be unaffected by the effects of the formation, but the same goes for you and Luoshi, isn't that so? Each of us has differing experiences and encounters in life, and thus our personality and mental fortitude are different. You can't cast doubt on me just because I am different from the others, right? You are right. Just the fact that you are unaffected by the formation isn't enough evidence to suspect you. At this point, Zhang Xian looked at Jiang Yuan with an enigmatic smile. But both you and Feng Sun are 1,000-men commanders of the Combat Master Hall. The both of you are equal in terms of standing, but throughout the entire journey, you have hardly spoken a word. It is as if you do not exist at all. Even when your subordinates were attacked, you acted as if it had nothing to do with you at all. Don't you think that you are being a little too impassive?